Hachette Audio presents 1923. The Crisis of German Democracy in the Year of Hitler's Putsch. Written by Mark Jones. Read by Matt Addis. German political parties in 1923. Bavarian People's Party, BVP. Gustav Ritter von Kahr's party. A conservative Christian party with its headquarters in the southern German state of Bavaria that represented Bavarian Catholicism. It was more conservative than the German Catholic Centre Party and strongly opposed to Berlin's influence upon the state of Bavaria. It was firmly opposed to the political left. Catholic Centre Party, Centre Party, Josef Wirth's party. A centre-right party that represented German Catholics. More liberal than the Bavarian People's Party, it supported Weimar democracy and was willing to form coalitions with the Social Democratic Party of Germany. Communist Party of Germany, KPD. August Thalheimer's party. A national communist party committed to the destruction of capitalism and Weimar democracy, and their replacement with a communist system of government allied with and inspired by Bolshevik Russia. German Democratic Party, DDP. Walter Rathenau's party. A national liberal party that represented middle and upper-class voters. It supported Weimar democracy and was willing to form coalitions with the Social Democratic Party of Germany. German National People's Party, DNVP. Karl Helfferich's party. A national conservative and anti-Semitic party that vehemently opposed the existence of Weimar democracy and wanted to see the return of the monarchy to Germany. It was firmly opposed to the political left. German People's Party, DVP. Gustav Stresemann's party. A national conservative party that was closely aligned to the interests of big business. It was opposed to the political left and strongly divided upon the issue of whether it could participate in coalition governments with the Social Democratic Party of Germany. National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, Nazi. Adolf Hitler's party. A strongly anti-Semitic party determined to destroy Weimar democracy. It opposed all international political cooperation and blamed Jews and socialists for the creation of the Weimar Republic. Its leadership and members consistently glorified violence. Largely based in Bavaria, it was a growing force during 1923. Social Democratic Party of Germany, SPD. Friedrich Ebert's party. The largest political party in Germany in 1923, it represented the working class. Of all the political parties, it did the most to establish democracy in Germany. It was divided between a moderate centre-left core and a left wing that included members prepared to cooperate with the Communist Party of Germany. Introduction. Germany, 1923. The democracy that did not die. At close to midday on Friday, the 9th of November, 1923, around 2,000 armed Nazis set off marching in military formation through the centre of Munich. They were there, in the capital city of the southern German state of Bavaria, to seize political power, and in their minds, to use extreme violence to cleanse Germany of the democratic Weimar Republic that had wrongly governed their country since the end of the First World War. At the back of the procession, a heavy machine gun was perched on top of an armoured car. In front of it, marchers, mostly young men, carried rifles, pistols, and light machine guns. At the very front of the procession, their leader stood apart. It was Adolf Hitler, then aged 34. While everyone else was wearing some kind of military or paramilitary uniform, he was dressed in civilian clothing, holding a Browning pistol in his hand. The only Nazis ahead of him were the armed bearers of swastika flags. Hitler's plans were already settled. Just a few feet away from him, one of his key strategists, the 50-year-old regional court judge Baron Theodor von der Pforten, had a document in his pocket. It was the draft constitution that the leaders of the march wanted to implement. If they had taken control of the state that day, their authoritarian regime would have immediately built concentration camps and carried out the mass execution of everyone who had opposed the Nazis politically since November 1918. Germany's Jews, around 1% of the population at this time, were to be targeted specifically. All Jewish civil servants were to be immediately dismissed and their property seized. Any Jew who failed to comply with the new regime's demands was to be executed, as was any non-Jewish German who tried to help or protect them. There was no doubt about what Hitler would do once in power. The question, rather, was whether the violence promised by Hitler and his followers in the SA, the Nazi Party's paramilitary wing, and other like-minded paramilitary organizations, would be sufficient to defeat the democratic ideal that the people could choose their government, regardless of the wishes and desires of those most prepared to use force. The issue remains troubling to this day. How did Weimar Germany, a largely progressive, modern country, where in January 1919 75% of the electorate supported parties that were in favor of liberal democracy, so quickly turn into a brutal dictatorship that was, in the disturbing yet accurate words of philosopher Hannah Arendt, dedicated to the industrial production of corpses. In 1923, though, democracy won. Theodor von der Pforten's November 1923 constitution never came to pass. He was shot dead by the Bavarian Landespolizei shortly after the Nazis commenced their march. His constitution has nearly disappeared from memory. The Bavarian Landespolizei had been sent to the Odeonsplatz in central Munich to protect the institutions of the Bavarian state in the face of the threat posed by the marchers. Just seconds after the police and marchers faced off against each other, both sides started shooting. It lasted for 1 or 2 minutes. When it was over, 12 putschists were dead, mostly young men who were at the very front of the march alongside Hitler and von der Pforten, who was the oldest person to die. 4 policemen lost their lives, as did a waiter who came out of a nearby restaurant to watch what was going on. This was a significant loss of life in a city in peacetime, but in a century defined by political violence, it is hard to imagine that the putsch would feature on anyone's list of major massacres. The reason the body count was so low was because, for all the Nazis' bravado about how they would use force to overthrow the state, once the firing started, they fled. Hitler survived the hail of bullets by only a fraction of an inch. As the marchers faced up to the police, he had linked arms with the former diplomat Marx Erwin von Scheubner-Richter. When the first shots were fired, they dived to take cover. As he fell, Hitler dislocated his shoulder. Scheubner-Richter came off worse. He was shot dead. Had the bullet that killed him veered just inches to the right, Hitler's name would today be as little known as Scheubner-Richter's. Amid the confusion, Hitler quickly fled the square. Taking shelter in a side street, he was intercepted by a Nazi-supporting doctor, who organized a car which took him out of Munich and into hiding. 2 days later, he was arrested by the police. His attempt to take control of the state had lasted barely 20 hours. 10 years later, he would return to the same spot as German Chancellor, or Prime Minister. In 1923, the Democratic Republic that Hitler wanted to destroy had only existed for 5 years. At the end of the First World War, in November 1918, large crowds demanding peace and democracy had gathered in German towns and cities. On the 9th of November 1918, when the wave of protest reached the center of Berlin, the Social Democratic politician Philipp Scheidemann declared Germany a republic just hours after the Kaiser abdicated. The first elections were held on the 19th of January 1919, and across the following months Germany's pro-democratic political parties debated the contents of the new constitution, which came into force on the 11th of August 1919. This sought to institutionalize political compromise and protect Germans from the dangers of excessive capitalism. Most of the debates about the constitution's contents were held in the town of Weimar, located midway between Germany's more liberal north and its mostly conservative south. Ever since, even though it legally retained the name of the German Reich, this incarnation of the state has been known as the Weimar Republic. Like the United States today, Weimar Germany was a federal state system with political power split between the national capital of Berlin and the capitals of the regional states. The North German state of Prussia was by far the largest of the German states. It was home to 60% of the Republic's 63 million citizens and governed at the regional level by the pro-Republican Social Democrats, who used their power to strengthen democracy. The second largest state was in the German south, Bavaria. With 11% of the population, it quickly became the capital of the German conservative, anti-republican backlash. Many of the political and cultural conservatives who gathered there hoped to see the return of the German monarchies, including the return of the Bavarian king, who had fled on the 8th of November 1918. They fundamentally opposed the ideal of democracy, and saw its destruction as the first point on a journey that would end with the avenging of Germany's defeat at the end of the First World War. In 1919, when Weimar's constitution came into force, Hitler was still a political nobody. An Austrian citizen, he had fought in the First World War as part of the Bavarian army. When the war ended in November 1918, unlike the overwhelming majority of soldiers, he did not want to return home for Christmas because he had no home to go to. In the words of historian Thomas Weber, the army was his replacement family. Launching his political career, at first he addressed only small audiences, but by 1921 he was known as a beer hall demagogue, the leader of a fringe political group that was a meeting place for disgruntled men who wanted to shout abuse about their political opponents and threaten them with violence. That fringe group was the Nazi Party, or more formally, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP. It was one of many right-wing sects where opponents of democracy gathered to talk about its destruction. Hitler's success in this arena was largely down to his performance as a speaker and his growing mastery of the art of beer hall demagoguery. In his speeches he unleashed abuse on Jews and socialists, whom he blamed for all of Germany's ills, then sipped his beer and observed the crowd's reactions to his words. When they cheered loudly, he knew he had scored a winning point and would repeat it, time and again. Gradually, through trial and error, he learnt how to speak to disgruntled men, and, over time, women too. The year 1923 was to be Hitler's breakthrough year. On the 8th of November 1922, when one politician spoke his name in the Bavarian parliament, suggesting that he could be the next Bavarian minister-president, the idea was met with roars of laughter. But in the following months, Hitler's successes overwhelmed those who had wanted to laugh him off. At the end of 1922, his party had around 8,000 members spread across some 100 branches, mostly in Bavaria. By the eve of the putsch, party membership had increased to about 50,000. Hitler owed his success to his promise of national and individual salvation for everyone who followed him, making no secret of his desire for violence, regularly threatening his enemies with death. His opponents started to notice him too. After one particularly violent rhetorical outburst, Alvin Senger, a lawyer and social democratic member of the Bavarian parliament who had previously been beaten up by anti-Semites after they mistakenly identified him as a Jew, publicly called him a psychopath. But on the political right, assessments such as Senger's carried little weight. Hitler could incite hatred and call for the destruction of the Weimar Republic because many of Bavaria's leaders, including key figures in the police and judiciary, believed that fundamentally he was on the right side of history. As the number of his followers started to increase, they even began to share a stage with Hitler, helping to make him attractive to upper and middle-class voters who might otherwise have been put off by his lower-class origins. By the autumn of 1923, many Bavarian conservatives shared Hitler's view that the time had come to strike against the Republic. They simply disagreed with him about the tactics and timing necessary to do so. When Hitler chose to launch his coup on the 8th of November, they abandoned him, calculating that the putschists would not have the support they needed to take power in Berlin. The Nazi leader never forgot their betrayal. The man Hitler felt held greatest responsibility, Gustav Ritter von Kahr, an anti-Republican conservative member of the Bavarian People's Party, was murdered by the Nazis in July 1934. Kahr's murder, during the so-called Night of the Long Knives, when the Nazis murdered several of their own party members, as well as settling scores with older enemies, was a key moment in the process by which the Nazi dictatorship was established. On the 30th of January 1933, Hitler was appointed Chancellor. This marked the end of the first phase of the creation of an authoritarian regime in Germany, which had already begun the previous summer when pro-democratic parties were forced out of power in Prussia. Once Hitler was appointed Chancellor, he began what he called the National Revolution. By the time he returned to Munich on the 9th of November 1933 for the 10th anniversary of his failed putsch, his regime had already started to implement some of von der Pfordten's ideas. Hitler's men of violence had terrorized into submission all who opposed the Nazis' rule, while he and his propagandists had gained millions of new supporters for Nazism. But it was only at the end of the summer of 1934, following the death of retired General Paul von Hindenburg, the man who appointed Hitler as Chancellor and had been first elected President of the Weimar Republic in 1925 and re-elected in 1932, that Hitler became the single, undisputed leader of the Germans, the Führer, the fulcrum of all political decision-making for the remainder of the Third Reich. But in the weeks after the failure of the putsch in November 1923, such a future seemed unlikely. As they looked back on Hitler's breakthrough year, most German supporters of democracy thought that they would never hear his name again. One influential liberal journalist, Erich Dombrowski, even predicted that in the future people would not understand the violence and hatred of the times that he lived in. German Democrats were optimistic because their favoured political system had survived. Alongside the Hitler Putsch, the state had navigated challenges including the military occupation of Weimar Germany's industrial heartland by the French and Belgians, as well as national and international humiliation as its currency collapsed, leading to financial chaos and mass unemployment. When these multiple and overlapping crises reached their climax in late autumn 1923, many people feared that the year would end with a civil war between communists and Nazis, or between the North and the South, or both. Others feared that regions in the West would break away from Germany. The French government would have been delighted by such a turn of events. It hoped to see the establishment of a small pro-French state that would help to protect them from any future act of German aggression. It called this state the Republic of the Rhineland. These were the challenges that Weimar's pro-democratic political leaders faced over the course of 1923. They did so in the knowledge that their lives were on the line. At the high point of the crisis, the most influential political defender of the democratic system, Gustav Stresemann, warned that if the Nazis ever made it to Berlin, he would prefer to be shot at his desk rather than take flight to try to defend the democracy from elsewhere. Stresemann's defense of Weimar democracy was aided by the decision-making of Friedrich Ebert, the first president of the Weimar Republic, another politician who faced down death threats throughout the year. Weimar's constitution contained emergency powers for use in a time of crisis. In 1923, Ebert used them to help save democracy. In 1933, Paul von Hindenburg used them to destroy it. The spiral of crises began on the 11th of January 1923, when France's Prime Minister, Raymond Poincaré, tried to solve a complex web of political problems that had dominated European international relations since the end of the First World War by militarily occupying the Ruhr district, Germany's industrial heartland. Poincaré claimed that the soldiers were there to obtain reparations in kind after Germany had failed to keep up with the payments that were a requirement of the Versailles Treaty, which successive German governments had argued were unreasonable. In the first instance, Poincaré told the world that his soldiers were there to obtain coal from the Ruhr's mines. The Versailles Treaty limited the size of Germany's army, so the German government lacked the military capacity to turn to its military to oppose the occupation. Instead, led by Chancellor Wilhelm Kuno, a conservative businessman who had become Chancellor the previous November, it declared that Germans would passively resist the occupation. The mines and factories of the Ruhr shut down. German workers and civil servants refused to comply with the occupiers' demands. German railway workers refused to move trains. The French occupiers soon realized that they would not get the coal they wanted, and the invasion devolved into a contest that would continue until one side decided to back down. Germany held the weaker cards. Passive resistance didn't just mean refusing to comply with the demands of the French and Belgians in the Ruhr, it also meant turning off Germany's industrial heartland for as long as the occupiers remained there. That meant a massive blow to state revenues, as well as the threat of unrest if the workers of the Ruhr went unpaid. The solution to both problems was to print money. Germany's politicians and central bankers intended to use new notes to cover the cost of passive resistance. Initially, it was assumed that this campaign would only last for a couple of weeks, and that the central bankers would use financial tricks to support the value of the German mark on the international exchange markets, including using the country's financial reserves to buy up German currency and prevent a fall in its value. At first, this high-risk strategy appeared to be working. Up until April, The fall in the value of the mark remained at a manageable level. But it quickly became clear that Germany would face financial ruin if it tried to keep it going into the summer. But that is exactly what Germany's leaders tried to do. After 4 months of sacrifice, they thought that it was better to abandon the currency than to lose the Ruhr. That decision set the stage in the summer of 1923 for the worst financial crisis that Germany had ever faced. The German leadership knew that this was a bad choice, but they hoped that a mixture of further financial tricks, including increasingly rapid supplies of new money, could maintain some kind of functioning economy. They also hoped that at some point during the year, international opinion would recognize that Germany was a victim of French aggression, and that the ensuing pressure on France would bring an end to the occupation. The idea that Germany might lose the Ruhr forever was a realistic one. Over the course of 1923, as the costs of the occupation mounted, France's goals became increasingly hard-line. The idea of splitting the Ruhr off permanently from Germany became more attractive to Poincaré. The French and Belgians controlled access to the region, often stopping exit and entry from the area as punishment for the conduct of the German population. To overcome the opposition of German railway workers, the French even created a new company to replace the national rail company, the Reichsbahn, in the Ruhr. In an era when the rail network was a crucial piece of national infrastructure, this was a clearly hostile move. At moments of high tension, they also used German civilians as human shields on trains in the Ruhr. By the summer, the continued printing of new notes had transformed 1923 into the year of the zeros, launching Weimar Germany into the greatest period of runaway hyperinflation the world had ever seen. At its climax in the autumn, money, one of the most important organizational features of human interaction, as well as something that shapes human sense of self-worth in relation to others, had ceased to function. The German world had been turned upside down. But not everyone was losing as a result. Some speculators used the rapid changes in the value of money to make massive profits. Others bought up the assets of their struggling rivals. When the winners displayed their new wealth, they created resentment. In this political and economic climate, the backlash against the Republic grew in strength, and more people blamed Germany's Jewish minority for everything that had gone wrong. The scale of these problems might have finished off the Weimar Republic, but in 1923 it held together. Pro-democratic political leaders fought back to save their constitution and their democracy. Just as the Nazis' 1923 putsch ended in failure, in the autumn the German communists' plans to seize power were abandoned. The armed separatist groups that wanted to break away from Germany to become independent foundered, and French imperialist plans to take control of German territory failed. In 1923, the German currency died, but despite the various forces out to destroy it, Weimar democracy did not. It survived because the coalition of forces that supported democracy in Germany, including liberals, social democrats, and conservative centrists, despite the fundamental differences between their political beliefs, all understood that the democratic system was worth protecting, that it was something that had to be supported and defended against attack from extremists of every kind. Their victory in 1923 is important. At a time when established democracies risk becoming authoritarian regimes, there has been no shortage of new historical work being carried out on the end of the Weimar Republic. This book offers a wider view of Weimar's fate. The history of the German state in 1923 shows us how a republic can survive in the face of multiple threats. Its continuation over the course of the year and the key role played by supporters of democracy in key offices offer an important contrast with the actions of the leaders who killed the republic in 1932–33. The political leadership offered by pro-democratic politicians in 1923 shows us what can happen when leaders make the right choices. In the winter of 1918–19, with the backing of the vast majority of the electorate, the opposition the democratic leaders had faced as they created the republic was weak. Conservatives had been discredited by defeat in war, and communists did not have sufficient support beyond a small number of working-class hotspots. That situation had changed by the summer and autumn of 1923, when many people were on their knees due to the greatest financial crisis that the world had ever seen. The backlash against the Republic grew in strength, and maintaining support for the democratic system in the face of its armed and violent opponents became far harder. But in the end, Germany's Democrats could stand up to that challenge, because even though the democratic political system had only existed in Germany since 1919, the ideals of democracy ran much deeper, a point that we have often missed because of our interest in identifying the long-term origins of Nazism. This is one of the most frightening lessons of this book. The Weimar Republic was able to see out the 1923 crises because of the strength of its culture of democracy. But after that culture was consistently eroded from the political right and the extreme left, it was no longer powerful enough to survive the challenges which began to be felt in Germany the year after the world economic crisis began in 1929. The contrast between the outcomes of the 1923 and 1930–32 crises offers a powerful reminder that even strong democracies, if they are continually undermined from within, may eventually collapse into authoritarianism. Taking its place in the large body of historical work about the Weimar Republic and the rise of Nazism, this book lowers the microscope to examine individual conflicts and to ask how they relate to the bigger developments taking place at the national and international levels. The individual acts of violence that it analyzes are not anecdotal. They are the heart of what made the overlapping crises of 1923 so powerful. The killing of civilians or the rape of German women by French and Belgian soldiers, the anger caused by foreign bayonets being on show in public spaces, the appeals to nationalism, the feeling that a neighbor or relative was profiteering from the collapse of the currency while one's own family suffered, the radical language of Hitler and the anti-Semitic violence of his followers and sympathizers. These were issues that powered the crisis year. They are what made political mobilization in Germany in 1923 the source of so much anger and emotion. If we do not understand that anger and emotion, we will never understand what mobilizes people to support extremes in times of crisis. Part 1. 1922 and the coming of the crisis year. Chapter 1. German Democracy Fights Back. The nurse Helene Kaiser was the first person to reach them. She had been waiting at a tram stop on her way to work at Berlin's Charité Hospital when instinctively she had thrown herself to the ground, startled by a quick succession of sounds that were out of place in the Grunewald, one of the city's quietest and most expensive suburbs. The roar of a car engine, the screeching of tires, and then what sounded implausibly like a short burst of machine gun fire and the dull thud of a grenade. As she lay on the ground listening, she heard one car accelerate away, while another rolled to a stop, and then silence. She had seen little, and said later that she had thought that a gunman had hidden himself in the bushes opposite the car. Whether there was a gunman or not, she was compelled to help, to try to save lives, even if it meant risking her own. She got up and ran towards the car, an expensive NAG cabriolet with red wheels. Its top was down and a small fire burned in the back. In the driver's seat, a man, Josef Potziller, sat uninjured but shaken. Behind him another man was lying on his side. He had been shot. There was so much blood flowing from his face and limbs that a pool was forming. First, Nurse Kaiser put out the fire that had been caused by the grenade. Then she took the injured man in her arms and held him tightly, trying to stop his bleeding while screaming at Potziller, "Quick, quick, get us to a doctor!" But it was too late. The injured man died in her arms as Potziller drove. He had been hit a total of 5 times. The autopsy revealed that the first shot had already been enough to kill him. The date was the 24th of June, 1922, and the dead man was Walter Rathenau, Germany's 55-year-old foreign minister. He had been shot dead by a former naval officer and student named Erwin Kern. Kern's friend, Hermann Fischer, had thrown the grenade. Their car was driven by Ernst Werner Teckel. Between them, they had just carried out one of the most important political assassinations of the decade in Europe. 8 years earlier, in July 1914, assassins had shot dead Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria, triggering a chain of events that plunged the continent into war. In June 1922, Kern and Fischer were part of a plan to achieve something similar. By assassinating the foreign minister, they hoped to stir up a crisis that would end with the collapse of the Republic itself. Kern and Fischer were young men from respectable families who had been radicalized by Germany's defeat in the First World War. They were members of the country's first right-wing terrorist network, the Organisation Konsul, which was founded in 1920 by Hermann Ehrhardt, a former naval officer. Ehrhardt had particular grounds for hating the Republic and its representatives. The revolution that created the Weimar Republic in November 1918 started when German sailors and stokers raised the red flag over the Navy's ships in the docks at their home ports of Kiel and Wilhelmshaven on the North German coast. Officers like Ehrhardt were determined to take revenge. In the winter of 1918 to 19, they founded 3 top-heavy officers' divisions known as the Marine Brigades. One was commanded by Ehrhardt and named after him. During the revolutionary upheavals of 1919, they fought against left-wing rebels before turning against the Weimar Republic itself in the spring of 1920 in a quickly defeated anti-republican putsch. In its aftermath, Ehrhardt went into hiding and founded the Organisation Konsul to continue the struggle underground. Its shadowy existence was helped by the creation of fake companies and the use of false addresses and secret code words. Any form of betrayal among the organization's membership was punishable by death. Their cat-and-mouse game with the state was helped by their many sympathizers in the police and judiciary. The Organisation Konsul's leadership hoped that when the time came, its heavily armed secret network would emerge either to fight against the state and bring down the Republic, or to join forces with the understrength Reichswehr and avenge the defeat of November 1918. In August 1921, it carried out its first high-profile murder. two former members of the Marine Brigades tracked down ex-finance minister Matthias Etzberger, who had signed the armistice of November 1918 and voted for the Versailles Treaty, and murdered him while he was walking in the woods on holiday in southwestern Germany. In early 1922, Kern and Fischer carried out their first daring terrorist operation together. They led a raid to free the former submarine officers Ludwig Dietmar and John Bolt from prison in Leipzig. Dietmar and Bolt had been sentenced to 4 years' imprisonment by a German court, at the behest of the victorious Allies in summer 1921, for opening fire upon survivors of the Canadian hospital ship Llandovery Castle, which had been sunk off the coast of Ireland on the 27th of June 1918. In the summer of 1922, the Organisation Consul intended to undertake a campaign of high-profile assassinations. There was a logic to its violence. It hoped that by murdering politicians who symbolized the new German democracy, it would provoke the working class into an insurrection, and that in the ensuing chaos it would have another chance to overthrow the Republic. On the 4th of June, 2 of its members came close to killing Philipp Scheidemann, one of the highest-profile social democratic politicians in the early Weimar Republic. Scheidemann was out walking with his daughter when the 2 men ran towards him, spraying poisonous gas as they went. The 57-year-old drew his pistol and opened fire on his assailants. His shots missed, but the sight of the gun was enough to scare them off. The assault left Scheidemann unconscious and seriously ill, although he would make a full recovery. The failure of this attack added to the pressure facing Kern and Fischer just under 3 weeks later. The leadership of the Organisation Consul could not tolerate another setback. When they arrived in Berlin in early June 1922, they had contemplated a variety of plans for assassinating Rathenau. One involved shooting him with revolvers in the street in central Berlin, but they ruled out this idea, fearing it left them with little hope of escaping. After weighing their options, Fischer and Kern concluded that a drive-by shooting would be best. Studying Rathenau's movements revealed that he was most vulnerable during the drive from his home in Grunewald to the Foreign Ministry in central Berlin. Rathenau regularly took the same route, followed a predictable schedule, and relied only on a single driver. He had refused extra police protection. After practicing shooting from a moving vehicle in woods near Berlin, Fischer and Kern discovered that if they used handguns, there was a chance that they might miss. Rather than take that risk, they picked up a machine gun they had left hidden with the leader of the ultra-nationalist and anti-Semitic Deutscher Völkischer Schutz- und Trutzbund in Schwerin. By the night of the 23rd of June, Kern, Fischer, and their driver, Techow, sat together in a safe house in Schmargendorf in Berlin that belonged to Richard Schött. They were joined there by Techow's 17-year-old younger brother, Hans Gert, who was still at school, and his school friend, Willy Gunther, who had helped them find this hideout just a short distance from Rathenau's home. The next morning, the older Techow discovered a snag. He later claimed that there was a problem with the large 6-seater Mercedes that they had borrowed for the attack, and that he had had to spend a couple of hours working under its bonnet. Whatever the case, they were running late, and by 10 a.m. they weren't even sure they would manage to set out that day. But shortly before 10:30, Techow was finally ready to drive. Before they left, Gunther hid the machine gun in the car while Fischer fitted it with fake number plates. Techow and Gunther drove the car out of the garage, while Fischer and Kern discreetly walked a short distance away so that they could be picked up nearby. Gunther's job was to make sure that none of their neighbors would see Kern and Fischer drive away. Once Techow picked them up, he got out of the car and returned to the garage. Once they had taken up their places in the back of the Mercedes, Kern and Fischer changed into brand-new long leather jackets with leather caps of the kind worn by racing drivers in the 1920s that left only the oval of their faces showing. A few minutes later, they pulled into a side road close to Rathenau's villa. There they waited, their eyes fixed on the Koningsallee, until Potzilla drove past in the dark grey cabriolet. As usual, Rathenau was sitting in the back seat on the left of the vehicle and smoking his morning cigar. Teko began the pursuit. A group of builders and the local postman had the best view of what followed. They noticed a slow-moving car in the middle of the street, followed by a large six-seater that was catching up with it. Both vehicles had their hoods down. As the first car slowed to take a curve in the road, it suddenly swerved to the right, and the second car's engine roared as it moved to overtake it. Then time seemed to stand still. A man sitting in the back left of the Mercedes stood up and opened fire on Rathenau. This was Kern. As he sat down, Fischer stood up and threw a hand grenade, which then exploded in the back of the minister's car. As soon as the grenade exploded, Teko hit the accelerator and the trio made their escape. The assassins had no reason to panic. Some witnesses had run after the car, but no one had managed to keep sight of it as it passed through the twists and turns of the roads in this part of Berlin, one of the reasons why they had chosen this location for the assassination in the first place. Kern and Fischer took off their leather jackets and dumped the murder weapon. "We shot Rathenau," they rejoiced. Teko then dropped them off in the Hohenzollern-Damm, from where they headed into central Berlin while he drove back to the garage, where Gunther was waiting. As he hid the car, he enthusiastically reported, "The plan worked. Rathenau is dead." Later that afternoon, as the shock of Rathenau's murder resonated across Germany, the trio of Kern, Fischer, and Teko met openly in the centre of Berlin, where they visited the city's zoo, unafraid that anyone would identify them. The following night they stayed with Kern's aunt in Steglitz in the southwest of the city. They told her that they had come to Berlin to try to find a job for Fischer. On the 26th of June, they went rowing on the lakes at Wannsee, and on the 27th of June, they left the German capital. In the meantime, one of the biggest police investigations in the history of Berlin was underway. Within an hour of the shooting, the chief of police, Bernhard Weiss, had arrived at the murder scene accompanied by the head of the political police, the equivalent of today's domestic intelligence services, and countless detectives. They would spare no expense in the hunt for the killers, issuing a 1 million mark reward for information. Yet, despite the many witnesses, at first all that was known about the suspects was that they were 3 young men aged between 20 and 25 and wearing a grey uniform. And unlike modern terrorist groups, the Organisation Konsul issued no statement claiming responsibility for its actions. False leads overwhelmed the investigators, and the car remained hidden away in the garage. For a few days it looked as if Teko, Fischer, and Kern had got away with one of the most spectacular political murders of the 1920s. But on the 26th of June, a student told the police that he had heard a young man in Berlin boasting to a group of students about the Rathenau murder. The police tracked the teenager down and arrested him. It was Willi Gunther. Under interrogation, he lost his nerve and confessed. The investigation had its first and most important breakthrough. Weiss and his team of officers now knew the killers' identities. On the 27th of June, they located the car and arrested Teko's younger brother, Hans Gert. At first, they kept this sensational news secret, still hoping to find Teko, Kern, and Fischer in hiding in Berlin. But once they were certain that the chief suspects had left the capital, they circulated wanted posters widely. On the 28th of June, the trio were officially announced as fugitives from justice, their names broadcast across Germany. Techo's uncle, Erwin Behrens, was a well-connected figure in German industrial circles. The day before the names were published, Techo had turned up at Behrens' estate close to Frankfurt an der Oder, some 80 kilometers to the east of Berlin. When Behrens read his nephew's name in the newspaper, he made a discreet call to the police. Even though Techo was a chief suspect for a crime that could end with the death penalty, Behrens handed him in, later admitting that he considered giving his nephew a pistol and telling him to commit suicide in nearby woods. More arrests followed. Of the original group that had helped the three young men carry out the murder, almost all were arrested within a few weeks. Only Kern and Fischer remained free, in hiding in North Germany, searching for ways to get help from members of Erhard's Organisation Konsul or other like-minded opponents of Weimar democracy, but unsure who could be trusted. The noose was tightening. On the 7th of July, while they were staying under false names in a guest house at Lenzen, a small town on the river Elbe about halfway between Berlin and Hamburg, someone reported to the police that the Rathenau murderers had been spotted there. Kern and Fischer were eating nearby when officers began searching their guest house, and took flight on their bicycles with the police in pursuit. Just seconds before the ferry that crossed the Elbe pulled away from the quay, they jumped on board. The boat was too far out by the time the officers giving chase reached the quay. Kern and Fischer had escaped, and now decided to head south, using hikers' maps to avoid the main routes, cycling by night and lying low by day. They wanted to get to Bavaria and link up with other members of the Organisation Konsul who would help them cross over the border with Austria and escape punishment, as Matthias Erzberger's killers had done the year before. They travelled 300 kilometers south of Lenzen to a town called Rudelsburg an der Saale. There, a committed supporter of the Organisation Konsul named Hans Wilhelm Stein lived in the medieval Saaleck castle. Once Stein had put Kern and Fischer up in the castle, he set off on his own 430-kilometer journey south to Munich to link up with the Organisation Konsul leadership and make a plan for Kern and Fischer's escape. But before leaving Rudelsburg, Stein told some locals that he was going away. When the same locals spotted a light that Kern and Fischer had left on in the castle, they started to wonder who might be there. From a distance they observed the occupants and recognized them thanks to the wanted posters. This time there was no escape. When the local police arrived in the courtyard, Kern and Fischer barricaded themselves inside the building with guns at the ready, but the shootout was over before it started. Kern stood at the highest window of the tower, ready to take aim at the officers in the courtyard below. Before he could fire, a policeman took aim and shot 5 times, hitting Kern in the head. Fischer frantically tried to save his friend, but there was nothing that he could do. Kern was dead. As the police took cover outside, Fischer carried his friend's body to one of the 2 single beds where they had been sleeping. He lay down on the other, drew a pistol, and committed suicide. For the Republic's most ardent opponents, Kern and Fischer were national heroes. They were buried side by side in a graveyard near the castle where they lost their lives. At their joint funeral, Kern's coffin was draped in the Imperial German Navy's war flag and Fischer's in the black, white and red flag of the former empire. To mark her son's death at the funeral, Kern's mother sang the Erhard song, the song of the 2nd Marine Brigade, which ends with the refrain, "Get the Jews out of Germany." Students from Jena reportedly fought over the right to carry their coffins. Once the Nazis were in power in 1933, the pair's heroic status increased even further. On the anniversary of their deaths, their graves were opened and their coffins moved to a newly decorated resting place at the center of the graveyard. This time, their coffins were lowered into the ground covered by a single flag bearing a swastika. Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, the elite Nazi force that ran the concentration camp system in the Third Reich and later took responsibility for organizing the Holocaust, and Ernst Röhm, the head of the SA, as well as Erhard himself, were among those in attendance. Kern's sister described the memorial services in their presence as unforgettable. Rathenau's murder brought the political battle between supporters and opponents of Weimar democracy into the open. The shots that were fired did not just kill Rathenau. They announced that the far-right's war on the Republic might be about to enter a new and more aggressive phase. They were a bold statement that the opponents of liberal democracy believed that they could gun down the representatives of the state in broad daylight in the streets of the capital. They came at a time when the language of politics had already reached fever pitch. On the afternoon of the 23rd of June, 1922, just hours before he was murdered, Rathenau and the German Chancellor, Joseph Wirth, the man who appointed Rathenau as foreign minister, had been subjected to a verbal tirade in the chamber of the German Reichstag by Karl Hefferich, the leader of the opposition conservative nationalist and anti-Semitic German National People's Party, DNVP, one of the most important anti-democratic political parties in the early Weimar Republic. Helfferich claimed that Wirth's government was responsible for a trail of misery and suicide, and demanded that they face trial for treason. Implicitly, he suggested that they deserved the death sentence. Helfferich's words left his enemies and supporters alike in tumult. While like-minded opponents of Weimar democracy cheered him on, his opponents on the political left and in the centre shouted abuse at him. As he listened in the press gallery, the liberal journalist Erich Dombrowski thought that the Reichstag had become a madhouse. He wondered if it would not make more sense for all of the deputies simply to leave the chamber for the duration of such a spectacle, leaving Helfferich to foam at the mouth on his own. But Helfferich got the audience he wanted. By the time the session ended in the early evening, the newspapers on the political right were ready to celebrate his outpouring. Those on the left simply called him a provocateur. Rathenau knew how dangerous demagogues like Helfferich and his conservative allies really were. He knew that their affectations of conservative respectability were hollow. And as the highest-profile German Jew in government at the time in the Weimar Republic, he knew exactly how anti-Semitism worked. In late 1921, he had warned that the way the populists repeatedly targeted the less well-educated sections of society with misinformation and lies would eventually hurt Germany. At this time, he pleaded with politicians of all parties to remember their duty to shape a civilized debate, and warned them that if their way of doing politics ended up dividing the country even further, they would not be able to wash their hands of responsibility afterwards. On the 24th of June, 1922, the Reichstag had barely come to terms with the aggression of Helfferich's speech the previous day when the news arrived that Rathenau had been murdered. Deputies accused one another of failing to defend democracy. Many blamed Helfferich personally for the murder. Pro-Republican politicians and journalists accused him of using language that led young men to carry out such violence. Even normally reserved politicians announced that it was time to treat Helfferich as if he were a villain and murderer. But not everyone condemned him. One newspaper reported that a politician on the right brought a wreath of oak leaves, the military symbol of victory bearing an anti-republican symbol into the chamber, and called Helferich the defender of German honour. In the aftermath of the murder, liberal supporters of German democracy focused on the relationship between right-wing anti-republican political slogans and speeches and the act of violence. Georg Bernhardt, the editor-in-chief of the Vossische Zeitung, called Helferich the misfortune of Germany and the most unpleasant type of German nationalist demagogue. Theodor Wolff, the editor of the liberal Berliner Tageblatt, one of the keenest observers of political life in Germany during the 1920s, agreed. "We don't like to accuse whole circles where the act of an individual is involved," he wrote, "but here the blame is so clear, the responsibility so obvious, that it is impossible not to bring charges or to attempt to disguise the blatant truth that men like Helferich were responsible." Wolff was especially annoyed with politicians and journalists of the right, whom he accused of accepting the pollution of political discourse because it increased their support base. When the Reichstag session finally began, shortly after 3 p.m. on the 24th of June, Rathenau's chair was occupied by a bouquet of white roses. Wirth warned that a terrible poison had been spread through Germany. Rathenau's murder wasn't just a political assassination, it was an assault on the Republic itself. First the leaders of the Republic fall, then the Republic itself. As he spoke, he was interrupted by jeers warning him that he would be next. But the murder did not produce the violent uprising that the Organisation Consuls leaders had hoped for. Instead, Germany's pro-democratic forces mobilized. They seized the moment to protect and re-establish the democratic values upon which their republic had been founded. During the night following Rathenau's murder, the Reichstag met again. The first president of the Republic, the Social Democrat Friedrich Ebert, one of the founding fathers of Weimar democracy, turned to the constitutional powers that allowed him to put through emergency legislation in times of crisis. He introduced a presidential order that banned anti-republican political activities, including assemblies and associations, and introduced new fines and prison sentences for anyone who insulted the Republic or damaged its symbols, including the black, red and gold flag, which was hated by conservative nationalists. This first step was followed by the Law for the Protection of the Republic, which was passed on the 21st of July, 1922. This ordered the imprisonment of anyone who conspired against past or present rulers of the Republic, and above all, instituted a new state court for the defense of the Republic. The new court would consist of 7 judges. 3 would be members of the highest state court, the Reichsgericht, appointed by the court's president. They would sit alongside a further 4 judges who would be chosen by the President of the Republic. This quartet would not have to be serving judges, but could be lay individuals, selected because of their political loyalty to the Republican government. These measures were an admission that, until this point in time, the justice system in Weimar Germany had been blatantly politically biased, with right-wing judges who had been appointed under the monarchy that had been destroyed by the revolution in 1918, letting right-wing crimes go unpunished or with only minimal punishment. The new court was supposed to put a stop to that. It also had the power to instruct other agencies to initiate investigations or to launch them itself. This was an important point. While supporters of the Republic welcomed the law as the minimum requirement to protect democracy, it put the Republic's court on a collision course with the sovereignty of the federal German states, especially the conservative government of Bavaria. The latter immediately resisted the incursion of a court of the Republic into matters of justice on its own territory, It was no coincidence that the secret headquarters of the Organisation Consul were in Munich. Just a day after the presidential order had come into existence, a communist member of the Reichstag predicted, "This weak government will not succeed in enforcing its will in Bavaria." He criticized the government's response to Rathenau's murder, observing pointedly that there had been similar speeches after the murder of Matthias Erzberger, who had been gunned down by members of the Organisation Consul the previous year. "You've heard enough of all these words to make you vomit. It is high time for action to begin. Words alone will not frighten the bandits. You must show your teeth to these beasts, to show that you are ready to bite, or they will not back down." In death, Rathenau had achieved what he could not in life. He was recognized as a great German. His murder served as a rallying point for the Republic. The day after his death, large crowds marched on central Berlin, demonstrating in the large square in front of the Reichstag. The largest protests took place on the 27th of June 1922, to coincide with a specially choreographed funeral ceremony that was held inside the Reichstag building. The powerful German Congress of Trade Unions, the ADGB, declared a national strike to allow workers to join in public acts of mourning and to show their support for the Republic. In the Ruhr, where miners' shifts did not allow for a half-day's strike, workers downed their tools for 24 hours. They were joined by employees of the Prussian and German governments, who were also told to stop working to mark the occasion, a rare moment of solidarity in a society plagued by the division between organized labor and the state. In addition to the three major parties of the left, the Social Democratic Party, the Independent Socialist Party, and the Communist Party, the middle-class German Democratic Party, Rathenau's own party, called on its supporters to take to the streets. Of the major pro-Republican parties, only Wirth's Catholic Centre Party did not join the protest. It is difficult to say with certainty just how many people participated in the demonstrations. When he looked back on them at the end of the 1920s, the author and diplomat Harry Graf Kessler, one of Rathenau's first biographers, estimated that in Berlin alone more than 1 million people were in the streets. He may have exaggerated the size of the crowds, but there is no doubt about their historical significance. This was one of the largest pro-Republican demonstrations to take place in Germany before Hitler was appointed Chancellor in January 1933. That support gave Ebert and Wirth the authority they needed to defend the Republic and refound its authority. Arguably, the support expressed for the Republic in the aftermath of Rathenau's death represented the high point of Republican political power in the 1920s. In Berlin, despite pouring rain, crowds thronged around the Reichstag, where Rathenau's coffin was brought into the chamber and placed in the President's gallery. All around the chamber there were black banners with black, red, and gold ribbons. The Reichswehr provided the parade of honor and the state opera the music. The service began with Beethoven's Coriolan Overture. Ebert spoke on behalf of the nation. Standing beside Rathenau's coffin, he lamented the loss of one of Germany's most talented servants. The bullets of cowardly murderers hurled him from his path. But this wicked act was not just aimed at Rathenau alone, but at all of Germany. This bloody act was directed against the German Republic and against the idea of democracy, of which Dr. Walter Rathenau was a staunch defender and champion. In strong language that defined support for democracy as part of the essence of Germanness, Ebert added that the perpetrators of the murder were no longer a part of the German nation. Adolf Korell spoke on behalf of Rathenau's German Democratic Party. His words and the public support for Rathenau suggested that the Republic was finally about to turn its back on the anti-Semitism of the political right and accept that Jews could belong to the German nation. Rathenau is also a murdered Jew, and therefore a victim of those so-called ideas of racial purity. Before Rathenau's coffin, let us vow to finally forego the word national if it is only for the good of one party. We willingly extend our hands to everyone who wants to protect and build the German Republic. The funeral offered an opportunity to set politics aside and avow loyalty to the Republic. It gave conservative organizations like the Reichswehr, which had failed to prove its loyalty to democracy during the Kapp Putsch in Berlin in March 1920, a chance to show that they would protect the Republic and join in its ceremonial life. It was a statement about the authority of pro-republican rulers to govern Germany unchallenged by the anti-democratic forces of the political right. It was a moment when the murderers and anti-Semites could be condemned as not belonging to the German nation. Beyond Berlin, countless more Germans demonstrated across the country. In the view of the representatives of the largest political parties, the people behind the murder and those who supported them belonged to the worst part of the country's past and had no place in its democratic future. Helferich's party went on the defensive. It issued a statement that firmly rejected all attempts to associate its members with the murder. It called the accusation outrageous, unproven, and unjustifiable. The party leadership stated that it had nothing to do with the murder, and that it was intent on bringing the Republic to an end legally. Denial of responsibility wasn't the only response on the political far right, of course. There were plenty of examples of people who were openly pleased with the news of Rathenau's death. Echoing Helferich's claims that his party's honour had been insulted by the reactions to the murder, some opponents of Weimar democracy turned events on their head and claimed that Germany's conservatives were now under threat. One leading anti-Semitic publicist, Ernst Graf zu Reventlow, even claimed that the reaction to the murder showed that there was a deliberate attempt to use this event to destroy what he called Germans' ability to fight back against the Jews. Just over 2 weeks after the murder, an article in one of the most important Jewish newspapers in Weimar, Germany, the CV Zeitung, argued that Rathenau's murder had finally made it clear just how anti-Semitic Germany had become since the end of the First World War. It remarked, "How often did we listen to people telling us, 'Your picture is too dark. Things are not half so bad.'" It was only after Rathenau's murder, it argued, that even the most optimistic observers could see that they were living through a moment of increasing anti-Semitism. The examples it provided included anti-Semitic political language that called the foreign minister a Jewish rascal, accusations that there was a Jewish conspiracy to destroy Germany, and an upsurge in suggestions that Jews committed ritual murder and paedophilia. The Central Association of German Jews described these accusations as the staple diet of the pogrom press, a reference to newspapers like the Völkische Beobachter, belonging to the Nazi Party, and the conservative National Deutsche Zeitung. The CV Zeitung, the association's paper, listed violent crimes committed against Jews in the recent past, and noted that, in all of these cases, the state prosecutors had failed to take action against the accused. In the summer of 1922, it called for urgent increases in support for educational measures to tackle anti-Semitism, lamenting that many existing initiatives had fallen short of their goal because of an absence of people and funding. Yet educational measures would have had little impact on the membership of the Organisation Konsul. Its members were virulently anti-Semitic from its very beginnings. Before anyone had heard of Adolf Hitler, the men in Erhard's Marine Brigade blamed Jews for the November Revolution of 1918-19 and even talked about killing Jews. Heinrich Tillerson and Heinrich Schulz, who murdered Matthias Erzberger, were both ardent anti-Semites. It did not matter to them that Erzberger was actually Catholic. Tillerson was certain that Erzberger was secretly Jewish, and that his real name was Herzberger. He developed this belief from reading the anti-Semitic publications of a right-wing publishing company, Hammer Verlag, one of the worst echo chambers of the early 1920s. Schulz called Rathenau the most hated man in his circle. When he returned to Germany in 1933 from the exile into which he had fled after the murder of Erzberger, Schulz joined the SS, where he climbed to the rank of lieutenant colonel and helped to plan the Holocaust. Such beliefs are an important reminder that the anti-democratic politics of the Weimar Republic were racist politics. The forces that wanted to destroy the democratic republic believed that their nation-state should be racially pure and feared the presence of Jews like Rathenau in positions of power and influence. However, it is important to remember that these groups, even if strong and gaining support, were still in the minority. Ebert's comments at Rathenau's funeral and the large number who mourned him were more reflective of public opinion than anything that was said by people like Helfferich. When he spoke, Ebert's words had authority. But the political attempt to re-establish the Republic's political legitimacy and regain the support that had been lost since the Constitution came into force in August 1919 was not to last. Within 6 months, the strengthening of democratic political cultures that might have followed in the wake of Rathenau's murder had unravelled. Within a year, the Republic had been weakened even further. It faced too many challenges simultaneously for its pro-democratic leadership to maintain the defence of the Republic that began in the aftermath of the murder. In the following months, the Weimar Republic was made dizzy by nationalist mobilization, invasion, and inflation. These crises distracted its founders from strengthening their democracy and fighting back against the far right's racist violence. On the first anniversary of Rathenau's murder, the ceremonies that were held to remember him were smaller and less powerful than those that had occurred in the immediate aftermath of his death. In the summer of 1922, the French government didn't see the democratic mobilization that followed Rathenau's murder. It only saw the murderers and assumed that they represented the true Germany. This left the French increasingly convinced that the politics of strength were the only way to deal with their neighbour. Chapter 2. The Future of French Power. Joseph Wirth, the Chancellor at the time of Rathenau's murder, didn't just need to re-establish the Republic's authority in the summer of 1922. He needed to strengthen his own political power. Even within his own party, Wirth's position was not at all secure. He was the leader of the Catholic Centre Party, which governed with the support of the godless Social Democrats. His political vulnerability was worsened by the frequency with which the office of Chancellor changed hands. Since the start of the Weimar Republic, 5 men had held the position. The biggest challenge for Wirth, as it had been for his predecessors, was Weimar Germany's foreign relations. The starting point was the Versailles Treaty, the treaty between Germany and the victor states of the First World War that was signed in June 1919 and provided the legal basis of the new international order. When its terms and conditions were first published in Germany in May 1919, supporters of all political parties were furious, with many thinking that it treated Germany like a colony. Rather than sign the treaty, the first Weimar government, with an electoral mandate, chose to resign. That decision allowed its leader, the Social Democrat Philipp Scheidemann, to criticize the treaty aggressively and make it even harder for his successor to accept it. Scheidemann's place was taken by the Social Democrat Gustav Bauer, who recognized that the defeated nation had no choice but to sign or face invasion, occupation, and an even worse peace. After taking on the burden of accepting its terms, Bauer managed to remain Chancellor until the spring of 1920, before his government collapsed in the aftermath of the Kapp Putsch, a short-lived right-wing attempt to use violence to destroy the Republic that failed in the face of mass opposition. Bauer's was followed by two governments that stayed in office for a combined total of just over a year. Wirth's predecessor as Chancellor was Konstantin Fehrenbach, the first member of the Catholic Centre Party to hold the office. In May 1921, Fehrenbach resigned following the publication of what became known as the London Ultimatum, an announcement by the victorious Allied governments about an issue that perpetually tormented the rotating caste at the helm of the Weimar Republic: reparations. 2 years after the first publication of the Versailles Treaty, the London Ultimatum announced for the first time the figure that the Allied governments thought that Germany should pay: 132 billion gold marks, German currency backed by the value of gold. The first half of the annual interest charge, 2 billion gold marks, was to be handed over within 25 days. The enormity of the figure shocked Germany. The most destructive fighting of the First World War had taken place on French soil, leaving an area that was roughly the size of the Netherlands completely destroyed. For liberally minded Germans like Rathenau, there was no question that Germany, Europe's largest economy, should pay something towards the cost of its reconstruction. But nobody assented to the figure that the Allies suggested in the London Ultimatum. Rather than accept these terms, Fehrenbach resigned, leading to Wirth's appointment as Chancellor. Instead of trying to force the Allies to alter their goals, Wirth developed a strategy that came to be known as fulfillment. It was based on the idea that the best way to obtain concessions from the victorious Allies was to try to do as much as possible to meet their demands, while proving that the demands themselves were unreasonable. It was a policy that pleased neither the Allies nor Wirth's nationalist critics. For more than a year, his government followed this course, facing hostile criticism from the German right without obtaining any significant benefits from the Allies. After he became Chancellor in 1921, Wirth personally convinced Rathenau to turn his back on his career as a millionaire industrialist and join him on the political front line. It was the first time that Rathenau, whose father had founded the company AEG and helped to bring electric lighting to Germany, had been offered a position in the cabinet. He took a few days to accept. As one of Germany's highest-profile Jews, he was fully aware of the anti-Semitic backlash that awaited him, describing the decision as the most difficult of his life. But in the end, his sense of duty was too great. From May to October 1921, he held the position of Minister for Reconstruction, and in January 1922, following another cabinet shake-up, Wirth made him German Foreign Minister, the 8th holder of the position since the Republic's foundation. He was one of only 2 German Jews to hold ministerial positions in the Weimar Republic, and the only one to hold the position of Foreign Minister. On Easter Sunday, the 16th of April 1922, just over 2 months before his death, Rathenau was in the Italian province of Liguria, about 30 kilometers to the southeast of Genoa. From inside a nearby restaurant, a small group of German diplomats were watching him. He hadn't slept much the previous night, and after spending the morning mostly in silence, he was pacing up and down. He now faced the greatest moment of personal and political pressure in his short career as a government minister, with Germany's future place in the international system hanging in the balance. Rathenau had gone to Italy to lead the German delegation at the 1922 Genoa Conference for Economic and Financial Reconstruction. This major conference, which brought together 34 countries, and which is now largely forgotten, was organised at the behest of the British Prime Minister David Lloyd George. It initially appeared to be good news for Germany. It was the first time that the Allied Supreme Council, the body created by the victors of the First World War to manage their victory, invited Europe's two rogue states, Weimar Germany and Bolshevik Russia, to an international conference and gave them the status of equal participants. It looked like Wirth and Rathenau's policy of fulfillment was finally starting to work, at least at first. Lloyd George, one of the Big Three leaders at the 1919 Paris Peace Conference alongside the French Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau and the American President Woodrow Wilson, wanted the conference to be the starting point for a new era of international relations and European reconstruction. He intended the Genoa Conference to end with the reopening of trade between Western Europe and Bolshevik Russia, as a key step in restoring prosperity to the continent as a whole. He had chosen Italy as the venue in the hope of inducing the Italian government to support him in any diplomatic clashes with the French, and with the possible side benefit of allowing him to spend time with his lover and future wife, Frances Stevenson. Fundamentally, he hoped that the Genoa Conference would show just how far the continent had come since the heated days of the Paris Conference and the signing of the Versailles Treaty in 1919. When the conference began on the 10th of April, Italian Prime Minister Luigi Facta promised that by the time it ended there would no longer be friends and enemies, victors and vanquished. Lloyd George was equally optimistic. He promised that the greatest gathering of European nations would deliver a real and lasting peace. But as Rathenau walked on the beach in Liguria a week later, that initial optimism felt like something from the distant past. From the beginning of the conference, Lloyd George's major concern was the French. Britain and France had been allies during the First World War. But since their shared moment of victory in November 1918, their governments had clashed over a range of issues. Resolving those disagreements not only meant potentially prioritizing French interests above German ones, it might also involve delivering a crippling financial blow to Weimar democracy, as Rathenau well knew. One of Lloyd George's major preoccupations was finding common ground with the French in their dealings with Lenin's Russia. In the wake of the Russian Revolution, when Lenin openly set out to overthrow capitalism and smash capitalist states, the Empire states of Western Europe agreed that their only option was to destroy Bolshevism first. After Lenin's Bolsheviks failed to spread their revolution westwards, Lloyd George's previously hard-line policies towards Lenin's Russia began to thaw, while successive French governments remained firmly opposed to any concessions to the Bolsheviks, not out of principled opposition to their violence or ideology, but because of debt. Lenin's February 1918 repudiation of Tsarist Russia's international debts had erased the savings of 1 million French bondholders. Though Britain and Germany had since signed limited trade agreements with Russia, no French government could tolerate any concessions that would continue to leave it out of pocket. Lloyd George's planned conference raised considerable alarm in Paris, but France nonetheless agreed to participate, provided it was understood that nothing that had been agreed at Versailles could be changed. Lloyd George accepted the French terms at a meeting of the Allied Supreme Council in Cannes in January 1922. He did so because it was the only way that he could get the French to agree to allow the conference to take place. But the difference between France's goals and those of Britain, Russia, and Germany, all of whom wanted to see changes to the order established at and since Versailles, put the leaders of each of these states on a collision course. To reinforce their opposition, the French sent their Minister for Justice, Louis Barthou, to Cannes, whereas every other country sent either its Prime Minister or Foreign Minister or both. A calculated snub. Even worse, Barthou was a well-known hardliner. He had previously been Minister for War, and he was still chair of the Reparations Commission, the body set up by the Allies to manage Germany's payments to them. Germany could expect no sympathy from him, and Barthou made his views clear from the very start. Just minutes after Lloyd George and Factor began the conference with optimistic appeals for the creation of a new European order, Barthou warned that Genoa was not a court of appeal and criticized the vain language of some of the politicians present, a direct allusion to the colourful speeches of Lloyd George and Factor. Things deteriorated further when Barthou flew off the handle in response to a speech by the Soviet representative. The People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Georgy Chicherin, was both the first representative of the Soviet Union to speak at an international conference of states and a veteran revolutionary. Chicherin called upon everyone present to abandon the agreement made at Cannes and to transform the Genoa Conference into a much broader discussion that would cover issues like debt reduction, redistribution of wealth, and collective disarmament. Barthou interrupted to lecture everyone present that Chicherin had overstepped the mark. It took the combined intervention of Lloyd George and Factor to stop Barthou from speaking further, and to bring the undiplomatic scene to an end. To overcome their mutual hostility, soon after Lloyd George invited the French and Russian delegations to private talks in the Villa d'Albertis, a beautiful Renaissance palace overlooking the city of Genoa, which an Italian aristocrat had provided as a base for the British delegation for the duration of the conference. For Rathenau and Wirth, the prospect of private negotiations between Britain, France, and Russia was especially worrying. Rumours began to circulate that the meetings were really about finding a way to solve Russia's debt obligations to France by making the Germans pay. At the 1919 Paris Peace Conference, the victors had been adamant that Germany should pay reparations to them, but they were also certain that they did not want Germany to pay anything to Lenin's Russia. To solve this dilemma, the Versailles Treaty permitted the Allies to determine when and how much reparations Germany would have to pay to Russia at a future date, which would be set once the anti-Bolshevik and pro-capitalist whites won the Russian Civil War. The possibility now loomed that these legal mechanisms were being seriously discussed as a solution to the problem of how to finance Russian reconstruction. Excluded from the meetings, Rathenau feared that Paris and London were coming up with a plan to make Germany pay reparations to Russia so that Russia could repay its outstanding debts to France. In this scenario, France's and Russia's need for money would trump Weimar democracy's need for political legitimacy. If this came to pass, Rathenau would return to Germany in infamy as the Jewish foreign minister who had added the cost of Russia's wartime and pre-war debts to Germany's reparations bill. In his private letters to Lily, the young wife of one of the AEG board members with whom he had a close relationship, he described having a crushing weight on his shoulders. Rathenau knew that if the worst came to pass at the conference, he would surely pay for it with his life. Rathenau's fears were made worse by Lloyd George's refusal to meet face-to-face with the German delegation during the first week of the conference. Rathenau could only think that Lloyd George must be up to something. Earlier that spring, the Russians had twice offered Rathenau a treaty that would legally rule out future reparations claims against Germany. Rathenau had refused on the grounds that a new Russian-German treaty would rupture his relationship with Lloyd George. But now, finding himself sidelined by the British and facing a potentially unsustainable financial burden, he began to reconsider his earlier haste. On Good Friday, the 14th of April, 1922, the German delegation was briefed on the progress of the talks in Lloyd George's villa. An Italian intermediary warned that the Russians, British, and French had made good progress and were close to a deal. This news left Germany's diplomatic representatives desperate. They saw only one option. It took Rathenau all of Saturday to accept that this was the best course of action, but that evening he instructed Baron Argo von Maltzahn, a leading German diplomat with excellent connections with the Russian delegation, to make contact with them. After dinner, Rathenau returned to his hotel and waited in the lobby. To his amazement, Chicherin's answer came at 1 a.m. The Russians wanted to talk. Rathenau was to travel to their hotel as early as possible the next morning. Operating in the dark, the Germans debated what the next day might bring. While Rathenau was still in his pajamas, a small group of diplomats, as well as Chancellor Wirth, crowded into his hotel room to discuss their options. Wirth and Maltzahn were determined to go ahead with the talks, but others remained suspicious. If Chicherin really was close to a deal with the British and the French, why did he want urgently to meet the Germans? The next morning, tensions increased further. After breakfast, the German delegation finally received the message that they had wanted to hear for over a week. A UK diplomat told them that Lloyd George would meet Rathenau that day. By the time he got the message, however, the German foreign minister was already on his way to meet the Russian delegation, which was staying in a hotel in Santa Margherita, 30 kilometers down the coast from Genoa. Rathenau now faced a new dilemma. If he turned around and went to meet Lloyd George first, an offended Chicherin might take Russia's offer off the table. Rathenau had no idea if the British were already aware of what he was up to, and feared that their invitation might be a deliberate ploy to scupper Germany's plans to reach an agreement with the Russians first. All he was certain of was that Genoa was teeming with spies. Torn, pacing up and down the beach, he had to make a gut decision. After a few more minutes on his own, he headed back to the restaurant to meet the Russians. He had decided that it was too late to reverse the process that had brought them to this point. To the diplomats huddled around him, he announced, "The wine has been poured. It is time to drink it." Minutes later, the German delegation arrived at the Russians' hotel. Even though both sides had draft treaties ready from their previous negotiations, it still took them the entire afternoon to agree on the final details. But there was no going back. Shortly after 6 p.m., Rathenau signed a German-Russian agreement that became known as the Treaty of Rapallo. It was a stunning moment in 20th-century international relations. Germany and Russia had reached agreement outside the frameworks created by the powerful victor states of the First World War. For the others at the Genoa Conference, it represented an unforgivable betrayal. Lloyd George's conference was meant to bring Weimar Germany back into the fold of Western liberal nations, not end with it signing a new treaty with Bolshevik Russia. An American observer at the conference wrote home that he felt like a bomb had just exploded. The British Foreign Secretary called it a gratuitous insult. The shock caused by the Rapallo Treaty can be difficult to grasp. After all, The deal between Chicherin and Rathenau was quite limited. They agreed to restore diplomatic relations between Germany and Russia, an agreement that would soon be replicated by states across Western Europe. They also agreed that neither side would make reparations demands upon the other, thus ending the prospect of transfers from Germany via Russia to France. Additional terms included agreement on the resumption of trade and permission for German companies to work in Russian oil and gas fields. There was also a secret military agreement that foresaw a limited amount of sharing of military technologies and some active planning to escape the conditions of the Versailles Treaty. This was possibly a stepping stone to greater cooperation, but it was on such a minor scale that it offered little threat to France, which at this time had the strongest army in Europe. However, the explicit contents of the treaty mattered less than the psychology of when and how it was signed. Most of those in Genoa thought that the First World War had been caused by the dangers of secret diplomacy and international alliances. Rapallo looked like a return to that world. To a continent struggling to come to terms with the millions of deaths caused by the war, it felt as though Germany and Russia were backsliding towards disaster. For the British Prime Minister, the treaty was a major personal failure. One observer described Lloyd George as literally hopping mad when he was first told about it. His first words were, "Impossible! Surely such a thing could not happen." Then he raged at, "Damn German stupidity!" Many commentators expected that the conference would now collapse. But 3 days after the Rapallo Treaty was signed, Lloyd George held a painful press conference where he announced that it would continue. As punishment, German representatives would be excluded from participation in the commission dealing with future relations with Russia. They also received a critical letter, warning them that they had stepped out of line. As early as the summer of 1919, Lloyd George had been fully aware that a final peace treaty that was too harsh on Germany could push it towards the Russians. That was one of the reasons he had resisted French demands to punish Germany even more during the Paris Peace Conference. But at Genoa, he simply couldn't conceive that holding private negotiations with the French in his villa might lead to a Soviet-German treaty. It was a failure of political imagination of the gravest order. Lloyd George's shock was also caused by something that commentators and historians speculated about for decades, but which we now know with absolute certainty. The rumours that the negotiations in the Villa d'Albertis were close to reaching the kind of agreement Rathenau feared were entirely untrue. Barthou remained deeply mistrustful of the Russians, and was more interested in arguing about the recent past than forging an agreement. As for Chicherin, he had gone to Genoa to obtain recognition and respect for Russian sovereignty, and had no intention of accepting an agreement that would consign Russia to the status of a colony whose mineral resources belonged to Britain and France. When Lloyd George's delegation finally contacted the Germans to invite them to meet, he had no hidden agenda, and Rathenau had no reason to fear. Lloyd George simply wanted to discuss what was going to happen next. 5 weeks after the Rapallo debacle, on the 19th of May 1922, the Genoa conference ended without agreement. It was obvious that Lloyd George's great plans for European reconstruction had failed. At its final plenary session, Rathenau brought Germany's contribution to a close with a memorable speech that warned of the persistent dangers of the war's legacy. The current state of the world is not peace, but a state similar to war. In any case, it is not perfect peace. Unfortunately, in the individual countries, public opinion has not been demobilized. The remnants of war propaganda circulate still and poison the atmosphere. After this, he finished his address in Italian, quoting the 14th century poet Petrarch, one of the most important figures in the European Renaissance. I go calling out, peace, peace, peace. Even Barthou was impressed. For Rathenau's first biographer, the cosmopolitan Harry Graf Kessler, the speech represented a triumph for Rathenau and for Germany. Kessler, who was in Genoa for the duration of these events, suggested that by the end of the conference Rathenau had repaired the damage that Rapallo had done to Anglo-German relations. He even argued that, by bringing Germany and Britain closer together, the conference was ultimately a triumph for Rathenau. Yet although Rathenau's words went down well in the final session, they were just as meaningless as Lloyd George's and Facta's on the opening day. The armies of the First World War may have been demobilized, but minds were not. The Rapallo Treaty had contributed to Genoa's failure, and trust between nations remained broken. It was a crucial moment in the history of the Weimar Republic. Instead of coming away from Genoa with closer relations with Britain and France, Rathenau and Wirth returned home even more isolated than before. The French were furious and considered the Rapallo Treaty as dangerous as a declaration of war. 8 days after the treaty became public knowledge, French Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré went to Bar-le-Duc to deliver France's reply. This was the town where Poincaré had grown up, and he remembered well the years from 1871 to 1874 when it was occupied by the Germans, with the last German soldiers only leaving after France had paid all of its reparations to Germany following its defeat in the War of 1870 to 1871. The town also held a special place in the French experience of the First World War. In 1916, when the fate of France depended upon the ability of the fortress of Verdun to hold out against a massive German assault that aimed to bleed the French white, the only French supply route to Verdun started at Bar-le-Duc. Standing in such a symbolically important location, Poincaré announced that France would deal with Germany unilaterally in the future. Fed up with the pace at which it was paying reparations, Poincaré simply could not ignore the emergence of a new Russian-German partnership and the widespread expectation in France that the Rapallo Treaty was the starting point for a German-Russian alliance. It was a crucial turning point in French policy towards Germany. Even though Poincaré was a hardliner, since his appointment as Prime Minister in January 1922, he had done little to suggest that his policies in government would live up to the rhetoric that he had used in opposition. The Rapallo Treaty changed that. It brought France closer to unilateral action against Germany, while crucially removing the brakes on French aggression that had been in place because of British opposition to such a move. The Weimar Republic's future international relations with the victor states would now depend on whatever action the French government decided to take next. The fate of German democracy depended on the mood of Raymond Poincaré. Throughout the summer, he remained enraged that the Germans had reached an agreement with Russia, while continuing to delay reparations payments to France. As each month passed, he grew more determined to put French boots on the ground in the Ruhr to make the Germans pay. But as 1922 came to an end, the threat of a French invasion was only the beginning of Weimar democracy's anxieties. In October 1922, the political system that would eventually destroy German democracy in 1933 came to power in a European state for the first time. That month, Italy's fascists provided all European nationalist opponents of liberal democracy with a blueprint for its destruction. It was a seismic moment for the continent's future. Chapter 3. The Fascist Moment. Benito Mussolini was a short man with a bald head and darting eyes. When he founded the Italian Fascist Party in 1919, it was widely predicted that Italy's socialists were on the verge of taking power. But by the summer of 1922, the fascist movement, whose representatives had received fewer than 5,000 votes in the Italian elections of November 1919, was strong enough to threaten the existence of Italy's limited parliamentary democracy. And by the autumn of that same year, by becoming the continent's first fascist head of government, he had changed the course of European history forever. Mussolini's stronghold was in the Italian north, where his first supporters had started the fascists' campaign of violence in 1919 by seeking out fights with socialists in the streets, often attacking them when the socialists flew red flags. As the fascist movement grew, its supporters looked down on the Italian capital of Rome as an Italian swamp whose corrupt elite was destroying Italy. When the time came, Mussolini promised that Italy's fascists would lead a march on Rome and create a new Italy that would restore the nation and the capital to the greatness of the ancient Romans, whose power had conquered most of Europe. For observers trying to predict the course Italian politics would take in the summer of 1922, the threat posed by Mussolini was hard to gauge. He was well known as a speaker who used bombastic, exaggerated rhetoric. But as summer turned to autumn, the rumors of an impending fascist move against the state grew louder. At the same time, there was a shift in the rhetoric of Mussolini and the fascist leadership. They toned down their calls for the creation of an Italian republic and stressed their movement's loyalty to the king and the Italian army, hoping thereby to convince the military that it would be wrong to open fire on their brothers in the fascist movement. Fortunately for Mussolini, even with the looming threat of a fascist coup d'etat, there was no consensus among his political opponents about how to deal with him. Even though the fascist movement was based on violence, and its members had previously murdered elected members of the Italian parliament, many among Italy's political elite considered a Mussolini government to be a lesser evil than the threat of a country led by the socialist left. In mid-October, Mussolini gave 4 men the task of planning the fascists' power seizure. The plan they came up with involved 5 stages. First, the fascists would mobilize their armed supporters across Italy and take control of public buildings, especially police headquarters and prefectures, and shut down communications, including the post, the telegraph system, and railways. In the second stage, the most experienced and best fighters would assemble in towns within striking distance of Rome. They would then issue an ultimatum demanding that Mussolini be given power. In the event that their demand was rejected, the armed fascists were to force their way into Rome, seize government buildings, and keep fighting until all resistance was defeated. In the event that they were forced back out of Rome, their plan foresaw the establishment of a rival fascist government in central Italy, whence they would continue the fight until victory was theirs. It was nothing short of a recipe for civil war. Though the details of Mussolini's plans remained under wraps, the reality was that what was coming was an open secret. On the 26th of October, the Prime Minister, Luigi Facta, and the Minister of the Interior warned Italy's prefects that a fascist insurrection was about to take place and instructed them to prepare to resist it with force. General Pugliese, the army commander in charge of defending Rome, got ready to stop the fascists' armed squadristi, the infamous black shirts. But in a sign of what was to come, Facta's government was unable to reach agreement about the necessity of immediately introducing martial law in advance of the fascists' assault on the state. On the 27th of October, the fascists made their move. The first occupations occurred in the cities of Cremona in the Italian north, as well as in Pisa and Siena, both of which were within striking distance of Rome. During the night of the 27th to the 28th of October, there were further mobilizations as fascists occupied key buildings across Italy. In most cases, there was no real resistance or serious bloodletting. Both the armed fascists and the police and prefects charged with defending the state held their fire to see what would happen next. In Rome, in the early hours of the morning of the 28th of October, Facta's government unanimously declared a state of siege that was to come into force at midday. For a few brief hours, it looked like the government was going to demand that the army and police use force to put down the fascist insurrection. But just hours after the plans were agreed, the Italian king Vittorio Emanuele refused to sign the order. Without his backing, the army would not open fire on the squadristi. It was a decisive moment in European history. Vittorio Emanuele opened the door to the fascist coup d'etat. The king's reasons for doing so have never been fully explained. Few European royal families allow historians to consult their archives freely, even today. The most likely explanation is that he came to believe that the price of trying to stop the fascists by force would be higher than that of allowing them to proceed. He didn't want to be responsible for starting a full-blown civil war. It is also possible that he feared for his place on the throne. If he signed the order and the fascists won, he perhaps thought that they would remove him from office as a punishment for supporting their opponents, especially as there may have already been a deal behind the scenes to replace him with another member of the Italian royal family. What we can say with more certainty is that if he had signed the order and sent the army out to defend the institutions of the state, there is little doubt that the fascists would have been routed. Even if the army contained officers and men who sympathized with Mussolini and the fascists, their discipline and loyalty to the king would have been enough to allow them to open fire. By failing to take that step, Vittorio Emanuele opened the door for other Europeans to dream that the next fascist government would be in their country. Once Facta's emergency measures were rescinded, the forces of the state stood down and allowed the fascists to behave as though they were now in power. At the local level, the fascist squads claimed victory, entering municipal buildings in many towns, raising their flags and cheering the dawn of a new era. In Rome, Facta resigned. Vittorio Emanuele's first choice to replace him was former Prime Minister Antonio Salandra, the veteran politician who had taken the decision for Italy to enter the First World War in May 1915. But Salandra was too weak politically to rule on his own. He suggested that the king should ask Mussolini to join him in a coalition government, which would be under Salandra's leadership. When Mussolini refused this offer outright, Vittorio Emanuele concluded that there was no alternative but to offer the position of Prime Minister to Mussolini. Mussolini received the news on the 29th of October 1922, but he was in no rush to accept the king's capitulation. When his forces first mobilized at the start of the coup, he had barricaded himself into his Milan offices, planning to stay as far away from the action as possible. Even after the king sent his message, Mussolini took his time. He wanted to enter the capital only after his armed men had marched into Rome, to make it look like they had used force to seize power, in spite of the reality that General Pugliese had opened the gates of the city to them once the king's order was known. Mussolini's trick worked. The images of armed men marching into Rome solidified the powerfully enduring myth that the squadristi had marched on Rome and seized power. It left an important legacy. From this point on, the fascists' glorification of violence included the idea that they could only take over the state through an act of aggression, real or imagined. In Italy, Mussolini's appointment set in motion the end of the liberal state. In the coming months, supported by a mass movement accompanied by violence, Mussolini pursued the destruction of the opposition. Some enemies were eradicated almost at once, while other rival power centres, including the monarchy, were allowed to remain in existence so long as they did not openly challenge the regime. Mussolini's fascist dictatorship would hold firm for almost 25 years. The news of Mussolini's appointment sent shockwaves around the world. The March on Rome now represented a frightening statement about how fascist strongmen could proceed to seize power. Just 5 years after Lenin's Bolsheviks had begun their campaign of violence to take control of the territories of the former Russian Empire, fascism offered a second alternative to liberal democracy. In Germany, Mussolini's victory represented a major propaganda victory for Hitler. A parliamentary democracy that had been on the victorious side of the First World War had been defeated. Italy's socialist left had been unable to stop Mussolini's fascists from taking control of the state. In the wake of Mussolini's appointment, Hitler now commanded the attention of the German press. In the Social Democratic Party's flagship newspaper, Vorwärts, Hitler was mentioned only twice in the 2 calendar months before the March on Rome. By contrast, in November and December 1922, following Mussolini's appointment, he was the subject of no fewer than 26 articles. Above all else, Mussolini's example fueled Nazi self-confidence. A week after Mussolini's appointment, Hermann Hesse, the editor of the Nazis' most important newspaper, the Völkischer Beobachter, spoke in Munich's Hofbrauhaus Beer Hall. He told the rally, "What a group of courageous men were able to do in Italy, we can also do in Bavaria. We also have a man like Italy's Mussolini. His name is Adolf Hitler. The parliamentary swindle must be brought to an end. In its place must come a national dictatorship." Supporters of Weimar democracy got the message. On the 16th of November, the newspaper of the Central Association of German Jews, the CV Zeitung, quoted Hesse's words on its front page in an article warning of the threat that the German fascists posed to both Germany's Jews and the German fatherland. They warned that the example of Mussolini was likely to trigger a battle between rival right-wing groups in Germany. After all, at this time, Hitler was just one of many anti-democratic politicians aspiring to become the German Mussolini. The CV Zeitung feared that this battle would encourage rival speakers to become increasingly radical, in a battle to outdo one another and assume leadership over the entire far right. It warned that they were intent upon unleashing pogroms in Germany, and that the ensuing chaos would end with the creation of a German dictatorship. It lamented, moreover, that Hitler could glorify violence and call for the overthrow of the state without serious challenge from the state powers. In October 1922, German Jews weren't just despondent because of Hitler's growing prominence. They were also disappointed by the trial of 13 young men charged with participation in or supporting the murder of Walter Rathenau. Held in Leipzig's spectacular Neo-Renaissance Supreme Court building, opened as a symbol of German judicial independence in 1895, It was the first opportunity that the newly created State Court for the Defense of the Republic had had to demonstrate its ability to administer republican justice. Its performance on this occasion would leave many disappointed. The trial began on the 3rd of October 1922. On the first day of the trial, the courtroom, which had capacity for 700 people, was overflowing. But the crowds that gathered weren't made up solely of supporters of democracy. Its opponents also gathered. Some wore emblems that identified them as supporters of Hitler, while others let their views be known by joining in the Nazi chant of Heil whenever the police vans passed through the streets to carry the accused to and from the court. The police guarding the prisoners and protecting the court were nervous. There were rumors, which they took seriously, that an underground group, perhaps even the Organisation Konsul, would try to use force to free the accused. When he was led into the courtroom on the first day of the trial, Ernst Werner Teckow's face was pale. He had good reason to be fearful. Weimar Germany may have been a liberal democracy with a progressive constitution, but it retained the death penalty, administered by guillotine, the noose, or the axe. It was a fate that many people wanted for Teckow. When he took the stand for the first time, he admitted that he was a member of the Organisation Konsul, but claimed that it had had nothing to do with the murder. He emphasized instead that Erwin Kern, this fanatic, and who was now dead, of course, was the driving force behind everything that the group of men had done. He told the judges, "I was under his influence and I couldn't go back." Teckow's unconvincing testimony was followed by similar performances by the other accused. The coverage was divided across the partisan press. On the first day of the trial, one reporter for the pro-Republican Berliner Tageblatt said that listening to the defendant speaking left observers wondering if Rathenau and Erzberger had been murdered at all. Another commentator thought that the defendants had learnt nothing so thoroughly as lying. Yet the anti-Republican nationalist and conservative press published articles that defended the accused and repeatedly suggested that they were simply good boys who had become involved in something that they didn't really understand. Having initially suggested that the trial would be a display of Republican justice, the correspondent for the Vorwärts newspaper grew increasingly frustrated with the proceedings. It quickly became clear to him that the court was not going to go after the politicians, journalists, and financiers who gave life to what he called the many-headed murder hydra. As his frustration increased, he demanded, "We need to find out who are the masterminds pulling the strings. We already know the puppets." But few were listening. On the final day of the trial, Teckow was visibly pale. Ludwig Ebermeier, the 64-year-old senior state attorney who had served as the chief prosecutor in a series of high-profile political cases at the start of the Weimar Republic, had demanded that Teckow face the death penalty. But the judges found him guilty only of being an accessory to murder, and sentenced him to 15 years imprisonment and 10 years loss of civil rights. Not only had he escaped the death penalty, Teckow would not even face lifelong imprisonment for his crimes. Realizing his good fortune, he enthusiastically thanked his defense lawyers and looked with gratitude towards the president of the court. The judges were even more lenient with the other conspirators. Willy Gunther was given 8 years imprisonment, while 5 others received sentences that they had already completed as a result of being held in custody for the duration of the trial. A further 3 defendants were found not guilty. One of the guilty, Ernst von Salomon, would start writing a novel about his experiences with the gang while he was imprisoned. When The Outlaws was first published in 1930, it would be the start of his career as one of 20th century Germany's best-selling right-wing authors. Judge Alfred Hagens, who chaired the proceedings, justified the court's sentencing on the final day. He stated that the case in Leipzig was against the young helpers and tools, and said that it was impossible not to have a certain compassion for them. Hagens blamed anti-Semitism for the murder, which was certainly true, but in this instance the focus on anti-Semitism was also a convenient way of ignoring the need for the judges to examine the organization behind the murderers. It was also a way of suggesting that anti-Semitism was something that could be fixed through education, rather than an unchallengeable belief that provided a structural framework for German opponents of democracy. Few commentators were genuinely satisfied with the outcome. The Social Democratic Vorwärts noted that the first trial at the State Court for the Defense of the Republic was not the Republican act that one had expected. On the political right, the sentences were condemned as excessive. The ultra-nationalist Deutsche Zeitung thought that the Teckau brothers were children who belonged in the reformatory, and described their sentences as downright monstrous. Another ultra-nationalist newspaper, the Deutsche Tageszeitung, argued that the outcome of the trial had shown beyond all doubt that accusations that the nationalist right were responsible for creating the climate in which the murder could take place were entirely false. For the newspaper that served as the voice of German Jews, the Ziffau Zeitung, the most important lesson offered by the Rathenau trial was that it was absolutely necessary to eliminate the spirit that gave birth to the attacks. There could be no safety for German Jews, it warned, until the spirit of hatred and slander that is found every day in the anti-Semitic press was eradicated. The best that could be said of the outcome was that it was at least an improvement on the behavior of the reactionary courts of the past, which had not even convicted right-wing killers. But the trial did not deliver a warning to any organized group on the right or the left that the institutions of the state and its ministers were untouchable. It did not send a message about the state's legal power to prosecute those who used violence against it. And it did not demonstrate a determination to prosecute anti-Semitism. In the end, it amounted to both a political and a judicial failure. As the trial took place, across Germany, nationalist and anti-Semitic speakers with either formal ties to the Nazi Party or growing sympathies with its goals repeatedly asserted false claims about Rathenau and Jewish influence upon Germany. One of the most notable such firebrands was a 31-year-old female Nazi named Andrea Elent. Like the leader of the Organisation Konsul, Hermann Erhard, Elent's anti-democratic radicalism had its origins in the German Navy during the First World War. Her husband, a naval officer, was killed during the fighting, and at the end of the war she began her political career when she joined the right-wing and strongly anti-Semitic Deutsche Völkische Schutz- und Trutzbund, German Nationalist Protection and Defiance Federation, in Munich. Tall and thin, she kept her hair tied back and tucked away under a striking hat, shaped like the steel helmets that German soldiers wore during the First World War. Observers of her speeches noted that her habit of wearing a long dark raincoat or leather jacket, which she tightened at her waist with a wide leather belt, helped her to stand out. By the summer of 1922, Elent was based in Kitzingen, a town with around 10,000 residents in the wine-producing region of Mainfranken in northern Bavaria, about 250 kilometers north of Munich, where her speeches regularly filled the town's largest venues. From there, she travelled to nearby towns and villages where, in the words of the newspaper of the Central Association of German Jews, the Ziehval Zeitung, she sowed her poisonous seeds and claims that the government and its republic were solely responsible for the present misery. Her increasing popularity was a product of the economic crisis of 1922, and in particular the collapse in agricultural prices that left many rural families facing ruin. Though we often associate the fall of Weimar with the economic crises of 1923 and 1930–32, it is a mistake to forget that the economy became dysfunctional much earlier. Economic problems were caused by a decade of inflation that began in August 1914, when the German government took the decision to finance the First World War by issuing bonds to German citizens that would be repaid when Germany was victorious. After the defeat in 1918, the value of the German currency continued to decline, and the agricultural sector was hit particularly badly. On the day of Rathenau's murder, the 24th of June, 1922, $1 was worth around 330 German marks. Just over 100 days later, at the start of the trial of the gang that killed him, the cost had risen to 1,800 marks. This was not even close to the worst of the hyperinflation that would almost destroy the Weimar Republic in 1923, but the effects were bad enough to draw crowds to listen to the speeches of Nazis like Elent. On top of the fall in the value of the German currency, the 1922 harvest had been poor. This worsened the situation facing farmers, many of whom were angry because they had to sell their products for less than they had spent on seed and fertilizer since the start of the year. For them, Elent offered a simple and straightforward explanation for who was to blame. Racketeers, usurers, profiteers, Jews. But Elent wasn't just a popular preacher who targeted minorities. She was an early representative of fascist politics in rural Germany. Even before the term was widely used, she had her own company of stormtroopers or assault troops. As she traversed the wine-growing region, she was followed by around 50 to 80 men armed with clubs and knuckle-dusters, and led by a swastika flag-bearer. When she spoke publicly, her followers' job was to intimidate anyone who interrupted her. If any Jews were present, they forced them to leave. After she finished speaking, she sent her troops off on rampages through clusters of Jewish streets in small towns or villages, where they chanted, "Jews out, string them up." Elent's case should have served as a perfect example of the way that the law for the protection of the Republic could be used to defend the Weimar Constitution and punish those calling for violence against it. But there was no will to create such examples, especially in Bavaria. Just as the court in Leipzig was failing to demonstrate the power of democracy against Rathenau's killers at the national level, her ability to continue anti-republican agitation in local communities in northern Bavaria was making a mockery of the new law. In some places, where attempts to ban her from speaking were made, she used a simple legal trick to get around them. She redefined the gatherings as private meetings, open only to members of the newly founded Association of Listeners of Elent. A membership card was made available to attendees at the entrance. When the Central Association of German Jews protested against her anti-Semitism, the district president to whom they addressed their concerns advised them to ignore her speeches. He warned them to avoid doing anything that might particularly nourish the current anti-Semitic thought, such as inappropriate behavior towards the lectures. Elent needed no such nourishment. She called the government criminal. All Jews and racketeers, or Jews and traitors, she described Jews as the force behind both Russian Bolshevism and American capitalism, and claimed that the truth about the Jews remained unknown because they controlled the press. At one meeting that was only open to women who were 18 and older, she warned, "Jewish doctors work against families. Judah wants to strike against Germany's unborn generations so that they stay unborn and Judah can be victorious and rule the world." An important reminder of how fears and experiences of miscarriage or failed conception could be made part of the anti-Semitic message. Elendt's speeches called for action. She told her audiences that they should hunt the government to hell. She advised farmers not to send their produce to Berlin, where it would be used for speculation, and told them not to sell grain to Jews. She called upon Germans to unite and protect yourselves from Jewish power. On one occasion, as she finished speaking, she demanded, "The Jewish star must perish, and the cross of Christ must rise in the light of the swastika." This language had consequences. In the autumn of 1922, the Central Association of German Jews recorded increasingly frequent attacks on Jews in public spaces in Bavaria and across Germany. In one example, it reported how two swastika followers, the term it used to describe followers of Hitler, attempted to murder a Jewish businessman by trying to throw him from a moving train in Hanover. Their target survived by fighting back, pulling the emergency brake and bringing the train to a stop. While they were assaulting him, one of the perpetrators reportedly told him, "No Jews come through here. Understand that, Jewish beast." The Ziffau Zeitung described it as one of the usual sort of anti-Semitic ethnic attacks. In 1923, when she eventually faced trial for her anti-Semitic agitation, Elendt was found not guilty. By then, the pro-democratic backlash against fascists like Elendt had grown muted as the Republic's supporters had moved on to other national challenges. Efforts to reassert the Republic's values in the wake of Rathenau's murder had run out of steam only a year later. On the 14th to the 15th of October 1922, Andrea Elendt was in the small town of Coburg, almost 300 kilometers to the north of Munich, where she was a speaker at the German Day, a weekend-long nationalist rally organized by the Deutsch-Völkische Schutz- und Trutzbund to mobilize German opponents of democracy. Adolf Hitler was there too. He traveled from Munich in a train that was specially organized to bring more than 500 Nazis to the rally. It was a shameless copy of the city occupations that Mussolini's squadristi had undertaken during the previous 18 months. At first, it looked like their parade might pass off peacefully. Hitler's supporters paraded behind a swastika flag while a band played music. But once they caught sight of socialist protesters who had gathered to oppose the march, the true nature of the parade quickly revealed itself. Whistles sounded, and the Nazi stormtroopers began attacking the anti-fascist protest. When members of the working class insulted and spat at the police, the representatives of law and order took the Nazis' side. For the Nazi movement, the event became legendary. The stormtroopers crowed that they had claimed Coburg. For the left-wing press, it was an episode of naked street terror. Many middle-class observers of the violence sympathized with the Nazis, claiming that they were only defending themselves and admiring them for also attending a church service later that weekend which called for German renewal. It was exactly the kind of publicity that Hitler craved, and other newly founded local Nazi groups would emulate such actions with increasing frequency during the winter of 1922 to 23. The dust had barely settled on the German Day at Kohlberg when Hitler received a further boost. On the 20th of October 1922, Julius Streicher, who would later become one of the Third Reich's most infamous anti-Semitic propagandists and be hanged for his crimes against humanity in October 1946, formally launched the Nazi Party's Nuremberg branch. It was another important milestone. Nuremberg was Bavaria's second city. Like Munich, it was home to rival anti-democratic groups who were fighting among themselves to establish leadership in the race to overthrow the Weimar Republic. Until October 1922, Streicher was a member of the German Socialist Party, a rival group to Hitler's Nazis. Both included the word socialist in their party names, even though neither was a party of the left. But Streicher had fallen out with the German Socialist Party leadership and faced financial ruin. At the start of October 1922, he approached Hitler and offered to join forces with him. If the Nazi Party paid off his debts, Streicher would bring his supporters in Nuremberg with him into Hitler's party, helping to weaken the rival German Socialist Party significantly in northern Bavaria. Streicher's followers were part of the wave of new members that the Nazi Party attracted in late 1922. At the start of the year, Hitler's party had 17 branches. By the end of the summer, that figure had risen to 46. But by the end of 1922, it had doubled once again, to around 100. Most were in Bavaria, but the party was starting to stretch its tentacles beyond its political heartland. The best estimates suggest that by the end of 1922, the party had around 8,000 members. Even if this is a tiny figure compared to the mass parties and pro-democratic organizations of the early Weimar Republic, there is no doubt that the final months of 1922 represent the moment when Hitler's political star first began to rise. The question at this time wasn't so much whether the Nazis would continue to grow, but rather whether Hitler would be able to maintain control over the disparate firebrands who found his movement so attractive. This is why the example of Mussolini mattered so much. Even the collection of anti-Semites, agitators, propagandists, ultra-nationalists, monarchists, anti-socialists, and oddballs who were drawn to Hitler and Nazism in late 1922 could see the success that Mussolini had achieved by maintaining a united fascist front. Hitler saw it too. He realized that if he could replicate this feat, the path to victory over Weimar democracy was crystal clear. For supporters of Weimar democracy, the Republic's 4th birthday on the 9th of November 1922 offered little cause for celebration. Just months after the passing of new laws to defeat their opponents, the defense of the Republic had grown far more challenging. The Social Democrats' newspaper, Vorwärts, was certain who bore the greatest responsibility for the mounting problems. An article on its front page on the 9th of November argued, "The anti-revolutionary powers in Germany would never have attained such strength if the victors in the World War, through their capitalist policies of bankruptcy and their inability to solve the problems of the war, had not weakened the body of the German economy, undermined the Democratic Republic, and paved the way for a new growth in nationalism in Germany." It finished with the hopeful suggestion that, despite inflation, starvation, the fear of unemployment, and bankruptcy, Germany would neither turn to suicidal communist experiments nor give way to fascist adventures. The continuing collapse of the German mark threw cold water on such hopes. On the 9th of November 1922, it slumped to its lowest value yet. 9,000 German marks were now needed to purchase a single US dollar, a more than 27-fold increase since June 1922. mounting economic crisis opened the door for a multimillionaire industrialist named Hugo Stinnes to launch an assault on some of Weimar's foundational labor protections. On the anniversary of the foundation of the Weimar Republic, Stinnes delivered a major public speech at the Reich Economic Council, charging that workers' right to an 8-hour working day, one of the most important rights established at the Republic's foundation, should have no place in its future. He proposed that workers' shifts should be extended to 10 to 12 hours without additional pay. He also proposed banning workers' right to strike in sectors deemed crucial to the national economy, which, given the circumstances facing Germany, could be extended to include every major sector. Stinnes warned that if the right to strike was not banned, it would be impossible to undertake any measures to stabilize the fall in value of the German currency. That was a warning that the German central bank, the Reichsbank, was not to spend a cent of its reserves to try to increase the value of the German mark until the 8-hour working day had been abandoned. Stinnes's speech made the future of the 8-hour working day a key political battleground. Trade unions and the majority of the Social Democratic Party opposed him firmly. For them, it was critical to the Republic. Responding to his claims that it was unproductive, they retorted that if men like Stinnes really wanted to make German labour more productive, they should invest in plant modernization and new technology. More generally, they were furious that a man like Stinnes could get away with blaming workers for the economic slump and suggesting that punishing workers by worsening their conditions was the solution to Germany's problems. But Stinnes's agenda could not be so easily ignored. He wasn't just an extraordinarily rich industrialist, he was also a Reichstag deputy, as well as a leading member of the German People's Party, a nationalist party of the right with strong ties to industry. In the 1920 elections to the Reichstag, it had obtained just under 14% of the vote, making it the fourth largest party. Not only did he enjoy direct access to President Ebert, he owned his own newspapers. In such a charged political environment, he had the means to make himself heard and to set the agenda that others had to respond to. In the winter of 1922-23, he did so with aplomb. Since Rathenau's murder, the internal politics of all of the major German parties had changed. Following the assassination, the largest pro-democratic party in the Weimar Republic, the Social Democratic Party, moved to the left. In September 1922, it merged with its former left-wing rival, the Independent Socialist Party, which had been founded in 1917 when the most radical left-wing members of the SPD quit their party because of what they perceived as the unduly conservative policies of the majority of its members. With the reunification of the SPD, the party had over 1 million members and 186 seats in the Reichstag, more than the combined total of its coalition partners, the liberal German Democratic Party, Rathenau's party, and the Catholic Centre Party, Wirth's party, which had 103. The three most important parties of the centre-right reacted to these developments by shifting to the right. In the summer, the German Democratic Party and the Centre Party joined with Stinnes's German People's Party to form a new anti-socialist working group of the Constitutional Centre. Initially, this forum for thinking about collaboration between these groups proved useful to Wirth. It helped to secure German People's Party support for the law for the protection of the Republic in July 1922, and later for the extension of the term of office of President Ebert on the 24th of October, which required the support of 2/3 of deputies. But in the longer term, its existence helped to create an unbridgeable gap between the parties on which Wirth depended for his parliamentary majority. It was only a matter of time before the German Democratic Party and the Centre Party would have to choose between maintaining their coalition with the Social Democrats or opting for a stronger formal alliance with Stinnes's German People's Party. The solution was either a break from the coalition or, if enough Social Democrats could be convinced to support the idea, a move to include Stinnes's party in a broader coalition. Friedrich Ebert ended up making the key move. Just after his term as president was extended, he told Wirth that it was time to expand the coalition to include Stinnes's German People's Party. Ebert reasoned that Germany was going to need a strong, stable government going into the winter of 1922-23, and that, if Stinnes was included, it might help to secure more favourable treatment from the victorious Allies. By the end of the year, Wirth didn't need much convincing that his government should move further to the right. He had already told the cabinet on the 23rd of October that it was time for a concentration of forces. The question was whether the Social Democrats could tolerate the inclusion of Stinnes in a government that they nominally supported. Wirth's position had grown more tenuous since Rathenau's murder. In its immediate aftermath, he had famously told the Reichstag, "The enemy stands on the right." But Wirth remained a politician of the moderate right, a position that left him increasingly exposed. In Bavaria, he was so disliked for his cooperation with the Social Democrats that, even though he was the leader of the Catholic Centre Party, he was not invited to attend Katholitentag, Catholics' Day in Munich at the end of August 1922. Munich's Archbishop, Cardinal Michael von Faulhaber, who was one of the driving forces behind his exclusion, personally hated Wirth, calling him a statesman of the sorriest sort, and accusing him of opening the back door to Bolshevism in Germany. On the 13th of November 1922, 3 days after Ebert suggested that Stinnes's German People's Party should become part of the government, a weakened Wirth secured support from both the Social Democratic Party and the German People's Party for a new diplomatic note to the Allies. Wirth also decided that he needed Stinnes's backing to make his new policy a success. Where Wirth had previously demanded that the Allies give Germany a new reparations deal before German policymakers could do anything to try to stabilize the German mark, a policy summed up as first bread, then reparations, the German government would now change course. For the first time, in the note, the German government made credible suggestions that it would use the most important financial weapon available, the Reichsbank's gold, to stabilize its currency. As payback for risking the Reichsbank's gold, Wirth asked the Allies for a new 3- or 4-year moratorium on reparations and a new final reparations bill based on Germany's ability to pay. With these proposals under consideration, Wirth argued that they were far more likely to be successful if the German government was extended to include Stinnes and the German People's Party, which represented big business. The reunified Social Democratic Party now faced a major test. Though some former leading members of the Independent Socialist Party supported expanding the coalition, a majority of the Social Democratic Party's Reichstag deputies opposed it. After all, Stinnes had just launched an assault on both the right to strike and the 8-hour working day. They had good reason for their opposition. The merger of the Social Democrats with the Independent Socialists left Wirth's government with a stronger majority than at any time since its formation. Wirth had also already obtained the German People's Party's support for Wirth's note to the Allies. But Wirth's hands were tied. If he failed to expand the coalition and reassure its conservative members that he had not become a puppet controlled by the socialist left, he knew that his days as Chancellor were numbered. There was no acceptable compromise, and on the 14th of November 1922, Wirth resigned. A businessman, Wilhelm Kuno, became the next German Chancellor. Ebert played a key role in his selection, which hinged on his achievements as General Director of the Hamburg-America Shipping Company, Hapag. Kuno was generally recognized as having rescued the company from ruin in the aftermath of the First World War. It was a significant achievement. When Kuno took over the leadership of Hapag after his predecessor had committed suicide, the company was facing the general challenge of the collapse in international trade with Germany as a result of the First World War, along with the particular challenge confronting the German merchant shipping sector. Just as they confiscated Germany's military shipping as a prize for victory in the war, the Allies also seized its merchant fleet, arguing that even though it was civilian shipping, it had military potential. Without trading partners or ships, many people predicted that Hapag would soon cease to exist. But Kuno managed to convince American investors to support the company and rebuild its strength. Ebert hoped that Kuno could work the same magic with the United States government to obtain a new deal on reparations and stronger American support to stabilize the German currency. The idea was naive, but it made some political sense. At the time of Kuno's appointment, Germany was facing one of the worst winters in its modern history. Either the currency situation would continue to worsen, or stabilization measures would be introduced that might bring mass unemployment and major cutbacks to welfare and social programs. By appointing a technocrat and politically non-aligned leader to take responsibility for these decisions, Ebert was offering the Democratic parties a chance to get someone else to do the dirty work and transfer the blame to an outsider who wasn't a member of any party. But appointing a technocrat had its risks. The French invasion of the Ruhr was just weeks away. In the face of an active threat to the existence of German democracy, Kuno would have been no one's first choice to rally popular support for the Weimar Constitution. He was not the man to lead the Democratic Republic's resistance to a French invasion either. Even if at first he managed to rally Germans to respond to the occupation, he did so by taking positions that were impossible to reverse, even after they revealed themselves to be failing disastrously. If anything, on the eve of the invasion, his appointment foreshadowed the course that German politics would take in the aftermath of the invasion, when the nationalist and anti-republican right profited most from the calls to defend Germany from the French and Belgian threat. Kuno's first speech as Chancellor made this shift in rhetoric apparent when he promised that Germany would never surrender any of its territory to occupation. He had barely taken up office before that promise was tested to its absolute limits. Part 2. Winter and Spring 1923. Chapter 4. The Invasion of the Ruhr. Early on the 18th of January 1923, the journalist Erich Dombrowski was a passenger on the overnight train from Berlin to Essen, one of the largest cities in the Ruhr district, famous as Germany's coal region. As the first light of morning started to sparkle, the region mesmerized him. Looking out of the window of the train as it passed from one town to the next, he stared at the endless towers and chimneys, and flames rising from furnaces, beneath which as many as 500,000 miners worked in vast underground labyrinths. There was nowhere on earth quite like it. The highly industrialized Ruhr was so unique, Dombrowski mused. Only people who had been born and raised under its rose-pink sky could truly feel at home there. Dombrowski arrived at a decisive moment for the future of Europe. Even though his employer, the capital's leading liberal newspaper, the Berliner Tageblatt, already had a Ruhr correspondent, Dombrowski had been sent there to report on the French and Belgian occupation of Germany's industrial heartland, which had begun a week earlier. It was at once the last major military act of the First World War in Western Europe, France's final attempt to use military force to secure its victory, and the Weimar Republic's first truly existential crisis. The invasion began on the 11th of January 1923, when 3 military columns, 2 French and 1 Belgian, set off from their bridgeheads around Düsseldorf and Duisburg, which were already occupied under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. Even though they faced not a single German soldier to challenge their advance, the columns were led by mounted cavalry with their sabres drawn, followed by light artillery, tanks and soldiers with machine guns, supported by hospital cars, field kitchens, ammunition trucks, and a small number of French military aeroplanes. The French appeared ready for another war. Over the next 3 days they occupied nearly all of the Ruhr district. The exception was Dortmund, a large city about 40 kilometers to the east of Essen, which French forces only occupied on the afternoon of the 16th of January as a punishment for the German refusal to comply with French demands. In Bredeney, a well-off suburb of Essen, the most senior French commanders, including the head of the French occupation forces, General Jean-Marie de Gutte, took up residence in the Villa Hügel, a spectacular palace of 269 rooms built in the early 1870s by the man later known as the Cannon King, Alfred Krupp, the founder of the Krupp Steel dynasty. The rest of the force of 70 to 100,000 troops took up residence in considerably less spectacular accommodation across the region, in schools, police buildings, offices, hotels, and farms, as well as in housing belonging to industry and private individuals. As they crossed the Rhine, some imagined themselves as an invasion force from the days of Louis XIV or Napoleon I, intent on conquering regions of Western Germany for France. The local population responded to the occupation with extreme anger. As French soldiers marched into Essen at lunchtime on the 11th of January, one journalist described the entire city as being on its feet, with crowds lining the streets to show their displeasure despite the declaration of martial law by French forces. The Prussian police, which continued to operate, now faced the unenviable task of maintaining order. On the first day of the occupation, they managed to separate angry crowds from occupying soldiers. There were a small number of incidents when German police had to stop protesters from attacking or provoking the soldiers, but the bulk of the protests were more symbolic in nature. Groups of young people, including students, gathered to sing nationalist songs like The Watch on the Rhine, a patriotic war song about protecting the Rhine from French invasion. By nightfall on the first day of the invasion, there was no record of any shots being fired or of any loss of life. The French armoured car that had taken up position in the square in front of Essen's town hall at midday had been intimidating, but by evening it had withdrawn. The situation changed on the 15th of January. That evening a German teenager was shot dead by the French military in Bochum, a mining town about halfway between Essen and Dortmund, which had been occupied by the French the previous day. In the same incident, a woman was shot in the stomach and a man in the leg, though both survived. The gunfire occurred after a group of young people, some of whom were allegedly members of the Bismarck League, gathered to sing nationalist songs, including a well-known soldiers' song which contained the words, "We want a victorious triumph over France." As they passed through the Königs Allee close to a French post at the railway headquarters building, the French Guard opened fire. Of the 25 French soldiers present, Most fired blank warning shots intended merely to scare the crowd and force it to disperse. But at least one, and possibly more, fired live shots. Whether this was deliberate was never established. News of the fatality brought the anger in the city to boiling point. Across the Ruhr, crowds formed and marched through the streets singing patriotic songs. To the north of Essen, in Buer, the French military commander announced that any person who failed to stop instantly when instructed to do so by French soldiers would be fired upon with live ammunition. On the 18th of January, the occupiers banned the singing of the Watch on the Rhine and the German national anthem. They also banned performances of Friedrich Schiller's play William Tell, whose central story of heroic resistance to a foreign occupier was deemed too provocative in the circumstances. The dead teenager's funeral was a significant event. President Ebert sent a telegram of condolence, and his office helped to coordinate financial donations to the victim's family. Vorwärts declared that there was blood on Poincaré's hands. It argued that it didn't matter whether the demonstrators had provoked the French soldiers by singing, or whether they had been juvenile and foolish. What mattered was that the soldiers did not fire in self-defense. A second civilian fatality occurred to the east of Bochum in the town of Langendreer on the 19th of January. At around 9:30 p.m., the medical orderly Franz Kowalski was walking from the Kaiserplatz to the district court building. It was dark, but oil lamps lit up the area. Suddenly, a shot rang out, and Kowalski fell dead. Reports suggest that a French soldier had shouted at him and then immediately fired. The French commander later maintained that the soldier had complied with the rules of engagement. When Kowalski was buried on the 23rd of January, thousands of locals, as well as national and local government representatives, schools, and trade unions attended his funeral. Vorwärts called it murder. In the aftermath of both deaths, German diplomats in Paris sent protest notes to the French government. The response to the first note, signed in the name of Prime Minister Poincaré, defended the conduct of French soldiers and warned that any threats against them would be ruthlessly suppressed. There was no formal response to the second note, whose tone and content the French declared so unacceptable that they refused to receive it formally. Later, reports in French newspapers would claim falsely that the soldiers had only opened fire after the protesting crowd had fired upon them first. The deaths were the most significant acts of violence at the start of the occupation, but there were others. To the north of Bochum, in Recklinghausen, French officers attacked a group of women with horsewhips while they were attending a play. A non-fatal shooting occurred in Bochum on the 24th of January, when French soldiers were accused of firing upon a worker after they called on him to stop. In Cologne, on the 23rd of January, a French officer drew his pistol and fired several shots during an altercation with a German man that began when the officer insulted the man's wife. A girl otherwise uninvolved in the incident was injured. An enraged mob attacked the officer, but he managed to escape. In another town, a French soldier was accused of stabbing a German civilian after they began to argue on board a train. On the 23rd of January, a drunken German worker was sentenced to 20 days in prison and a 100,000 mark fine for insulting French soldiers by mocking their boots. From the very start of the occupation, German women and girls faced the threat of rape and sexual violence. One of the first documented cases occurred in Herne, a district to the west of Dortmund, on the 19th of January, when 3 French soldiers were accused of attempting to rape a German woman. The following day, another attempted rape was reported in Bottrop, where a 15-year-old girl was followed by a French soldier. She was rescued by 3 German men who fought the soldier off and helped her home. On the 31st of January, a 19-year-old German woman was followed home by a French soldier in the small town of Annen to the southeast of Bochum. When she tried to run away, he caught up with her and sexually assaulted her before she managed to fight him off and escape. In each of these cases, protests were sent to the French authorities, but no prosecutions followed. In Bottrop, the German police led the investigation. However, when they were unable to identify a suspect, the French military declared that the investigation had to end. In a sign of things to come, the initial French military response to allegations of sexual misconduct on the part of French troops was to question their veracity. It would not be long before sexual violence on the part of French and Belgian soldiers would become one of the most hated aspects of the occupation. French Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré had launched the occupation with strong parliamentary and public backing, which gave his decision legitimacy, but which also made it harder to abandon the occupation once it failed to deliver on his initial goals. On the 11th of January 1923, as soldiers made their way into the Ruhr, in the French Chamber of Deputies, the measure was approved by a margin of 476 to 86, a huge vote of confidence for a politician that the British Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon called "that horrid little man." Poincaré delivered speeches claiming that France had to act to ensure that it received compensation for the devastation that its regions had suffered during the First World War, and to prevent its victory being stolen from it bit by bit. Meanwhile, French propaganda justified the occupation as a limited mission, as a team of French and Belgian engineers and mining experts, formerly known as MICUM, Inter-Allied Mission for Control of Factories and Mines, set out to examine whether Germany was truly complying with their demands for payment of reparations in kind. Defending France's isolation in going ahead with the policy, Poincaré added that if the British had made a reasonable suggestion, or if the Americans had offered to cut inter-Allied debt, then France could have reduced its demands on Germany. He even added that it might not be too long before the frustrated British would join the French in the Ruhr. In any case, he was adamant that France had no choice but to act. Poincaré had made his decision to occupy the Ruhr over the course of 1922. After the signing of the Rapallo Treaty in April of that year, the French Prime Minister was furious. When Wirth's government sent a request for a 2-year moratorium on reparations payments on the 12th of July 1922, Poincaré's position hardened even further. That day he asked Marshal Foch to deliver a military plan for the occupation of the Ruhr and requested him to coordinate the preparations. The measures that France would demand of Germany now extended to the introduction of a new German currency, as well as further financial reforms and the creation of a truly independent central bank. Until such reforms took effect, Poincaré intended to take control of real deposit payments, code for the seizure of tax income, state mines, and customs duties in the Rhineland. Not only did he mean to create a new customs border, turning the occupied Rhineland into a distinct economic area separate from the rest of Germany, he also proposed that France would gain majority ownership, 60%, of large chemical companies located to the west of the Rhine, thus taking control of most of the German chemical industry, which was heavily concentrated in this region. In addition, in order to stop German delays to reparations payments to France, he wanted 26% of the value of German exports to be paid in hard currency, as well as taking ownership of state-owned forests and mines on the Rhine and in the Ruhr and across Germany. At the start of August 1922, Poincaré brought a new set of hardline proposals for dealing with Germany to a meeting of Allied heads of government in London. The London negotiations ended a week later without agreement. The British cabinet described Poincaré's plan as ridiculous and insulting. Even Belgium opposed it, viewing it as an obvious attempt to remove the Rhineland from Germany. When he left London, Poincaré told the French press that he did so empty-handed, but with his hands free. Almost as soon as he got back to Paris, he called a special meeting of the French cabinet. It was chaired by the president, Alexandre Millerand, and both Foch and de Gucht were invited. There is no record of what was said at the meeting, but everything points towards it being the moment when the principle of occupying the Ruhr was agreed. Before France could act, however, it would not only need to craft a plan for the occupation, but would also need to make a show of having exhausted all diplomatic opportunities for cooperation. While the plan for the military occupation was being drawn up and debated, from September to December 1922, Franco-German diplomatic and business negotiations continued, though proposals were repeatedly rejected as unacceptable to France, and decisions were pushed to future meetings. This continuing diplomacy has nevertheless given rise to disagreement among historians. Some put the date of Poincaré's ultimate arrival at the point of no return in September. Others suggest that it wasn't until the end of November, whereas another school of thought suggests that, as the planned date for the actual occupation in January 1923 got closer, Poincaré started to get cold feet, and embarked on genuine efforts to find a diplomatic solution in Brussels and London in December 1922 and January 1923. Important as the diplomatic process may have been, the French Prime Minister faced a more fundamental conundrum. France's financial power had been fundamentally weakened by the costs of the First World War, yet its military power remained exceptionally strong. This disjuncture created pressure for the French leader to use the area where he had power to reinforce the area where his power was missing. Having grown up in an era when France was still a great imperial power, Poincaré faced a stark choice. He could respond to hostile acts like the Rapallo Treaty by demonstrating that French power still existed, or he could give way to Wirth and admit that France was a great power no longer. As the history of Europe's empires during the 20th century shows clearly, it is a lot harder for politicians to admit to post-imperial powerlessness than it is for them to attempt to deliver military solutions to political and economic problems. Poincaré chose to be an imperial statesman and sent in the troops. His decision would set in motion a series of radicalizing processes that would almost destroy Weimar democracy, while fundamentally weakening France's international and economic power. The possibility of a French invasion was well known, but when it finally occurred, Germany's political and military decision-makers had no clear plan as to how they might respond. Days before the invasion, the chief of the Reichswehr advised Cuno's government that military resistance was not an option. The only hope was to find a policy that would satisfy German nationalism at home while presenting Germany as the victim abroad, in the hope that eventually British and American pressure might end the occupation. Cuno settled on passive resistance. In order to resist the occupation passively, Germans in the Ruhr were to refuse to comply with the occupiers' demands, as far as was possible without engaging in physical violence. They were to continue to follow German law, which remained in force in the occupied territory. The occupation transformed Cuno from the unelected leader of a non-political technocratic government into the political focal point of a nation rallying in a time of crisis. Amid the euphoria, the risk that passive resistance would ruin Germany economically in a matter of weeks or months was swept away on a tide of nationalist cheering. The mood was not to last, but many commentators then and since have compared the Reichstag session held on the 13th of January 1923 to the speech given by Kaiser Wilhelm on the 4th of August 1914, when he declared a political truce between all Germans that was meant to last for the duration of the war. In both 1914 and 1923, it was a hugely emotional moment. The point when the bitter political rows that had divided socialists from nationalists, Protestants from Catholics, North from South, was supposedly set aside to allow everyone to rally behind the cause of the nation at war. And for a time it worked. When it was announced in the Reichstag on the 13th of January 1923, the policy of passive resistance received the backing of an overwhelming majority of German deputies. Only a few politicians dissented. They tried to sound alarm bells, warning that passive resistance would lead to Germany's economic ruin and that it was better to recognize the power imbalance and concede to French demands. Their warnings would prove prescient, but few were listening to them at the time. Even Gustav Stresemann, the politician who would finally end the policy on the 26th of September 1923 after replacing Kuno as Chancellor, was initially among its most vocal supporters. On the 13th of January 1923, he declared France's goal to be the removal of the Rhineland from the German Empire and the acquisition of the industrial power of the Ruhr for France. He called the invasion a blatant breach of international law and demanded that Germans unite to resist it. To show that the German public was behind Kuno's government, the following day was declared a national day of mourning. For the duration of Sunday, the 14th of January 1923, the sale of alcohol was forbidden. Flags were flown at half-mast, and across Germany people were called upon to protest against the occupation. In the Königsplatz, the square in front of the Reichstag in Berlin, now known as the Platz der Republik, up to 500,000 people gathered for an anti-French protest that had been organized by the parties of the right and centre. The Social Democrats refused to join them. As was common practice at demonstrations of this scale, which did not have the necessary sound amplification to allow the entire audience to listen to a single speaker, 18 different speakers addressed the crowd at separate points around the square. Stresemann spoke at the victory column. As he stood there on the Königsplatz in the cold of a Berlin January, before pleading for greater national unity, he told nationalist protesters that the formerly mighty Germany had lost the First World War because we didn't remain united until our last breath. At the end of the demonstration, the crowd roared their approval for a statement that condemned the occupation as the monstrous rape of the German people, and called on Germans to refuse to do slave labor for the peacebreakers under the shadow of their bayonets. There were further demonstrations across Germany. In Munich, the Bavarian Prime Minister, Eugen von Knilling, promised that Bavaria would be loyal to Germany during the crisis, and added that a day of righteous retribution would soon come when a united Germany would take revenge on France. When he reflected on the demonstrations that took place that day, Kuno thought that Germans were living through a time when the fate of the people matters more to those people themselves than to the government. For German supporters of Weimar democracy, the invasion created an impossible political dilemma. Any move they made stood to empower the nationalist far right. From the very beginning of the occupation, German supporters of democracy knew that the anti-republican right held the advantage, having always maintained that military strength was the only way for Germany to deal with its enemies. After all of their efforts to forge a new European order based on cooperation, Germany's pro-democratic parties now faced the dilemma of how to oppose the French without empowering a new wave of anti-republican nationalism. On the day of mourning, Berlin's Social Democrats tried to escape this problem by organizing separate demonstrations for their party members. They argued that they could not share the same stage as several, if not all, of the speakers at the Königsplatz. At the end of January, a speaker at a rally in Berlin summed up the Social Democratic Party, SPD leadership's dilemma. The German workforce doesn't sing "The Watch on the Rhine" or "We want a victorious triumph over France," but through their discipline they will know how to counter the enemy, who are armed to the teeth, through passive resistance, and, if need be, through strike action. The invasion also left Germans feeling as though they were being treated like a colony. The day after the protests, the editor of the Berliner Tageblatt, Theodor Wolff, called on Germans to prepare to make sacrifices and demanded order, unity, and discipline. He warned that if they did not do so, Germany would be treated like a French colony. In the Vossische Zeitung, a liberal newspaper read by Berlin's political elite, another leading liberal commentator, Georg Bernhardt, was adamant that there could be no compromises so long as French machine guns support martial law in Essen. He added that France would have to choose the politics of the bayonet or the politics of the plough, or between Poincaré and Europe. He didn't say what he thought would happen if the French stuck with Poincaré. Days after his arrival in the Ruhr, Erich Dombrowski was still dumbfounded by the sight of French soldiers. He looked at trains with howitzers, machine guns, vehicles, ambulances, and floodlights, while small and large groups of French poilus, the French equivalent of the British term Tommy, or the American term doughboy, the nickname given to American infantrymen during the First World War, roamed the streets. In the trams, he was astounded to see separate sections reserved for French officers, while the population crams and pushes into the other cars like on the Berlin metro. One school after another was being transformed into a barracks, and he sensed the local population's bitterness worsening. On the 20th of January 1923, visiting the French military headquarters at Bredeny, Dombrowski marvelled at the extent of the French occupation. They had commandeered all public buildings, including all local schools, erected several checkpoints, and French army cars and trucks, as well as groups of poilus, were constantly coming and going. That morning the weather was wet. In front of the town hall, which was now the French administrative headquarters, Dombrowski noticed how each time an officer entered the building, a poilu appeared with a mop and cleaned the floor. It would be a lot harder, he remarked, to erase the stains left by the decision to occupy the Ruhr militarily. Shortly after 10:30 a.m., Dombrowski caught sight of one of the most significant developments since the French and Belgian occupation had begun. A group of cars stopped outside the town hall. The 6 passengers were all important industrial figures. The most famous of them, Fritz Thyssen, the acting head of the Thyssen family business, was known across and beyond Germany. They entered the town hall accompanied by French gendarmerie, but when they came out, just 5 minutes later, they were under arrest. They had been detained for refusing to deliver coal and coke to the French. When they left the building, the 5 leading industrialists were treated like ordinary criminals, accompanied by armed French soldiers and officers. From this point on, they were known as the German mine owners. Even German liberals called them martyrs. Since Kuno had declared passive resistance a week earlier, The nature of the relationship between the occupiers and the population of the Ruhr had grown increasingly tense. In reality, it was a three-way affair. The French military occupiers had to deal with the German civil servants who represented the state and controlled state-owned business in the occupied region, as well as with private civilians and privately owned industry. It very quickly became apparent that the French and Belgians would not immediately achieve their stated goals. On the 15th of January, the day after the mass demonstrations, the German government banned the export of coal to France. On the 19th of January, a joint proclamation from the federal government and the state governments of Prussia, Bavaria, and Hessen instructed all civil servants in the occupied region to refuse to obey the instructions of the occupation forces. They justified this on legal grounds, claiming that the occupation itself was a breach of both the Treaty of Versailles and international law. On the same day, railway workers were ordered to refuse to load coke and coal onto trains belonging to the French. On the 21st of January, the German Association of Iron and Steel Industrialists cancelled existing contracts and refused to pay for ore that was sent from France to Germany. This measure was intended to depress the French heavy industry sector. The French responded in turn. On the 18th and 19th of January, French soldiers, supported by Belgians, whose policy at this stage was to follow the French lead, either occupied or surrounded Prussian state-owned mines, demanding that their works councils resume the delivery of reparations coal. The presence of armed soldiers radicalized workers, whose opposition drew on a long tradition of working-class hostility to militarism in the Ruhr. Dombrowski witnessed a standoff following French soldiers' threat to blow up parts of the mining machinery in the Bergmannsgluck colliery in Recklinghausen if miners refused to cooperate. After they made this threat, he said, "The anger of the working class was unlimited." The arrests of German civilians and officials occurred in parallel. In Buer, Westerholt, and parts of Gelsenkirchen, French soldiers occupied mines and arrested several directors, including Oberbergrat Wilhelm Ahrens and the president of the mining commission in Recklinghausen, Otto Raiffeisen. They were among the first German leaders arrested. On the 18th of January, the president of the state tax office in Düsseldorf, Friedrich Schlütius, was arrested by the French for refusing to hand over documents to the occupation authorities. Lower-profile arrests included that of a German police officer who refused to salute a French officer on the same day. On the 20th of January, trade unions and the SPD demanded both the release of those arrested so far and the withdrawal of all soldiers from the mines. As much as all of these events contributed to a hardening of mentalities on both sides, the arrest of Fritz Thyssen and the other 5 leading industrialists hiked tensions to a new level. Thyssen had recently been elected to represent the German mining industry in talks with the French. He had sat across the table as a negotiator from the officers who had now ordered his arrest. His fate was symbolic of the fate of the occupied Ruhr. If Thyssen could be thrown in jail at the behest of the French military, then anyone in the region might share the same fate. The actions of the mine owners had created a huge problem for the occupiers. Before the French and Belgian soldiers arrived in the Ruhr, the Rhine-Westphalian Coal Syndicate, which brought together private and state-owned mines in a single organization that together controlled 70 to 80% of the coal supply in Germany, moved its headquarters and 600 staff out of Essen to the German port city of Hamburg, 350 kilometers to the north. All of its records went with it in 15 lorries. Without these records, French and Belgian engineers and mining experts had no way of showing that German mines were deliberately underproducing in order to avoid payment of reparations in kind, the formal reason given for the Ruhr occupation. They also had no way of knowing the precise details of how the German mining industry worked, which was vital if they wanted to control its production. The fate of the mine directors led to a mobilization against the occupation on a scale that no one could have predicted. Almost as soon as Fritz Thyssen had been arrested, the Thyssen General Works Council threatened to cease production if he was not immediately released. By the 23rd of January, Vorwärts was able to report that not a single mine whose director had been arrested was still working. The representatives of the Polish workers at the Thyssen works at Hamborn added their weight to the demands for Thyssen's release, smashing any French hopes that Polish migrant workers might side with the occupiers. The protest strikes continued for 3 days. The works councils at mines owned by Hugo Stinnes, organizations that brought together labor union leaders to negotiate and often argue with management, also protested after the arrest of General Director of Stinnes Mines, Walter Spindler, and joined the Thyssen workers in striking. Further support was provided by German telephone operators, who refused to put through French calls, and the German Post, which rejected cooperation with the French. After their arrest, Fritz Thyssen and the other industrialists were taken by car to Düsseldorf, then by train to Mainz. Along the way, there were spontaneous protests at stations as their train passed through. After they were transferred to prison, their status afforded them 2 concessions. Their hair was not cut, as was the normal practice, and they were permitted to keep their watches. Other than this, they were treated like common criminals. All their possessions were confiscated, they were placed in dirty single cells and, according to German reports, they were prevented from speaking with their defense lawyers for a full 2 days. They were not permitted to use the toilet on the floor of their prison, but instead had to use a bucket in their cells, which was only cleaned when they received their food. It took several requests before they were eventually given soap and towels. This treatment helped turn the mine owners' imprisonment into a propaganda victory for the campaign of passive resistance. In addition to public demonstrations in the Ruhr, it produced a wave of condemnation across Germany. The Social Democratic Vorwärts praised the workers for showing solidarity with Fritz Thyssen, a man who had gained notoriety the previous year for his opposition to the 8-hour working day. The newspaper claimed that the protests were a reminder that there was no basis to their opponents' claims that the left had no fatherland. On the 22nd of January, Dombrowski described telegrams and letters of support arriving at the Thyssen works from all over Germany, and summed up the dilemma facing the French. They could occupy and control the region with military power, but they could not force railway workers and miners to work, and they had no mechanism to deal with the problems that would occur if the workers decided to protect the captains of industry. Kuno's message was even simpler. We are proud and confident that our workers, employers, and officials are equally loyal to the state and nation. The more brutal the violence, the stronger our authority and hope. A military court tried the mine owners in Mainz on the 24th of January 1923. While the trial was underway, large crowds of protesters gathered outside and sang nationalist songs which could be heard in the courtroom. The industrialists' chief defense lawyer, Friedrich Grimm, argued that there was no legal basis for the case. The French seizure of privately or state-owned mines, coal, coke, and other materials was not supported by existing international law, the Treaty of Versailles, the Agreement for the Occupation of the Rhineland, or French state law. As a consequence, he demanded that there should be no punishment for German individuals who refused to comply with the occupiers' demands. He warned the judges that the eyes of the world were upon them, before finishing with a piece of strongly nationalist rhetoric. Punish us if you think you can judge us, but we will resist. We will always resist. While all the German lawyers at the trial contested the legality of the occupation itself, the defendant's French lawyer, Leclerc, argued that the punishment of individuals was illegal. He told the judges that the reputation of French justice is in jeopardy. I warn you, do not demean the judiciary in the service of military force. After 2¼ hours, the judges found the 6 men guilty of failing to carry out a requisition order, though not guilty of refusal to deliver coal. Each of the accused was punished with a fine that was set at twice the value of the coal that they had refused to hand over. None of them was given a custodial sentence, and at the end of the trial they were free to leave. Outside, the cars sent to convey the freed captains of industry away struggled to move through the crowd celebrating their defiance. Most of the defendants, as well as Grimm and the other lawyers, took a train north back into the occupied Ruhr. Along the way, it was greeted by celebrating crowds and nationalist demonstrations. Young girls are supposed to have thrown flowers at the defendants, while elderly working-class men were reported to have had tears in their eyes. The rector of Cologne University addressed a crowd close to the city's cathedral, claiming that German science had helped to defeat French arbitrariness. When the train reached Düsseldorf, French soldiers blocked many of the access routes to the station. In Essen there were further celebrations. Kuno's telegram to Fritz Thursen thanked him for his loyalty and celebrated his return from brutal violence. For the occupying French, it was a public relations disaster. The British ambassador in Berlin, Lord Davenant, thought that the French had instigated a greater degree of collaboration between the political parties and classes of Germany than could have been achieved by any other means. The Kölnische Zeitung compared the arrested men to Germany's war heroes from the First World War, and claimed that the case had reawakened German pride. Thursen himself returned to Duisburg in a special train on the 25th of January, where he was given a hero's welcome. Large crowds waited for him throughout the night, singing the Watch on the Rhine as he disembarked from his carriage. The wave of nationalism gripping the Ruhr and beyond was only growing stronger. Subsequent trials continued to translate into propaganda victories for the Germans. When Otto Reiversen and Friedrich Schlütius were found guilty of refusing to follow French orders, they were sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment with reprieve and then expelled from the occupied zone. Driven into unoccupied Germany, they were deposited at the side of an unfamiliar country road and left to fend for themselves. Protest notes sent to General Joseph d'Anvigne, the French chief delegate for German civil administration, accused the French of treating the deported men in a way that was beneath a nation of culture, and demanded that the former enemies uphold the values of chivalry. A few weeks later, Kuno even referred to their case in a Reichstag speech. Within weeks, what began as the expulsion of a handful of individuals would end with the expulsion of tens of thousands of state employees and their families during the spring of 1923. Once expelled, officials and their families were not permitted to return to the occupied zone. 2 days after the trial, in the Reichstag, Karl Helfferich, whose public criticism of Rathenau the day before his murder had drawn the ire of so many, announced that his party would defend our fatherland as it is. When he said those words, even members of Rathenau's German Democratic Party applauded. It was one of several speeches that demanded an internal political truce so that the French invasion could be opposed more effectively. In response, the Social Democrat Rudolf Breitscheid announced that his party would not support such a truce. The SPD recognized that encouraging a spirit of nationalism in this way would translate into support for Germany's nationalist parties, all of which opposed or only barely tolerated the Republic. That was exactly what Helfferich wanted, and why it was so easy for him to declare a pause in his battle to overthrow the Republic. He knew that the surge in nationalism could only benefit his style of politics. In a Reichstag speech, Breitscheid even stated that Helfferich should personally thank Poincaré. Yet, if even passive resistance was still a form of nationalist mobilization, was there any means by which the SPD could oppose the French? Breitscheid called the invasion one of the worst conceivable attacks against German democracy and the German Republic, but struggled to reframe opposition to the occupation in non-nationalist terms. Some tried to frame it as anti-imperialism, or a continuation of the class struggle as the German working class resisted French capitalism. Others tried to frame it as a battle for the preservation of the German Republic and its liberal organizations. Poincaré cared little about German liberalism. In the short term, he meant to extract timber, coke, and coal from the Ruhr, and his broader goal was to weaken Germany permanently. By the end of January, he had decided that it was time to implement harsher measures. Senior German officials in the railway and postal services were to be expelled from the Ruhr, and customs barriers were to be created on the eastern frontiers of the occupied region and along the bridges and ports of the Rhine. In early February, the chief of the Inter-Allied Rhineland High Commission, General Paul Tirard, was ordered to proceed with the economic separation of the Rhineland and the Ruhr from unoccupied Germany. In Munich, there was one clear winner. Just days before the invasion, the Bavarian Prime Minister Eugen von Knilling shared the same stage as a rabble-rouser with a growing following. His rhetoric had stumbled on a political moment that favored it as never before. The man was Adolf Hitler. Chapter 5. Hitler's First Victory. On the 11th of January 1923, just hours after French soldiers reached the centre of Essen, Hitler spoke before a crowd of cheering supporters in Munich, bragging that his movement had always predicted that such an invasion would come. He suggested that the Ruhr would be permanently lost, but crucially, unlike those calling for national unity and a new truce that even ardent anti-republican conservatives like Karl Helfferich supported, Hitler went on the offensive. It was the Social Democrats who were the true enemy, he barked. The SPD had created a world in which every foreigner is allowed to abuse Germany with impunity. The November criminals, as he called them, not the French, were the real enemy. There could be no national resurrection until they were done away with. At the end of his speech, he demanded the formation of a revenge army, which would bring the criminals to account. He warned the Social Democrat Erhard Auer, the former Home Secretary of Bavaria and now chairman of the Bavarian SPD and editor of the Münchner Post, "The Furies are after you, you who preached national unity, although your national solidarity was broken in Germany's darkest hour." When Hitler spoke, he did so to a crowd who could remember the violent events that had occurred at the end of the short-lived period of communist rule in Munich in April 1919. Estimates suggest that between 600 and 1,000 or more people were killed in Munich between the 30th of April and the 6th of May 1919. The final figure depends upon where one draws the city boundaries. The majority were civilians. 58 were soldiers on the side of the anti-Soviet forces, and 93 were members of the Communist Red Army. As part of this bloodletting, the most notorious atrocity occurred on the 30th of April, when 10 hostages were shot dead by members of the Red Army of the Bavarian Soviet Republic. One of them, Heile Gräfin von Westarp, was a member of the nationalist and anti-Semitic Thule Society. Rumors circulated that, prior to her death, she had been raped by Soviet soldiers, or that she and the other victims had been brutally tortured before their murders. Other significant atrocities included the execution of 53 Russian prisoners of war on the 2nd of May, and the murder of 21 Catholic citizens in the Prince George Palais on the 6th of May. The anti-communist backlash had bequeathed a rightward tilt to Bavarian politics. By 1923, the Bavarian People's Party was the largest political party in the Bavarian Landtag, the state parliament, holding 64 of the 129 seats. It was strongly Catholic, but unlike the National Centre Party, which included figures like Wirth who were committed to the Republic, the Bavarian People's Party was strongly monarchist, encompassing positions so pro-Bavarian that they might be considered separatist. The Bavarian People's Party looked on with interest as the street politics of the patriotic associations became more prominent in the early Weimar Republic. In Bavaria, these organizations existed either as local branches of national organizations or as entities that were unique to Bavaria. Most of them had their origins as anti-revolutionary organizations that opposed further change in 1919 and longed for the return of the monarchy. Most were also strongly nationalist and anti-Semitic. Of the so-called associations for the German race, the most important were the League of Bayern and the Reich, Bund Bayern und Reich, the Reichsflag, Reichsflagge, and the Oberland League, Bund Oberland. These were paramilitary groups that brought their members together to march, sing patriotic songs, and prepare for taking revenge on the Republic at an unspecified point in the future. The Nazi Party was both their ally and their rival. Its paramilitary wing, the SA, wanted to cooperate with them but also to steal their members. The crucial difference between the Nazis and the other paramilitary organizations was that, at the start of 1923, Hitler's star was rising, whereas none of the other organizations had a leader who could even start to compete with him. When the French marched into the Ruhr, like so many others, Hitler compared the situation facing Germany there to that of a non-European colony. In his racist words, France rates our Germany as less than a Negro state. The term he used was Negerstaat. Such racist rhetoric was hardly unprecedented in the political culture of the early Weimar Republic. Since the publication of the terms of the Versailles Treaty in May 1919, a range of German political leaders, including liberal supporters of the Republic, had made similar suggestions. But with French and Belgian forces occupying the Ruhr and potentially permanently seizing its economic resources, the argument grew in importance, as similar statements by politicians and journalists who had nothing in common with Hitler in the spring of 1923 show. Cuno's day of national mourning and anti-French demonstrations on Sunday, the 14th of January, left Hitler especially angry. In Munich, a large anti-French demonstration had been organized by the United Patriotic Associations at the Königsplatz. Hitler had intended to join the speakers there, but he later claimed that at the last minute Bavarian Interior Minister Franz Xaver-Schweier decided to stop him speaking to appease the French. That evening, in the Beer Hall, Hitler repeated his attacks on the November criminals, blaming them for the situation. The following evening, at a Nazi Party meeting in the Café Neumeier, where as many as 200 or 300 people were unable to find a seat due to overcrowding, he continued upon the same themes. The internal political truce that the Kaiser declared at the start of the war was the real cause of Germany's defeat in the First World War, and calls for a new truce and a national united front to oppose the 1923 occupation were rubbish. Instead of declaring a national day of mourning, Hitler claimed that the French would have really taken notice if the Germans had begun to hang their traitors in rows. It was one of several gallows and guillotine moments in Hitler's public speaking, points in time when he asked his supporters to join him in fantasizing about killing their opponents, calling for them to be strung up or for their heads to roll. When he did this from the stage, his supporters called out phrases like hanging. In one typical episode, on the 18th of January, he announced, "We know very well that if the others take the helm, our heads will roll in the sand. But this one thing I cry. If we get to the helm, then woe to the others. Then their heads will be the ones to roll. One of us will be left on the ground, the wheel will roll over one of us." Thunderous applause. It was never a secret who this referred to. As Hitler stated repeatedly, the Jews are our common mortal enemy. In his words, while others are blowing out written and spoken protests against France, the deadly enemy of the German race is still within the walls of the empire and continues his subversive craft. For the remainder of January, Hitler continued to attack the United Front, initially letting passive resistance go unmentioned. In part, this was because the term, which later became so central to the way 1923 was remembered, took a few weeks to establish itself. But beginning in February, as passive resistance became established both as a practice in the Ruhr and as a war cry in unoccupied Germany, he started to rail against it. Everything about passive resistance appalled Hitler. Pacifism or passivity went against the very essence of his political raison d'être. For him, there could never be an internal or external truce. Violence was sacred to him. Already at this time, his conception of politics was based upon having the willpower to go on the offensive, regardless of any material or strategic limitations. This conception would remain fundamental to his decision-making for the rest of his life. Like so much else in Hitler's thinking, its origin lies in the First World War. He believed that if Germany's wartime rulers had followed his maxim in 1914 instead of declaring a truce, they would have gone on the offensive against the internal enemy, and the war would never have been lost. As the occupation of the Ruhr continued, Hitler called for violence again and again. He promised an audience of the National Association of German Officers in the Wittelsbacher Garten in Munich on the 20th of February that the elimination of Germany's rulers would not be civil war, but justice in a criminal court. 2 weeks later, at a meeting of the SA in the Kindelkeller Beer Hall in Munich, he added that a truly national government should whip up national passion, and that the government should excite the nation and fill the lampposts with hanged November traitors. When he quoted this speech in the Bavarian State Parliament in April, just a few days after Hitler's birthday, the Social Democrat Alwin Senger called upon every politician present to ignore their party affiliations and ask themselves, were these the words of a German patriot? Senger called it the stupid talk of a mentally ill person. In times of national crisis in German history, Senger insisted, Germans had never turned to psychopaths to be their national leaders. Senger just could not fathom that politics in Bavaria had entered a new phase of visceral hatred. He still expected reasoned argument to win out against the emotional politics of Hitler's discourse. Others were more troubled. After it included reports of Hitler's speeches that amplified his message without sufficiently criticizing it, Ludwig Hollander, a director and executive board member of the Central Association of German Jews, demanded that Jewish businesses should cease advertising with the Mönche Neueste Nachrichten. He called the newspaper the hidden central organ of the Hitler people. It was the same conundrum that journalists face today. How can they comment on the activity of populist leaders without amplifying their message and fueling their egos? On the weekend of the 26th to the 27th of January 1923, following the model of the German Day at Coburg the previous October, the Nazis' first party convention, later described as the first Nazi party rally, was planned to take place in Munich. The event would draw party members and supporters from all over Germany, including from parts of the Reich where the Nazi party was banned under the law for the protection of the Republic, as well as from the Sudetenland and South Tyrol. On the first day of the party convention, 12 separate rallies were planned in beer halls across Munich. After Saturday night's festivities, Sunday morning was to start with a 2.5-hour ceremony during which the party's flags were to be sworn in, a practice that mixed military tradition with political symbolism. At lunchtime, attendees were to gather in the Kindelkeller and Hofbrauhaus beer halls for lunch and celebrations that were planned to continue into the night. Mass accommodation had been organized for all of those who traveled from outside Munich. In the weeks leading up to the rally, Nazi party members and stormtroopers had been involved in several violent incidents. They had torn down and destroyed the Republic's flag that flew over the train station. They had organized regular protests outside luxury hotels in central Munich, including the Four Seasons, where members of the Allied commissions to Germany had stayed. In the case of the Hotel Grunwald, they had gone as far as smashing in the windows and the dining room. They had held demonstrations without police permission and attacked and insulted dissenters with increasing frequency. In the words of Munich's police president, Eduard Nortz, who sympathized with the Nazi movement, describing it as having a patriotic core that nobody could dispute, the increase in passion at the public meetings of the National Socialists had reached such a level that it had become normal for them to thunderously demand daily attacks on Jews and members of the Social Democratic Party. Yet the only interference its organizers faced from the Bavarian state was that they had been refused permission to use the Königsplatz for demonstrations. That changed on the 24th of January, when Schweier's Interior Ministry instructed Munich's police to ban all outdoor events that were planned as part of the party convention. That meant no marching, no parades, and, crucially, no swearing in of the Nazi movement's flags. If the ban was upheld, the groups of Nazis and stormtroopers travelling to Munich from northern Germany, South Tyrol, and the Sudetenland would not be permitted to march in formation through the streets of Munich. Walking in single file or in small groups with no flags or music, surrounded by police, on their way to indoor demonstrations was no substitute. The whole point of spending hours on trains to Munich was to march through the city upon their arrival, drink and feel a sense of belonging and power. The Italian fascists they idolized would never have tolerated such interference. When the news reached the Nazi Party offices in Munich, it was met with great agitation, in the words of Richard Dingelday, who, together with Marx Ammann, then the party's Reich leader for the press, immediately went to Police President Nortz to lobby him to reverse the decision, something that Nortz could not do, as the decision rested with the Bavarian government. Nevertheless, they warned Nortz that the implementation of the ban would prove impossible. Too many guests were already on their way to Munich, they claimed. Once they arrived, they would expect to be welcomed in a certain joyous form, including music and flags greeting the trains, and then to march in closed ranks to their meeting places and accommodation. Dingelday and Ammann told Nortz that if they were banned from doing this, their bitterness would be limitless. Nortz telephoned the ministerial advisor, Zeltmeier, in the Ministry of the Interior. He suggested that Dingelday and Ammann go there to repeat their message to him, and Zeltmeier agreed to stay in his office until they arrived. At this point, Hitler stormed in, obviously in great excitement. He was especially angry at the way that he had found out about the ban at the very last hour. In Dingelday's words, he passionately expressed his indignation at the ministerial instruction that had been communicated to him, emphasized the patriotic attributes of his party, and promised that one day history would judge these petty bureaucratic harassments of his patriotic movement for freedom. Dingelday said that he kept talking himself into a frenzy. Nortz listened, then repeated the message he had already given Ammann and Dingelday. Hitler should go to the Bavarian Ministry of the Interior and make the same points. Gripped by furious anger, Hitler exploded in threats. He wasn't going to do anything anymore. He had held his people, especially his stormtroopers, under control. Now he was going to let them out to do whatever they wanted. The government could watch what would happen. He promised Nortz that his flag swearing in was going to take place outside, whatever the circumstances. The government could bring out as many police and soldiers as they wanted. It was going to happen anyway. When the government forces opened fire to enforce the ban, Hitler would be at the front and he would be among the first to fall. But he promised Nortz that once the firing started, a red flood would follow, and the government would be finished within 2 hours. They needed him more than he needed them. The resistance in the Ruhr would break down within a few weeks. Once that happened, Hitler promised, then conditions will arise where the government will ask for our help, and no one shall come forward to support it. His rant finished with a touch of Shakespeare. You'll see me at Philippi. For threatening insurrection and violence, Nortz could have had Hitler arrested on the spot. Just a week later, when these events were debated in the Bavarian parliament, Alwin Senger demanded that Hitler should be charged with high treason. But Nortz was politically far too sympathetic to Hitler to prevent him from leaving the building that day. Instead, he advised Hitler to wait. According to Dingelday, as this shouting match continued, Nortz told Hitler that one can speak about the question of demands to hold the November criminals to account, but this holding them to account could also take place in a way that would let everyone see which groups were preparing to exclude themselves from any future national uprising. When that happened, it would be necessary to act against them by all means. After he heard this, Hitler told Nortz that none of his men would lift a foot or a finger in a national uprising until the November criminals were dealt with. He warned him that there was no way that they would allow it for a second time that the people who stabbed us in the back could stay alive. Hitler then repeated his message to Nortz, in short order, and left the building. Nortz informed the Bavarian government of these threats that night. The following day, after 2 meetings at 1 p.m., the government took the decision to introduce a state of emergency in Bavaria and ban the party convention altogether. But the decision did not last. The influential Nazi Party member Ernst Röhm came to Hitler's aid. He persuaded the state commander of the army in Bavaria, Otto von Lossow, to have a meeting with Hitler. During their encounter, Hitler promised Lossow that he would keep his men under control. Hitler and Röhm then met with former Bavarian Prime Minister Gustav Ritter von Kahr, who used his influence to help get the state of emergency withdrawn. Hitler was given permission to host 6 meetings with certain restrictions. he also returned to Nortz, promising him that he would keep everyone under control. Nortz later remarked that it was clear that Hitler had been influenced by powerful individuals and that he wanted to vouch for the completely smooth running of the party congress with all his person and his honor. Following their meeting, Hitler knew that Nortz wasn't going to interfere even if he ignored the restrictions as soon as the party convention started. As such, he promptly did ignore them, hosting 12 meetings instead of 6, and went ahead with the flag swearing in and the march back into Munich as well. For Hitler's opponents, these events were a bitter blow. Just as Italian fascism began with a war of flags, so too in Weimar the colours of the flag gave rise to violent clashes. The Republic's founders chose the colours of the flag of the failed pro-democratic revolutionaries of 1848 as those of their republic: black, red, and gold. This meant rejecting the old black, white, and red flag of the German Empire, the Kaiser's colours. For the Republic's founders, they had no place as the symbol of a state that the Republic was created to replace. The Nazis faced the challenge of how to reject the Republic's colours, while also pointing to the difference between them and the traditional anti-Republican conservative movement, men like Hilferding, who wanted to see the monarchy and the imperial flag restored. They did this by taking the imperial flag's colours and remodelling them into a flag of their own, the black swastika in a white circle on a red ground. This was the symbol that was being sworn in at Hitler's party convention. The Munich-based goldsmith Otto Gar, who was among the party's first members, designed the standards with Hitler's help, while the art on the standards was designed by the Munich-based embroiderer Auer. These were based on ancient Roman field standards and featured the words "Germany Awake," taken from Dietrich Eckart's essay anthem Storm Song. The efforts put into the creation of these symbols and their importance for the movement's future, by 1938 around 600 had been made, were among the reasons that the 1923 party convention was so important to Hitler. Nazism might not have been a fully fledged political religion, but it did have aspects of religious ceremony and create a sense of community through symbols. Just 2 weeks before the Nazi Party convention took place, on the 14th of January, the centre of Munich was consumed by clashes over these very flags. On that Sunday, the trade unions organised a demonstration against the occupation of the Ruhr which overlapped with the nationalist protests. When the union demonstration ended, the workers formed a procession and began marching into the city centre carrying black, red and gold flags. In the centre of Munich, they crossed paths with the nationalists, who were appalled by the sight of the Republic's colours. First came insults and shouting. When the trade unionists ended their demonstration with the cry, "Long live the Republic," it was met with boos and cries of "Destroy it!" Nationalist demonstrators, including Nazis and supporters of the Freikorps Rossbach, an anti-republican paramilitary group that had existed since the revolution of 1918-19, charged at the Republican flag carriers, some swinging rubber batons as they did so. They tore down the flags and broke the flagpoles. According to trade unionists, the police supported them. The procession of trade unionists was forced to disperse at bayonet point, with some police officers calling them national traitors and Jewish slaves. For the Nazis involved, the flag wasn't just an important symbol. It was an instrument that helped them to believe that their violence had a special cleansing character. The Nazi flags were consecrated on Sunday the 28th of January at the exercise fields known as the Marsfeld beside the Circus Krone, a wooden building used for various events including circus performances. 2 orchestras provided music. The ceremony began with one of Kaiser Wilhelm II's favourite songs, The old Dutch prayer of thanksgiving, "We gather together," which was regularly performed at military displays in Imperial Germany and later during the Third Reich. As the orchestras played the presentation march, 4 new swastika standards were brought forward. They were black, white, and red. On top was the swastika in a wreath, and at the end an eagle. The flag-bearers brought the flags to the center of the demonstration and lowered them while the musicians played Eckart's Storm Song. Hitler then called upon the assembled stormtroopers to raise their hands and swear loyalty to the flags. In a short speech, he called the Republic's black, red, and gold flag a Gessler hat, a reference to Albrecht Gessler, a legendary 14th-century figure who is supposed to have forced his oppressed subjects to bow before his hat upon a flagpole, thus provoking the rebellion of Wilhelm Tell that was later popularized in the early 19th century, most famously by German national playwright Friedrich Schiller. Speaking at the event, Hitler announced that the Republic's flag had taken the place of Germany's once feared, proud flag that was, to us, the most sacred thing. The old flag had been torn down in November 1918. Hitler then claimed that another flag has flown over Germany's shame and regret, expressing his gratitude that the old imperial flag had not been sullied with everything that had happened since the creation of the Weimar Republic. Then he explained that the new flag was intended for use in the interim period, but that it was a symbol of the future imperial flag, a promise not to rest until the fatherland had become free and great again. The flag was sacred. No one of that race, who are our enemies, and who have led us into greatest misery, no Jew shall ever touch this flag. It shall fly ahead of us in our triumphant march across all Germany, and be the prototype for the new German national flag. When the ceremony ended, the assembled SA men began marching back towards the beer halls as planned. According to newspaper reports, there were several thousands of them, led by drummers and pipers. The procession contained 4 military bands and around 80 flags, with each SA section marching behind its own flag. 2 black flags stood out. One belonged to the Bund Oberland, the other was a swastika flag with a death's head in the middle of the cross. The men marching behind it wore black armbands adorned with a death's head. They were the nucleus of the organization that would become the SS. Some of those marching sang a new version of the Erhard song, the song of Hermann Erhardt's 2nd Marine Brigade that had been sung at the funeral of Rathenau's murderers. In place of the chorus, "They called us the Erhard Brigade," they sang, "They called us Hitler's stormtroopers." A few days after the convention, Munich's chief of police commented that the Saturday night had been one of the quietest nights for Munich's police for a long time. His remarks were intended to justify the lifting of the state of emergency, but they are nonetheless an important part of the historical assessment of the party convention. At the end of the celebrations on the Saturday, according to press reports, speakers told the assemblies of stormtroopers that they were to go to bed without carrying out any violence. Even Hitler's fiercest critics could not point to a significant act of violence committed by the Nazis during their party convention. Defending his own conduct in the run-up to the lifting of the state of emergency, Nortz claimed that, even by just briefly showing its strength, the state had intimidated the Nazis into behaving. In contrast to the idea that the Nazis had Munich under their control during the convention, observers described seeing trucks of police crossing paths with trucks ferrying SA members. Nortz was adamant that, if it had been necessary, his men would have fired upon the Nazis, even as he admitted that some units had told him that they would not do so. The absence of a spectacular act of anti-state violence during the party convention was important. The Nazis had scored a moral victory. Their party convention had, briefly, been banned because of the threat of violence and perhaps even a planned putsch. When there was no spectacular clash on Munich streets during the convention, to Nazi sympathizers, the decision to ban it looked like an overreaction. Amid all the marching, drinking, and intimidation, the Nazi Party also held a traditional party assembly. It voted in favor of Hitler remaining as leader and gave him permission to choose his fellow leaders, an important stage in the cementing of the Führer cult within the party. During the Saturday night, the party meetings held in different locations in Munich also voted in favor of a single proclamation. In addition to condemning what they described as the lies that had led to the attempt to ban the party convention, they also announced a series of demands. These included the immediate declaration of the invalidity of the peace treaty, cessation of delivery of all cash and materials, immediate currency reform, submission of a law for the protection of the fatherland, ruthless suppression of all traitors to the fatherland, immediate repeal of the protective laws, freedom for the defenders of the fatherland currently in prison, arrest of those November criminals who, as leaders, are to blame for our misfortune today, renewed demand for the accelerated introduction of the death penalty for usurers and smugglers. The party convention was the first victory for Hitler against the Bavarian state. By the end of January 1923, Nazi membership had risen to around 20,000. His leadership was what made the party stand out among the other paramilitary associations in Munich at the start of 1923. Other right-wing organizations like the League Bavaria and the Reich and Oberland League may have had similar goals. But none of them had a Hitler at their head, using his charisma and talents as a speaker to drive it forward to the next battle. Chapter 6. The Escalation of Violence. On the 2nd of February 1923, the shoemaker Heinrich Stockhorst was riding in a tram from Oberhausen towards Borbeck in Essen with his back towards the driver's cabin when two Belgian soldiers and a German ticket inspector began to argue. Stockhorst kept his head down and didn't turn around to look at what was happening. One of the Belgians drew his pistol and fired. The driver was hit twice, but he managed to push the Belgian's gun away and the shots only grazed his arm. Stockhorst was shot dead. The dispute had begun in unremarkable fashion. The ticket inspector refused to recognize the soldiers' coupons as valid for travel and told the driver to stop the tram so that he could force them off. But as the soldiers made their way to the front of the tram, one of them leaned into the driver's cabin and forcibly pulled the tram's accelerator, causing it to lurch forwards before suddenly stopping. The tram's safety mechanism was designed to prevent sudden changes in speed. As it did so, one of the soldiers started firing. Later, after they were arrested by the German police, the Belgians claimed that they had been fired at first. German witnesses contradicted that claim. They were adamant that no shots were fired. Stockhorst's death was part of a wider escalation of violence in February 1923. On the 2nd of February, a school janitor named Haumann was shot at a French checkpoint in Brechten. Another man was killed on the same night after a French soldier started messing about with his revolver in a bar, causing it to discharge accidentally. On the 5th of February, a 14-year-old schoolgirl, Anna Schiffer, died after she was shot in the stomach by a French soldier at a train station in Düsseldorf. At the time, she was standing outside, looking through a glass window at French soldiers who were dancing inside a bar in the station. When he saw her, one of the soldiers raised his rifle and fired at her. Most witnesses agreed that it was an accident, and that the soldier must have discharged his weapon by mistake. Her family later received the tiny sum of 150 marks in compensation from the occupation authorities. A few days later, in Gelsenkirchen, a police officer was shot dead by two French officers after he stopped their car when it was being driven with its lights out at night. The pattern of indiscriminate violence that began at the start of February continued for the next 2 months. February and March 1923 had the highest number of fatalities during the French and Belgian occupation of the Ruhr. As on so much else, French and German sources do not agree on the numbers killed. In these 2 months, German sources suggest that 58 people were killed, while a further 42 received potentially fatal wounds caused by gunshots or bayonet strikes. Records held by the French put the figures slightly lower, but they do not dispute the basic trend. From the start of February, the occupying military became far more aggressive towards the civilian population. This increase in violence occurred in parallel with the introduction of harsher occupation measures at the behest of Poincaré and de Gucht. On the 29th of January, de Gucht ordered a heightened state of siege, which was followed by a ban on coal exports from the Ruhr to unoccupied Germany on the 1st of February. This was followed on the 5th of February by a new measure through which de Gucht claimed the right to overrule German legislation in the Ruhr, backtracking on an announcement made at the start of the occupation that German legislation would remain in place. By mid-February, de Gucht's policies towards railway workers, police officers, and civil servants had all grown harsher. He also decreed that all Germans working for the occupation authorities would be subject to military justice, making it easier for the occupiers to threaten German civil servants with fines, imprisonment, and the expulsion of the family. Further punitive economic measures included banning the export of all industrial products made in the Ruhr to unoccupied Germany, a severe blow to the region's manufacturing economy. On the 17th of February, the Germans announced countermeasures which included an order that forbade the local government from signing contracts with the occupation authorities. Public employees were also forbidden from any involvement with judicial proceedings started by the occupation forces, from publishing French or Belgian decrees, any involvement in taxation or providing any statistical information. On the 18th of February, Düsseldorf District President Walter Grützner, who was a member of the Social Democratic Party, was deported from the Ruhr into unoccupied Germany. A few days later, on the 22nd of February, de Gucht ordered that if any German government minister set foot in the Ruhr, they were to face immediate arrest. As well as actual fatalities, there was a surge in non-life-threatening violence, including vicious beatings of civilians with rifle butts and whips. Among the victims were women, the disabled, and the elderly. By mid-February, Erich Dombrowski, who continued to observe events astutely for the Berliner Tageblatt, described the occupiers' rule as a tyranny that had been created for the explicit purpose of torturing the Ruhr population into submission. The Social Democratic Vorwärts agreed with him, stating that the occupation had become a dictatorship of the riding crop and the revolver, whose goal was to shatter the population in body and mind. Everywhere Dombrowski went, he witnessed violence. He saw a schoolboy being brutally set upon by a group of soldiers who only stopped when a French officer intervened. He saw an elderly man punched in the face. Dombrowski thought the outbursts of violence signaled that the French had lost their nerve. In his words, "The riding crop seemed to them the best means of instilling French culture into German men, women, and children. At the slightest provocation they behaved like savages, lashed out, kicked and shot their pistols as if they were in the Wild West. Faced with this onslaught, Dąbrowski thought that the mood of the population was now feverishly enraged. He saw civilians attacking off-duty French soldiers, and added that if French officers or soldiers sat visibly at the windows of cafes or restaurants, it was never long before rocks were being thrown at them from a distance. When he wrote those words in mid-February, the occupation had managed to extract 60,000 tons of coal from the Ruhr, a meagre return compared to the nearly 2 million tons the French would have obtained had the occupation never occurred. But there could be no going back. Rather than admit that the occupation had not achieved its initial objectives, Poincaré dug in his heels. He was determined that his soldiers would have the time on the ground to force through French policies, regardless of the violence used. Cuno's government was equally determined that there could be no backing down on the German side. The result was an escalation in which violence became politics by other means. This was especially the case with sexual violence on the part of the occupying troops. One of the most horrific cases occurred on the 16th of February, the same day that Dąbrowski's words about French torture in the Ruhr appeared in print. At around 8 p.m., Josephine Malaquette and her fiancé were pulling a cart with some furniture towards the Delvik Bridge on their way to Bottrop when they were spotted by a group of 6 members of the occupation forces, made up of 4 French sailors who were sent into the Ruhr to work on the canals and rivers, a French soldier who spoke fluent German and who was described as a translator, and a French officer. When the sailors and soldiers saw the couple in the distance, one of them fired a warning shot to tell them to stop, which they did. The sailors and translator then approached the couple and asked them for their papers. After her fiancé presented his, a soldier threatened him with a revolver and told him to leave. Malaquette had no papers and was told to stay. She was then made to walk with the group along the road to Bottrop. After a few minutes, one of them asked her if she would have sex with them. When she refused, they raped her repeatedly at gunpoint in a ditch. The officer was the only member of the group who did not participate actively in the rape. She later added that the first one came back when his comrades had finished. We know about her ordeal because she testified to police in Bochum and gave further statements to the French gendarmerie as well as to German officials in Münster. There was some discrepancy between her statements as recorded by the different sides. The published version of her sworn statement to German investigators included the claim that her hands were tied behind her back for the duration of the rape. Records held by the French military contradict this. They also record her as having said, "I did not defend myself, nor did I call for help. Only the man in uniform did not touch me." In March, she apparently told German investigators in Münster, "I resisted their attempts at penetration. I wanted to scream too, but was told that if I opened my mouth, I would be shot dead. The soldiers took me one after another. When one was done, the next came right up. I lay there without feeling. I still feel the heavy weight in my abdomen." In his comments on the case, Charles-Auguste Jules Jacquemot, the French general in charge of the division occupying the area where the rape took place, questioned if Josephine Malaquette really had been raped. He claimed that she had only pressed charges because she had been threatened by her fiancé that he would not marry her if she did not do so. Despite Jacquemot's attitude, the French investigation later charged all of the sailors with rape and the soldier with complicity in rape. 2 of the sailors were demoted, and arrest warrants were issued for the others. However, the surviving files do not show if they were ever punished. Although the French side did little to publicize the case or the half-hearted castigation of the perpetrators, the German Foreign Office made sure that the German population knew about the ordeal. Every French atrocity served as fresh ammunition against the occupation. But the news of every atrocity was also a reminder of the Republic's weakness. The German Empire had been a great military power. From 1914 to 1918, even though they were defeated on French soil, German soldiers had protected German civilians from occupation and military violence. That memory presented a stark contrast to the Republic's failure to offer any military resistance to the occupation in 1923. Just a few weeks before Malakert's brutal rape, the Hamburg schoolteacher, Louise Solnitz, who would later vote for the Nazis and celebrate Hitler's appointment as Chancellor on the 30th of January 1933, captured her hatred of the French with the following words: "Even if we had thousands of words for repugnance, abhorrence, for not being able to understand something, it would not be enough. The only thing we can perhaps put into words, and which captures our hatred, is Kleist's, beat them to death. The last judgment will not seek your reasoning." Faced with the invasion, even before news of sexual violence and rape circulated among the population of unoccupied Germany, she longed for a German military response. Such longings only grew as the escalation of hatred worsened on both sides. On the 7th of February, French soldiers and officers went on a rampage in Recklinghausen. The trouble is supposed to have started after the French arrested German customs officers who refused to salute French officers. German accounts suggest that as soon as they were arrested, the German officers were badly beaten, triggering anti-French riots, which were said to have been led by a crowd that included off-duty German police officers. During the fighting that followed, French soldiers fought with protesters, allegedly brutally attacking them and even threatening elderly women by pointing their revolvers at them. Not long after the rioting began, French tanks rolled through the streets, forcing the crowds to disperse. But the violence did not stop there. At approximately 9 p.m., around 25 French officers entered the local theatre, swinging their whips and shouting, "Out! Out!" just as a performance of Shakespeare's King Lear had reached the start of the fourth act. The audience panicked. The mayor of Recklinghausen, Sulpitz Harm, later claimed that women in the audience were struck in the face with whips, and that a group of French officers and soldiers were waiting outside the theatre to continue beating the audience as they took flight. Amid these scenes, a French officer is supposed to have taken to the orchestra pit and played the French national anthem, La Marseillaise, on the piano. French officers also forced their way into shops and arrested some shop owners while singling out others for beatings. As late as midnight, French patrols were still out in the streets preventing civilians from moving around. In response to the riots, workers in the town went on strike for 24 hours on the 8th of February. That strike led to further disturbances. In the aftermath of the rioting, the Vorwärts editor-in-chief, Friedrich Stampfer, travelled to Recklinghausen together with other journalists to find out what had really happened. He claimed that when he first heard reports about the behaviour of French officers and soldiers, he thought that it must have been a case of propaganda and rumour getting out of control. But after his arrival in the area, he felt like he was back in a war zone. Stampfer had fought on the Italian front during the First World War. The streets were full of French military patrols and checkpoints with barbed wire. Speaking to witnesses of the previous day's violence left him certain that there had been no exaggeration in the reports. The origins of the rioting can be traced back to two issues that came to a head simultaneously on the 6th of February: the decay of relations between the German police and the French military, and the refusal to sell goods to French occupying forces. Though at the start of the occupation, soldiers had briefly cut the telephone lines to the German police headquarters, they were soon re-established, and French military and German police had maintained an uneasy truce. On the 3rd of February, after a German government order was issued forbidding German civil servants, including policemen, from saluting French officers, Division General Jean-Baptiste Legnaulot and Police President Kurt Wiesner clashed. Wiesner argued that German law remained in place, whereas Legnaulot claimed that under the terms of the Hague Conventions, German officials must continue to salute the French. On the 6th of February, Legnaulot expelled both Wiesner and his deputy. That same day, the local trade and industry union decided to forbid the sale of goods to members of the French occupation forces, and small crowds began to form to enforce the boycott. The mayor of Recklinghausen later claimed that, although French soldiers were banned from buying provisions from German shops by their own rules, in practice they had been buying enormous quantities of goods, and to the fury of the local population they had even thrown leftover bread in front of their horses. The political implications of the violence in Recklinghausen resonated for weeks. In a speech in Karlsruhe, to the south of the occupied zone on the 12th of February, Friedrich Ebert called the occupation an unprecedented, disdainful act of violence which openly violates the peace treaty, tramples the rights of the people, and wages war with all military force against defenseless men, women, and children. Chancellor Kuno would later personally accuse Legnaulot of deliberately creating a true regime of terror against German civilians. According to Kuno, Legnaulot told the mayor and a representative of the local police president that he would not shrink from the harshest measures until Recklinghausen was on its knees before him, that he was indifferent to the welfare of the population. Kuno then accused Legnaulot of unleashing the soldiers against civilians and German officers. Under repeated blows, the officers were thrown onto a truck and taken into custody. Tanks appeared in the narrow streets. Passers-by were mistreated and driven back and forth with kicks and riding crops. Women, the elderly, and disabled people who could not escape fast enough were beaten to the ground. Bad as they were, the events in Recklinghausen were only the beginning. At 6 a.m. on the 28th of February, tanks rolled into the centre of Bochum. They were supported by soldiers, armoured cars, and machine gun units. The goal of the operation was to disarm the German police. According to German press reports, as many as 20 trucks were required to transport the arrested German officers. Some were arrested in their homes, others in the police barracks. 10 days earlier, there had been a similarly large raid involving as many as 20 armoured cars at the police barracks in Essen, where the German officers had their weapons seized. In Bochum, on the 23rd of February, all the magistrates and half of the city council had been arrested. The district president sent a telegram to the mayor that condemned French violence against civilians in Bochum. For the occupiers, the measures were justified. French soldiers had been attacked in Bochum, and the occupying forces demanded that those behind the attacks hand themselves in. Within a week, Vorwärts described the ongoing military operations in Bochum as leaving the city under a dictatorship of terror. The French targeting of the German police was one part of the intensification of the occupation. Another targeted the railways. These were a vital piece of infrastructure in the occupied Ruhr, essential for the movement of coke, coal, and soldiers into and out of the region. That made them key to the success or failure of the campaign of passive resistance, and the French knew it. From mid-February onwards, they began to arrest and imprison senior railway officials. On the 1st of March, they created a new French-controlled railway company, the Régie. It was intended to eventually replace the state-owned German company in the region. At the start of March, they also began to expel German police officers and their families. The German authorities were instructed to organize their expulsion. Families were often given only a very short period of notice before they had to leave, and were only permitted to take their most valuable personal belongings with them. During their expulsion, the German Red Cross was responsible for their well-being. In Oberhausen, some policemen were briefly interned and used as forced labourers, enduring grotesque mistreatment. In Essen, the district commander, General Fournier, to his credit, agreed only partially to implement the expulsion order. From the start of the expulsions in March until at least July, his personal protection meant that German police families could remain in his district, but he was unable to offer any further challenge to his superiors, and could not offer a written order against their wishes when requested to do so by the German Red Cross. When they crossed over into unoccupied Germany, refugees were received by local authorities just beyond the zone of occupation. They were entitled to compensation and given priority access to housing. Their presence became symbolic of the brutality of the occupation. Just as the expulsions started to gather pace, the French were given an additional reason for hating the German police. On the 10th of March, a 22-year-old French lieutenant named Golpin and a 47-year-old French technical officer called Joly were shot dead on the high street in Beer, today a part of Gelsenkirchen. The bullets that killed them were German-made, but it was never established with certainty who was responsible for firing them. The French were certain that the perpetrators were German, and they suspected that they were German police officers, not wearing their uniforms at the time the shots were fired. German accounts rejected that accusation. One suggested that the French officers were killed by two Belgians during an argument. Another alleged that Golpin and Joly lost their lives because of a row with French soldiers whom they had caught outside their quarters at the wrong time. In one of its first reports, Vorwärts admitted that it could not be ruled out that the perpetrators were Germans. If that was the case, it condemned them. All that they had achieved was the death of two people who bore no responsibility for the crimes of the French government, while providing the French with an excuse to carry out reprisals and worsening the situation for the population in the occupied Ruhr. Poincaré vowed to avenge the victims. French retaliation came quickly in Beer. The mayor was arrested, and the town's magistrate was told that if another Frenchman was killed locally, he would be immediately executed, regardless of the law. Civilians were forbidden from walking on the pavement. They were only permitted to walk in the road, and they were ordered to swing their arms while walking, with their inner palms visible. After 7:30 p.m., no one was permitted to be outside, and after 10:30 p.m., all lights had to be out. 5 tanks were positioned in front of the town hall. An unknown number of arrests took place, and there were allegations of beating, which were later exaggerated for propaganda purposes. All cafes and shops were closed for over a week, and newspapers were banned. A week after the murder, the French commander was reported as saying that their investigations had revealed that the perpetrators were members of the police. He named 2 Germans, Berghoff and Witteshagen, as the chief suspects, and said that they had been shot while trying to escape, a claim that was used to discredit French accounts. German accounts of the case were altogether different. According to the Wolf Telegraph Bureau, WTB, the equivalent of a Reuters report today, Berghoff was arrested at midday on the 11th of March after the French were tipped off that he had been involved in the killings, and was himself murdered shortly afterwards. Residents in Beer reportedly witnessed Berghoff being dragged across the square behind the town hall by 2 officers and 2 soldiers, who hit him repeatedly with the butts of their rifles and whips. According to the report, the residents could hear loud, pitiful cries before the sound of 2 shots suddenly rang out. Berghoff had been shot once in the chest and once in the forehead, and his skull was reportedly completely destroyed. Witteshagen was supposedly dragged into a schoolyard and shot in the head. The WTB report stated that he must have been shot at close range because of the nature of his injuries and the presence of gunpowder on his face. According to the report, Berghoff's body was so badly injured that he was unrecognizable to his closest colleagues, who were only able to identify him thanks to the ring on his finger. For the French, the murder of young Lieutenant Colpin served as a powerfully mobilizing symbol of the justice of the Ruhr occupation. He was a native of the devastated northeastern regions of France, who had gone to the Ruhr to fight to secure the payments necessary to rebuild the region of his birth before being shot in the back while out on patrol in a quiet German street. After his death, French propaganda portrayed him as a Christ-like martyr. 2 days before the French buried Colpin, German President Friedrich Ebert visited Hamm, just 30 kilometers away from Dortmund and close to the border with occupied Germany. Around 6,000 invited guests crowded into a large hall to listen to his speech, while thousands more gathered outside. It was both a gesture of support for the people of the occupied Ruhr and a celebration of Republican resistance. Black, red, and gold flags flew both inside and outside. Ebert repeated the message that the French had long planned the invasion of the Ruhr, and that the issue of coal and wood deliveries was only a smokescreen. Just as Hitler had said at the start of the occupation, he told the audience that the French were treating German peoples and areas like Negro colonies, and that they wanted to take control of them violently. In Ebert's words, the invasion was the most flagrant breach of law and morality known to modern history, and the most blatant and barely disguised expression of French political and economic imperialism. He ended his speech with a plea to Germans inside the Ruhr to continue the struggle, and to those outside of the occupied zones to continue to make the sacrifices necessary to support them. The highest representative of the state had thrown his weight behind the campaign of resistance. It would only take one massacre to fan the fires of hatred even further. It came when a young French officer, Lieutenant Durier, became a French national military hero. On Saturday, the 31st of March, 1923, Durier led a group of soldiers into the Krupp works in Essen. Their mission was to seize vehicles for use by the French military. Initially part of a larger force, Durier and his 11 men stayed behind after the others left. They had found 5 vehicles in the passenger car hall at the center of the factory complex and were intent on taking them. Hundreds of workers quickly gathered to protest. At around 9 a.m., in accordance with pre-existing plans in the event of the arrival of French soldiers, the Krupp factory sirens sounded the alarm. One demonstrator remembered it as an eerie, startling sound that chills the blood. As the alarm continued to sound for around 90 minutes, it brought several thousand workers out to join the protest and surround the hall. Efforts to calm the situation were of little help. Members of the Works Council entered the hall on no fewer than 3 occasions to try to negotiate an end to the standoff. Shortly after 10 a.m., 2 members of the Works Council, Hans Müller and Josef Sander, were inside the hall speaking with Durier when he ordered his soldiers to take up positions ready to fire. He told them that he would not order his men to fire, provided none of the protesters attempted to enter the hall. Müller and Sander tried to convince Durier that the only way to de-escalate the situation was for him and his men to leave. But even as the mood outside became more aggressive, the French force stood its ground. Outside, the crowd was singing the German national anthem and "We want a glorious victory over France." At this point, Sander noted that there were heated elements in the front of the crowd, whose presence made it harder to de-escalate the situation. Some of those outside began to distribute anti-French leaflets. The leaflets asked provocatively, "Who will take your bread away? The French." And another ended with demands to strike down the beast, the Gallic rooster. Zander was so concerned by the situation that at around 10:30 a.m. he went to the headquarters and demanded that the sirens be turned off. This was intended to demonstrate to the protesters that the action was over. Another 2 Works Council members and a Social Democratic Party city councillor also set off for Bredeney to inform the French command of the extremely dangerous situation that was unfolding in the Krupp works. Erich Reger, who at this time worked in the Krupp press office, described the mood as extremely tense. The howling of the sirens was sinister. But when it stopped, he thought that the silence that followed was even more sinister. He later said that everyone present had a sense that something, perhaps something terrible, was about to happen. Inside the hall, the silencing of the sirens did little to make Dürer and his men feel safer. The noise of the crowd could be heard even more clearly now. They could hear the singing and shouting, interrupted by the sound of stones, coal, and pieces of wood raining down on the roof. They brought a machine gun up to the door, making sure that the demonstrators could see it and causing them to move backwards. But after a few moments, when the crowd and the soldiers looked into each other's eyes, the French retreated back inside the hall. Some workers were supposed to have shaken their hammers, spades, and metal pipes in the soldiers' direction, while another group of workers reportedly made it onto the roof of the hall and threw more objects towards them. Another group crowded around the back door of the hall and shook it violently. A narrow-gauge train was driven up to the back of the hall on the railway tracks that passed behind it. According to German accounts, the steam from the locomotive was then funneled into the hall. Dürer and his men later claimed that the smoke left them incredibly anxious. At about 11 a.m., Dürer and his men decided that it was time to leave. The exact sequence of the events that followed is heavily disputed. What is certain is that Josef Zander, a known communist activist in Essen who was among the members of the Works Council who had tried to de-escalate the situation that morning, stood in front of the French soldiers as they came out of the hall. As he came forward, he shouted at the crowd, trying to get them to create a passage for the French to leave safely. But there was too much noise and too much confusion. Dürer's men opened fire on the civilian crowd. Zander was among the first to fall. Later, Dürer would claim that the French were about to be assaulted, and that someone in the crowd fired at them first. But not a single French soldier was injured in any way that morning. When the firing started, the protester Johann Huth started running. Within a few seconds he had been shot in the right arm and fallen to the ground. The next day he claimed from his hospital bed that events had unfolded as follows. In the first place, Dürer and his men had come out of the hall and fired a warning shot that caused the workers to rush backwards. They were in the process of creating a passage for the French to pass, he recalled, when Dürer and his men started firing at them, even though no one had attacked them. 13 protesters lost their lives. Autopsies carried out by German doctors later showed that 7 of them had been shot in the back. The dead included an office worker, an office apprentice, 4 locksmiths, other apprentices, and 6 workers. President Ebert led the German condemnation of the killings. The bloodbath left him full of horror. Chancellor Cuno accused the French of killing with nefarious carelessness. The population of the Ruhr, he promised, would not forget this heavy sacrifice of their comrades, nor would it be in vain. Prussian Minister-President Otto Braun was full of indignation at the brutal action taken by the French intruders against defenseless workers worried about their jobs. Düsseldorf District President Walter Grützner, who had already been deported from the occupied Ruhr, called it the Essen Workers' Massacre and a mass crime of cowardice, and reminded de Gucht of the fate of the murdered, the seriously and lightly wounded, and the future disabled people, their widows and orphans, the women and children. The French countered by banning the sale of newspapers and disseminating posters that blamed German factory owners for the atrocity. French propaganda even accused one protester, who was supposed to have been wearing a swastika, of leading the demonstration at the factory. He was supposed to have swung his revolver and called out, "We want a glorious victory over France." Other French propaganda posters claimed that the crowd were calling out, "Beat them to death," "Down with them," and "No one will escape alive," and drawing their revolvers while throwing stones and coal at the French soldiers. The Krupp works later denied that the workers included recently hired former police officers who had lost their jobs because of the French. Krupp workers protested by refusing to work on the following Tuesday, and some circulated leaflets calling for violence against the French. "Throw them down the shaft, murderers of the workers." In one of the more reflective responses, the Social Democrats Vorwärts argued that even if the workers had attacked the soldiers with stones and coal, it was still the case that not a single French soldier had been injured, and that this would not have been the case if 5,000 workers had truly been intent on hurting them. It added that the accusations that the workers had been deliberately mobilized by the Krupp directors were an insult to the German working class. Vorwärts predicted that the French would produce a report into the atrocity that would say that everything occurred in line with French orders, and that the workers were influenced by agents from Berlin. That prediction turned out to be correct. De Gucht's investigation into the incident concluded that Dürer deserved only congratulations. He had acted coolly under extreme pressure and used limited force in the face of extreme danger. He had saved French lives, and, in de Gucht's view, that was all that counted. The funerals of the workers took place on the 10th of April, and as the dead men were buried in Essen, church bells rang in their memory across Germany. For the Frankfurter Zeitung, the bells were the cries and accusations of 60 million people who are exposed to hostile acts of violence, who are unarmed and defenseless, with nothing to oppose machine guns and tank weapons but the silent strength of their self-discipline and moral will. French soldiers and officers were ordered to stay in their barracks, and all work ceased for the duration of the funeral service. The coffins were brought from the Krupp works through the city to the Cemetery of Honor. The wreath from the German government was dedicated to the victims who died for freedom and justice. The Reichstag convened for a special memorial service, the first since Rathenau's murder. Kuno took to the lectern just as the bells were ringing out across Berlin. He called the dead the martyrs of Essen, and declared that they were symbols of all the violence committed by the French since the occupation had begun. The political consequences were clear. Kuno told the German public that passive resistance had to continue. The dead of Essen had given their lives for it. They had stood there with justice on their side, meeting the French murder weapons with unarmed resistance. In Kuno's words, "How poor our words sound compared to what these martyrs to the German cause have done. It is as if their reproachful warning rings out to us from the crowd of dead, wounded, and prisoners. "We did all this for you so that you can live and work in freedom, and what do you do?" For him, the blame lay solely with Poincaré, whom he accused of saying not a single word of regret or showing any remorse. At the end of his speech, as the second movement of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony was played, Kuno and Ebert went to shake the hands of the representatives of the Krupp works who had been in the Reichstag for the ceremony. The anger the atrocity inspired remained potent well into May, the same month that the most influential Krupp director, Gustav Krupp von Bohlen and Halbach, chair of the board of the Krupp Company, who received special permission from the Kaiser to include the Krupp name in his aristocratic title in 1906 when he married Alfred Krupp's daughter and sole heir, was put on trial by the French for conspiring to undermine the authority of the occupation forces. Even though this was not proven, the military court condemned all of the accused. In contrast to the lenient sentences handed down to Fritz Thursen and the mine directors at the end of January, the punishment this time was far more severe. Krupp and one other senior colleague were sentenced to 15 years' imprisonment. Altogether, the directors and managers were sentenced to 145 years in prison and significant fines. The only lenient sentence was handed down to Works Council member Hans Müller, who was given just 6 months. In his opening statement, the prosecutor accused the directors of Krupp of laughing as they watched the atrocity unfold, adding that it was the same laughter that the French had heard from German generals as they burned down French villages during the invasion of 1914. In Germany, the news of the sentences provoked another wave of nationalist outrage. One right-wing newspaper commented that, for the French, putting Krupp behind bars was a great symbolic moment of victory. First, they had occupied Essen, then a French general had taken up residence in Krupp's villa, and now Krupp himself had been thrown in jail. The German government described the judgment as an outrageous reversal of roles in which criminals have tried their own victims and passed a sentence that is supposed to cover up the first crime with a second. The French judiciary has thus undisguisedly degraded itself to prostitution for French militarism. The conservative publisher, Theodor Reismann-Krone, later the Nazi mayor of Essen, wrote in his diary that the sentence serves to produce what we lack: hatred. Krupp had become a symbol of French oppression, and support for Krupp, including from workers and the Social Democratic Party, was emblematic of the unified rejection of the occupation. The Krupp massacre made it harder for everyone to step back from the radical mobilization that had continued since the start of the occupation. With no powerful forces pushing for de-escalation on either side, the conflict was only going to get worse before things could get better. Chapter 7. Active Resistance. Though the accusation that the Krupp family had played a role in orchestrating the violence of Essen's Bloody Sunday was never proven, there is no doubt that senior members of the Krupp family took part in orchestrating active resistance against the Ruhr occupation. From January 1923, officials in the German Transport Ministry, leading figures in the Christian trade unions, and the Essen Chamber of Commerce, as well as the chairman of the Union of German Railway Workers, Wilhelm Gutsche, senior members of the Krupp family and directors of the Krupp Company, helped to launch a covert campaign of economic terrorism against the occupation. Although secret at the start, their activities also had the blessing of Chancellor Kuno. The idea was simple. Every time a bomb slowed down the transport of coke and coal from the Ruhr to France, the occupation became harder to justify. They also knew that the railway network in the Ruhr could be severely disrupted by blowing up key bridges and railway junctions. This clandestine campaign of active resistance was not, at least initially, intended to kill or injure the occupying forces. But it did. The railway bombers ended up blowing up trains carrying French and Belgian soldiers. They murdered Germans accused of collaborating with the occupation forces, and they provided the occupiers with grounds for harsh reprisals, including using German civilians as human shields on trains in the occupied region. In the longer term, the campaign also undermined the Republic. The clandestine violence of secret agents was something that the anti-Republican right could glorify and celebrate. Ultimately, the anti-Republican right did a better job of remembering their heroism than pro-Republican forces were at remembering their victims. Though organized by establishment figures, the campaign was carried out by operatives who belonged to the murky worlds of secret intelligence and espionage. These included experienced agents like Kurt Albert Janke, codenamed Zibu, who was given the secret title of Reich Commissioner for all acts of sabotage in January 1923. In 1899, Janke had emigrated from Germany to the United States, where he served in the Marine Corps and gained U.S. citizenship. In 1914, he was recruited as a German agent in San Francisco. During the First World War, he spied for Germany while undertaking acts of sabotage that included placing explosives in weapons factories on U.S. soil to hinder U.S. arms production. Despite causing explosions, he was never caught by the American authorities, and he returned to Germany in 1919. Heinz Kölpin was another experienced agent. During and after the First World War, he ran a domestic spy network in the Ruhr which targeted left-wing radicals. This experience made him an ideal candidate for commanding operations and collecting information during the 1923 crisis. He was joined by Franz Pfeffer von Salomon and Heinz Hauenstein, former Freikorps commanders who specialized in clandestine acts of violence. An explosives expert, Pfeffer would later become the head of the Nazis' SA in 1926 as the Nazi movement came back to life in the mid-1920s. Like Pfeffer, Hauenstein was also an early supporter of Hitler's movement. As mentioned above, Janke's position as Reich Commissioner for all acts of sabotage was secret, but we know with absolute certainty that he nonetheless had direct links with the state. The Minister of Labour, Heinrich Brauns of the Centre Party, knew of Janke's position and used his ministry to provide him with funding. When the campaign started, Brauns may have even naively believed that he controlled Janke's organization in the Ruhr. Janke also reported to the army officer Joachim von Stülpnagel, head of Department T1 of the Troop Office in the Ministry for Defence. Janke's connections meant that, from early February onwards, he had sufficient authority and finance to demand that other active resistance fighters accept that he was in charge. The operatives' headquarters were based in unoccupied Germany, formerly out of reach of the French and Belgian authorities. Kölpin and Pfeffer based their organizations in Münster, 80 kilometers to the northeast of Essen, where they took charge of the Central Office North, which functioned as the regional command of the sabotage network. Hauenstein's organization was based just outside the occupied Ruhr, 5 kilometers to the south of Essen in the town of Elberfeld. Other groups were based in cities close to the occupied zone, such as the Defense Group Southwest, under the leadership of former Freikorps commander Friedrich Wilhelm Heinz in Frankfurt. Under Janke's direction, they ran teams of agents in the occupied zones. By the autumn of 1923, Pfeffer claimed to have 42 shock troops and new groups under his leadership. The contacts between these men and the leading figures who had initially called for the campaign remained secret, but they strengthened following the arrest and trial of the Krupp directors. One active resistance organization even used offices belonging to a Krupp director in Essen as a safe house, and the industrial leaders made sure that they were never short of money. Pfeffer would later claim to have had tremendous means to finance his operations. The state helped too. The Western Directorate of the Reichsbahn, which was subordinate to Minister for Transport Wilhelm Grüner, had secret links with the sabotage teams in the occupied zone and helped the bombers identify the best locations for explosions that would cause maximum disruption to railway traffic. Even at the highest level of state politics in Berlin, not everyone knew about Jahnke and his new job title, but the campaign of active resistance had the secret blessing of the federal government. Cuno took the view that a campaign of economic terrorism was necessary to challenge the French and Belgian occupation. He also feared that if the state did not engage in any form of active resistance, ultra-nationalist war veterans and underground networks like the Organisation Konsul would launch their own campaigns. He preferred to lure them into a secret state-sponsored campaign rather than to let them run amok of their own accord. In a worst-case scenario, Cuno feared that active resistance could spiral out of control and end with a full-scale war between Germany and France. This wasn't as far-fetched as it might seem. Pfeffer was particularly intent on using violence to escalate the conflict. The Central Office North, which he ran with Kölpin, considered operations that caused only material damage as futile. He set out to murder French soldiers, fully aware that by doing so he would force the French into reprisals that would increase the hostility of the Ruhr's population against the occupation. His plan was to use violence to create so much havoc that the occupiers had to bring more and more soldiers into the region. He also intended to launch attacks on the border between occupied and unoccupied Germany to allow his men to retreat into unoccupied Germany so that the occupiers would face pressure to extend the zone of occupation, something that Pfeffer hoped would draw more and more people into the conflict on both sides. Men like Pfeffer also fantasized about a single operation ending in the deaths of so many members of the occupation forces that they would respond with outright war. This violent fantasy drew on older German right-wing fantasies that Germany should have restarted the First World War in the summer of 1919, rather than sign the Versailles Treaty, even if that meant that Germany would face invasion from the superior Allies. Pfeffer's dream was not entirely implausible. In one of his most daring operations, which began late in the evening on the 1st of April 1923, Easter Sunday, and continued during the night and early hours of the 2nd of April, he mobilized as many as 300 heavily armed men. Operation Wiesel consisted of a complex raid involving different groups of active resistors who cooperated for this operation, the Reichswehr and railway workers. The latter were to bring 7 fully loaded trains with around 350 wagons from inside the occupied Ruhr into unoccupied Germany without the permission of the occupying powers, whose soldiers manned checkpoints on the rail network to prevent exactly this kind of breakout from occurring. Pfeffer's men went in the opposite direction to provide armed support to the railwaymen. On their way into the Belgian section of the occupied Ruhr, they hid in a disguised goods train that included separate carriages full of weapons supplied by the Reichswehr in Münster. To cross into the occupied Ruhr, Pfeffer's men travelled on secondary rail routes. They got as far as the river Lippe, close to where the railwaymen were about to break out. It is very likely that Pfeffer hoped that the operation would end in a shootout between the Germans and the Belgians, but the gunfire never started. On at least 2 occasions when Belgian soldiers discovered the large German raiding party, they simply ran away. Elsewhere, as part of the railway breakout strategy, Belgian officers had been distracted by German women, most likely prostitutes, who had been instructed to keep them occupied at key points during the night. When the campaign of active resistance started, the railway system was its most important target. Initially, bombs were left on the tracks to detonate as trains passed over them. This method was later replaced by bombs with timers left on trains. The campaign was part of a larger battle to control the vital rail network infrastructure. At the onset of passive resistance in January, as many as 170,000 railway workers had refused to work for the French and Belgians. As we have already seen, in March, to circumvent the refusal of German railway workers to cooperate, the occupiers created a new railway company, the Regie. Their plan was for it to eventually replace the Reichsbahn in the occupied Ruhr. By July, the occupiers had drafted in as many as 14,000 French and Belgian staff to run their new company. But de Gucht didn't just bring new workers into the Ruhr, he also deported German railway workers who continued to refuse to cooperate. The expulsions took place under the threat of violence, and there were frequent allegations that the expellees were deliberately humiliated by the occupying forces. The most intensive phase of deportations took place in the summer. When the Regie seized sections of the rail network, as historian Conan Fisher has shown, German employees were arrested and placed under military guard. They had only 2 options if they wanted to get out. Either they could agree to work for the French, or they faced deportation. Only a tiny minority, no more than a few hundred people, agreed to work for the French. The rest chose deportation for themselves and their families. The figures were extraordinary. Between March and October 1923, when the campaign against the railway staff finally eased off, as many as 25,214 railway workers and 64,038 of their family members had been expelled from the Ruhr. A further 5,468 railway workers in the Ruhr had seen their homes seized. Many of the deported were forced to leave with only a few hours' notice. In some instances, other railway workers were prevented from helping the expellees. In some cases, the German Red Cross could hold small farewell ceremonies for the expelled families, but many had so little time they left their furniture and other possessions in their homes. German propaganda condemned their treatment and accused the French and Belgians of handing out excessively harsh punishments when they came before French courts. In all, over the course of the occupation, 8 railway workers were killed and a further 269 injured. The deportation of German railway workers had a significant impact on the campaign of active resistance against the rail network. In March, French officials recorded 86 attacks on the railways, followed by 56 in April, 55 in May, and 62 in June. The statistics need to be considered in 2 ways, however. First, they included a range of incidents, many of which were not the result of the work of German saboteurs. Incidents recorded by the French as active resistance could have been accidents involving individual German railway workers or other German civilians, crashes caused by poorly trained French workers, and damage caused by disgruntled French and Belgian soldiers. The occupation also halted regular maintenance work on the rail network, which led to accidents that were also classified as the result of active resistance. The second consideration is that, as the frequency of attacks declined, their nature grew more intense. The agents of active resistance were choosing to undertake fewer but more deadly attacks. The French had numerous reasons for exaggerating the number of attacks. Local commanders could thereby deflect responsibility for their failings, while at a higher level the French propaganda campaign could use the attacks to depict the Germans as a brutal enemy. The active resistors made it easy for them. On the 17th of April, saboteurs tried to blow up the express train from Brussels to Cologne as it crossed over the River Ruhr in Düren. But the bomb detonated too early, giving the train time to stop before it passed over the section of the tracks where the bomb had gone off. It was a lucky escape, especially considering that both the French Secretary of Defense and the Belgian Minister for Work were on board. From early 1923 onwards, the active resistance fighters played a game of cat and mouse with French and Belgian intelligence operatives who used spies, bribes, arrests, and torture. The German operatives were able to fight back using counterintelligence operations that set out to identify and punish traitors. Among this dirty war's victims was a man named as Sinder, S-I-N-D-E-R, or Sinder, S-Y-N-D-E-R, a communist who was arrested by the Essen police after providing information to the French. After they learnt of his arrest, the French occupation authorities pressurized the police to release him, a practice that was common as the occupiers wanted their informants released. After he left the police administrative building, Sinder only made it as far as 100 meters before he was shot dead in the street. Tipped off by the police in Essen, German operatives had been waiting for him. The newspapers soon named Hans Sadowski as his killer. Sadowski was a member of the Organisation Heinz, a Freikorps named after its leader, Heinz Hauenstein. By May 1923, the organization claimed to have executed as many as 8 people who had informed for the French. Despite German efforts to intimidate and kill collaborators, in the battle between French intelligence and German saboteurs, there is no doubt that the French were winning. One estimate suggests that as many as 1/3 of the 500 men who were involved in sabotage operations had already been arrested by the French within 2 months of the start of the campaign. Of the 61 saboteurs active in the Bund Oberland, 28 were discovered and arrested by the French. The French knew that large numbers in the German resistance had had experience of the fighting with the Poles over the border in Upper Silesia, so they used people from that region to infiltrate the German organizations. Other sources of intelligence included criminals and pre-existing police informants. Thanks to them, the French intelligence operation quickly discovered much about the German underground operations. They learnt from the Germans they interrogated that the saboteurs had the support of the governments of the Reich and of Bavaria. The French even knew that some operatives had had confiscated explosives returned to them in Frankfurt when German police were told the purpose of their mission. The French and Belgians also used torture to extract information from Germans after their arrest. On the 14th of June, 1923, a 4-man bomb squad were caught in possession of detonators and explosives by a Belgian patrol near railway lines in the occupied zone. After their arrest, they were beaten and insulted. They were told that they would be executed immediately and forced to strip naked. In his diary, which was not written for publication, one of the arrested men compared one of his comrades' loss of teeth during their beating to the wounds that he had suffered during the First World War. The 4 men were later sentenced to death, but their sentences were commuted following appeal, and after their transfer to prison in Belgium, they were released in November 1924. In another episode, 2 German telegraph workers, Langel and Steffens, were violently assaulted after they were arrested by the French and accused of engaging in sabotage against the occupiers' communication networks. Langel recalled how he was struck with horsewhips, rubber hoses, and chain whips. They pulled my overcoat over my head so that I could hardly breathe. After they let the jacket fall down again, they beat my head with the same instruments. You can still see the wounds on my head. My legs are still swollen where they hit me." Steffens recounted the torture of being repeatedly pushed forward so that he was on the point of falling to the ground, only to be punched back upright. Then his captors hit him on the back of the head 3 times with a metal chain. Both Langel and Steffens suffered nervous breakdowns as a consequence of the brutality of their treatment. As the violence of the active resistance campaign worsened, the uneasy coalition of state forces in Weimar Germany that had secretly supported it began to fall apart. Forward-thinking observers could see that it was doing Weimar Germany more harm than good. The violence was only serving to justify the occupation forces' reprisals, while making it harder for the German government to appeal to the wider world for support based on the ground that Germany was the victim of French and Belgian aggression. Above all, within Germany, pro-democratic politicians could see that the campaign was emboldening the anti-republican right, and that if they were not stopped soon, the Social Democrats and the government in Berlin would be their next target. Prussian Internal Minister Karl Severing played a decisive role when he ended the toleration of active resistance organizations in his own state. Severing was a member of the Social Democratic Party who had grown up near Bielefeld, about 150 kilometers to the north of Essen. He had been a member of the Reichstag before the First World War, but it was only in the conflict's aftermath that he became a politician of national significance. By the time the French and Belgians occupied the Ruhr, he was already known as a powerful pro-democratic reformer in Prussia, where he was responsible for a series of measures that helped to democratize the political system in Germany's largest federal state. For his reforms to the police and judicial system, as well as his willingness to use the law for the protection of the Republic, the political right hated him. But like many Social Democrats, Severing was also a German nationalist. When the French and Belgians occupied the Ruhr, he initially saw no alternative but to support the campaign of passive resistance. But, like most key figures in the Prussian state government, his attitude towards the campaign of active resistance was far more mixed. At first, the police under his command in the unoccupied zone appeared to tolerate the active resistance networks operating on their territory. At the highest level, there was also some willingness to work with the active resistance fighters. On the 13th of March, Severing created initially 5, then later 8 intelligence offices in towns in unoccupied Germany near the Ruhr. These so-called defense commissions, or defense authorities, were tasked with collecting news of all events beyond the lines by any means possible. Their job included identifying Germans cooperating with the occupiers. But they weren't just observing the situation. When they decided that a German in the occupied Ruhr had got too close to the French, they worked with the active resistance teams either to lure that person out of the Ruhr into unoccupied Germany or to kidnap them. Once they were in their hands, suspects faced interrogation and prosecution. The legal basis of this system was covered by an emergency decree, issued by President Ebert at the start of March 1923, that was so vaguely worded as to offer little protection to anyone targeted by the defense authorities. It envisaged a punishment of a life sentence, or at least 10 years, for anyone who acts as a spy in economic, political, or military matters, or takes in, hides or assists spies of this power during the peacetime occupation of German territory by a foreign power. But Severing quickly changed direction, becoming a strong opponent of the campaign of active resistance. In the aftermath of Operation Wiesel, it was clear that the active resistors' plans went far beyond the original idea of a campaign of economic terrorism. From the end of April 1923, under his leadership, the Prussian state, including the Prussian state police which answered to Severing, began to interfere directly in their operations. Severing made sure that the state's support began to dry up. The active resistors found that they were no longer being secretly supplied with explosives. The officers who had previously conspired with them stopped turning up. And to make sure that no officers, police or military continued to cooperate unofficially, all leave was suspended. As such, links to the police crumbled. Following the instruction to turn against the active resistors, the Prussian police also started to hunt them down. They began house searches and even passed information to the French. The German Red Cross received an order to provide no help to saboteurs on the run. The organizers of the active resistance campaign quickly realized that the state had turned against them. Just as they believed that Germany's soldiers would have been victorious in the First World War if the Socialist Revolution had not stabbed them in the back, they now thought that their campaign had been betrayed. Their bitterness increased even further when Prussian officials arrested Heinz Hauenstein in May 1923. Pfeffer thought that after they had served Germany so well, the members of his organization now faced a witch hunt led by Severing. On the 24th of June 1923, the anniversary of the murder of Walter Rathenau, the conspirators let the Social Democrat Severing know what they thought of him. They bombed a local Social Democratic newspaper office in Münster, and Vorwärts called the bombers fascists. It was only a matter of time before Severing's measures brought their campaign to an end. At the level of the Reich government, Kuno wasn't as fast as Severing to move against the active resistors. But over the course of May and June he also grew increasingly critical of them. It was obvious that his initial goal of controlling the resistors by channeling them into a limited campaign had backfired. In fact, the campaign of active resistance had also proven to be bad international politics. After the success of presenting Germany to the world as the victim of French aggression, bombs on train lines made it look less like an innocent victim and more like an aggressor. Kuno's attitude hardened in the wake of the active resistance fighters' worst attack to date, which took place on the 30th of June 1923. The active resistors made a high-grade explosive device that was controlled by a timer and placed it either in the toilet or between the carriages on a train that was carrying Belgian soldiers on leave. As the train approached the Rhine crossing between Duisburg and Rheinhausen, the device detonated. Initial reports suggested that the explosion killed 9 Belgian soldiers as well as a single train worker, and that a further 40 to 50 people were injured, many of them seriously. Within a few days, the number of fatalities had risen to 20. The Times newspaper in London called it an outrage. For the likes of Pfeffer, the only disappointment was that the bomb detonated just before the train reached the bridge. The bombers had probably hoped that the explosion would occur as the train crossed the bridge, taking it down with it. Reprisals followed swiftly. De Gucht ordered the closure of the border between occupied and unoccupied Germany for 2 weeks, a measure that would also reduce the food supply into the Ruhr. In Duisburg, 20 citizens were arrested and taken as hostages, and all cafes, theatres, cinemas and bars were closed until further notice. A curfew was introduced from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., and Germans were forbidden from driving cars or other motor vehicles in the city. Only French military vehicles were allowed on the roads. In Oberhausen, one measure included forcing German passengers to disembark from trams when they reached a bridge. They then had to walk across the bridge with their hands held over their heads before they were allowed back on the train on the other side. German civilians were increasingly forced to serve as human shields for the occupiers. In the wake of the 30th of June 1923 incident, The Belgians and French introduced a system of forcing prominent Germans, including businessmen, shop owners, tradespeople, newspaper editors, doctors, lawyers, churchmen, architects, and civil servants to travel on trains. They published lists of German human shields and posted them at town halls, alongside the details of the trains that they were to take. In July, in Belgian-controlled Gladbeck, up to 48 German human shields were forced to travel every second night on trains. After perhaps a week, their places would be taken by another group. The human shield system developed out of hostage-taking and reprisal measures that started in February 1923. In that month, the railway, telegraph, and telephone networks in Recklinghausen were divided into sections, and each was allocated to a German civil servant. If anything happened in that section, the associated civil servant faced immediate arrest and imprisonment. In June, before the Duisburg train bombing, Paul Tirard, the president of the Inter-Allied Rhineland High Commission, issued an order that when undetonated explosive devices were discovered, German officials, such as commissioners of police or state prosecutors, should be required to attend the scene and remain in proximity to the bomb until it had been disarmed by a bomb disposal expert. Unsurprisingly, such measures deeply upset the German population. In Belgium, the Duisburg train bombing generated outrage. Nationalist press reports argued that the atrocity was a continuation of the violence that Germans had inflicted upon Belgians during the First World War. In Germany, press reports quickly shifted the focus away from the death and destruction towards German civilian suffering. Just a few days after the explosion, even a liberal like Erich Dombrowski stated that France's spirit of revenge left the civilian population in the Ruhr facing a war of extermination. In his view, Germans had to go back to ancient times to find a comparable regime of terror. Vorwärts, however, criticized the Duisburg bombing. It pointed out that the violence had provided a propaganda victory for France and Belgium that would cause Germany to lose support internationally, including in France and Belgium. The only thing that the bombers had achieved, it argued, was to increase the suffering of the German population. The Social Democratic mouthpiece begged Chancellor Kuno to take action and quickly and finally make a clean sweep of those who, under a mask of nationalism, would like to blow up the passive resistance and the entire people. The Lord Mayor of Duisburg even told a French officer that the population sympathized with the victims and condemned the perpetrators. The train bombing left Kuno with no doubt. The campaign of active resistance had to stop. The need to act fell at a particularly inopportune time for him in early July, as he held a series of meetings with Nuncio Eugenio Pacelli, the Vatican's representative in Bavaria, who in practice was the Catholic Church's diplomatic emissary to the whole of Germany. In a letter from the Vatican, Pope Pius XI ordered Kuno to condemn the campaign of active resistance, something which drew the ire of the German press. A few days after the active resistors had bombed the Social Democratic newspaper office in Münster and blown up a Belgian troop train, Kuno finally issued a statement from the federal government that condemned the campaign even more forcibly. Kuno's statement signalled an end to the campaign's secret state support. The last fatal attack occurred on the 5th of August 1923. On that day, an unknown man threw a grenade at a French patrol in the Königsallee in Düsseldorf, seriously injuring 7 people, of whom 2 later died. 4 of the victims were French, 3 were German. By then, most of the active resistance cells had been wound down. By the time the campaign of active resistance was shut down, its greatest anti-republican legacy had already been established. It had produced a symbol of the nationalist right's betrayal. His name was Albert Leo Schlageter, a 28-year-old Catholic veteran of the First World War and of the anti-revolutionary and anti-Polish military campaigns of nationalist volunteers, known as the Freikorps, when he fought in a series of important battles that were later glorified by the anti-republican right between 1919 and 1921. In the Ruhr, Schlageter had been an important figure in the campaign of active resistance. He commanded a bomb squad that was based in Essen. He was also in charge of a group of 7 counterintelligence agents that existed to monitor French espionage and to strike back against their attempts to infiltrate the German campaign of active resistance. Hans Sadowski was one of his closest conspirators. It is most likely that the two were responsible for the execution of traitors, including the alleged informant Cinder. As far as is known, their group was only responsible for 2 attacks on the railways, an explosion at Hügel station near Essen on the 12th of March, and an explosion on a bridge on the train line between Duisburg and Düsseldorf at Kalkum on the 15th of March. The second explosion was planned as one of a series of bombings that were intended to take place that night, but the others were called off due to the risk that the bombers would be caught by French military patrols operating in the area. Neither the Hügel nor the Kalkum bombing caused significant damage to the railway network, and there was no loss of life as a result of either operation. On the 7th of April 1923, Schlageter was arrested by detectives from the French security force, the Sûreté. The cause of his arrest was debated and mythologized for years. It was alleged at the time that he was betrayed by other agents of the active resistance campaign who had a vendetta against Hauenstein's organization. These allegations even named 2 men, Alfred Goetze and Otto Schneider, veterans of the Freikorps Rossbach, a rival organization to the Hauenstein Group, as being responsible for betraying Schlageter. Additionally, untrue allegations circulated that he was personally betrayed by the Social Democratic Party's Prussian Interior Minister, Karl Severing. Today, historians can say with reasonable certainty that it was carelessness, not conspiracy, that led to his arrest. On the morning of his arrest, he was staying under his real name at the Union Hotel in Essen. In 1928, under oath, Frau Mücker, the owner of the hotel, recalled that when he checked in that morning, Schlageter was a little drunk and in the company of a woman. That evening, a French officer came to the hotel searching for him. When the officer arrived, Schlageter was in the hotel's restaurant. After the officer went upstairs to his room, Schlageter started to make his way up the stairs where the two crossed paths. Frau Mücker claimed that when they met, Schlageter made the mistake of handing the French officer 2 different identity cards, and that this was the initial reason for his arrest. She added that she did not think that the woman was a female officer of the French espionage department. Others have speculated that she may have been a prostitute. Schlageter was taken to the building of the Essen Coal Syndicate and later to Werden prison. On the 14th of April, the French also arrested Hans Sadowski, Alois Alfred Becker, and Georg Werner. Back in March, they had arrested Georg Zimmermann, Karl Bisping, and Karl Max Kuhlmann. All 7 men now faced trial together. It is almost certain that during their interrogation they were subjected to violence, although this allegation was denied by the French. On the 14th of April 1923, Schlageter sent letters from his prison cell to his family in Baden, asking them to send him letters of comfort and telling them that he was all right, despite the situation. He also wrote to Heinz Hauenstein, his commander in unoccupied Germany. He told him that after his arrest it had quickly become clear to him that the French officers who had interrogated him knew everything about their plans, and that it was obvious that they had been betrayed by someone in their closest circles. He called it a damned awful situation, adding that he was lucky not to have been executed already. Schlagerter's trial took place in Düsseldorf on the 8th and 9th of May 1923 under the supervision of Colonel Blondel. At that time it was not a major news story. The public's attention was focused on another Thyssen trial which was taking place in Verden, and on the upcoming trial against Gustav Krupp. Schlagerter and his co-accused faced trial for the formation of a criminal organization and espionage with the goal of preparing attacks on occupation forces or agents, as well as the bombings at Kalkum and Hügel. Schlagerter and Sadowski each faced an additional charge related to a further bombing. Schlagerter's legal defense was led by Robert Marx, a German of Jewish origin. The trial ended with Schlagerter being found guilty and sentenced to death. In the wake of Schlagerter's sentencing, German supporters of democracy found it more difficult than ever to condemn the campaign of active resistance. Forced to defend Schlagerter, Vorwärts ventured the argument that because the occupation itself was illegal, no French court had the right to sentence Germans in the Ruhr to death. In the newspaper's view, published on the 12th of May, if the sentence were carried out, it would constitute murder. But, just as it condemned the French, Vorwärts attempted to warn of the dangers of active resistance and called on the government to take stronger action to suppress it. In its words, "Only children could believe that the Franco-German conflict can be solved by means of violent terrorism." The final decision as to whether to execute Schlagerter rested with Poincaré, who signed the order in Paris on the 15th of May. Schlagerter's legal team's appeal was rejected on the day it was filed. Schlagerter's parents sent letters begging for mercy to the French Prime Minister, met with the Queen of Sweden, a native of Baden, who promised to intervene on his behalf, and sent appeals to the Vatican to lobby the French to save Schlagerter. The priest who tended to Schlagerter while he was held in Düsseldorf prison, Josef Fassbender, also began to campaign to save him. In his words, Schlagerter had only done what he did because the misfortunes of his country, which he loves with all his heart, oppressed him so much that he simply didn't know what he was doing. But Poincaré's mind was not for turning. He wanted to send a harsh message to the population of the occupied Ruhr. With the occupation failing to deliver the results he had intended, he had been facing increasing criticism, including barbs from the conservative parliamentarian André Tardieu, who accused him of being too weak to deal with the Germans. Poincaré is supposed to have been so enraged by the accusation of weakness that he determined to see Schlagerter executed. In the early hours of the 26th of May, prison priest Fassbender and the lawyer Paul Sengstock were allowed into Schlagerter's cell as his final visitors. He was given enough time to write a final letter to his parents before Fassbender gave him communion. Schlagerter was then taken to a nearby military exercise field, where he was tied to a pole and, in accordance with the rules of French military executions, made to kneel before being shot at by a firing squad of 12 men. An officer then approached him and fired a so-called mercy shot from a pistol at close range to ensure that he was completely dead. By the time he wrote his final letters and said his goodbyes, Schlagerter had developed the mindset of someone who was about to be executed. He consciously used words in his last letters that he knew would resonate long after his death. His attempt to shape his own martyrdom proved successful. In his final letter to his parents and closest family, Schlagerter had written, "Now I'm about to start my last course. I will still confess and take communion. So then, see you again in the afterlife." His last words to Fassbender were, "Say hello to my parents, siblings and relatives, my friends, and my Germany." These became part of the school curriculum during the Third Reich. Even before the end of the Weimar Republic, the Schlageter cult became a major political force. On Pentecost in 1931, a 27-meter-high steel cross would be erected on the spot where he had died. It was formally unveiled in front of 50,000 people, including Kuno and members of Schlageter's family. Schlageter's execution was a tremendous blunder for the French and a huge political problem for German supporters of Weimar democracy. In June, in the Prussian parliament, the Social Democratic Party representative, Richard Hauschild, condemned it on legal grounds, calling it a devilish act by the insurgents of French imperialism, while adding that the decision to execute Schlageter was, from a political point of view, nothing but sheer madness. In August, the newly appointed Chancellor, Gustav Stresemann, compared Poincaré's mistake to the German decision to execute British nurse Edith Cavell during the First World War, arguing that it had ignited an explosion of German nationalism. But everyone knew the major problem. Schlageter was a nationalist hero, a figure whose sacrifice could be glorified by the anti-republican right, while pro-democratic forces did not have the same repertoire of ideas about glorifying violent sacrifice in the name of democracy, and their victims were quickly forgotten. The French soon realized the error. Though another 7 active resistors received death sentences in 1923, each had their sentences reduced to either hard labor or prison. One saboteur died in custody on the Ile de Ré off the Atlantic coast of France. The rest, like the men put on trial alongside Schlageter, were released following the improvement in Franco-German relations in 1924. After his execution, Schlageter's body was taken to the Northern Cemetery in Düsseldorf, where it was immediately buried. The first visitors to the freshly dug grave brought with them black, white, and red wreaths. Someone erected a small wooden cross bearing the words, "Here lies Albert Leo Schlageter, a German hero." Schlageter's remains were now an important political symbol. His former comrades, as well as members of Nazi organizations in Elberfeld, including the future Gauleiters Karl Kaufmann and Erich Koch, and the future head of the SA, Victor Lutze, received permission to bring his body back to unoccupied Germany. Its first destination was Elberfeld, where a public memorial service was held in the town hall on the 8th of June, attended by many of the senior civil servants and politicians who had been expelled from the Ruhr, including President of the State Tax Office, Friedrich Schlütius. The service turned into an anti-republican rally, and included the participation of organizations banned under the law for the protection of the Republic, including the Nazis. District President Walter Grützner tried to deal with the issue by ordering the police president of Elberfeld to prevent participants in the ceremony from carrying black, white and red ribbons and anti-republican badges and flags. But his order could not be enforced. Schlageter's coffin was draped in the Imperial German war flag. One former comrade of his threatened that they would have to kill him before they would be allowed to remove the black, white and red ribbons. When he half-heartedly attempted to enforce Grützner's order, the police president told some of those present that he was only following his orders, and how he thinks as a man need not be discussed. When the service ended, Schlageter's coffin was carried on the shoulders of members of the Nationalist Veterans Organization, the Steel Helmets, to the main railway station, and taken by train to its burial place in Schörnow in the Black Forest, where Schlageter was born. Vorwärts called it a triumphal procession through Germany, noting that the organizers were trying to create a mood for war. On the 10th of June, Schlageter was buried in a special grave at Schörnow Cemetery. The dilemma of German Democrats crystallized in the veneration of Schlageter, whom they had been forced to defend in spite of themselves. A martyr cult swiftly developed around Schlageter in the summer of 1923. Schlagerter's last letters were published, and items that he possessed were carefully stored. Hitler's friend, the Harvard graduate Ernst Hanfstengel, even published a tribute to Schlageter, portraying him as a great German national hero. In 1933, on the 10th anniversary of Schlageter's death, a special exhibition about his life was staged, and there were even plans to create a memorial museum in Berlin. He was also memorialized in statues, commemorative plaques, songs, poems, plays, portraits, and hagiographies. In Freiburg, Martin Heidegger, then rector of Freiburg University, led the university's Schlageter celebration in 1933. In Nazi propaganda during the Third Reich, Düsseldorf was even called Schlageter City. Some claimed that Schlageter was the first soldier of the Third Reich. Given his legacy and the role played by the Schlageter cult in mobilizing support for the Third Reich, it is easy to forget that, although his fellow resistance fighters despised the Weimar Republic, at the time of his death, Schlageter was operating in the Ruhr at the behest of at least part of the government of the Weimar Republic. However lukewarm their support may have been, the Weimar leadership had given the green light for the campaign of active resistance. Immediately after his execution, the deputy district president in Düsseldorf, Lüttebeck, condemned the execution, telling the French command there that it was a judicial murder that would fill the German population and the rest of the cultured world with disgust and exasperation. Chancellor Kuno immediately sent a note of condolence to Schlageter's family. 3 days after the execution, on the 29th of May, the federal government sent a formal protest note to the French government. The Schlageter myth would become part of the history of Nazi Germany, but it is also important to remember its function in the Weimar Republic. Political myths don't exist in a vacuum. They compete with other myths to define the identity and political belief systems of national populations. This is why political leaders, whether they represent or wish to challenge the power of the state, place so much emphasis on their development. In Weimar Germany, the myths that undermined the Republic included the stab in the back, a longing for a new national leader of the quality of Bismarck, and a belief in the exceptional qualities of Hindenburg and later Hitler. German Democrats and Republicans did not leave these anti-Republican myths unchallenged. As well as fighting for the symbols of the Republic, supporters of democracy also invested in national days of commemoration. As Time magazine explained to its American readers, there was a German 4th of July. It was the 11th of August, the national holiday declared to celebrate Weimar's constitution. In June 1923, just as the nationalists were mobilizing around Schlageter, the Republicans gathered to mark the first anniversary of the murder of democratic Germany's most important martyr, Walter Rathenau. Ceremonies in his honor were held in the Reichstag and in the Foreign Office. In the Reichstag, as many as 2,000 people listened to Konrad Hernisch, then district president in Wiesbaden and president of the Republican Reich League, as he called for the date of Rathenau's murder, the 24th of June, to become a national holiday. Alongside the dates of the 9th of November and the 11th of August, he wanted it to be a pro-democratic day of struggle. In his words, because in the future the German people and their republic will not only have to work and fight, but also die if necessary. When Rathenau's mother donated her son's villa in Grunewald to the federal government on the 23rd of June, with the instruction that the ground floor was to remain as it was while her son had lived there, Chancellor Kuno, President Ebert, and Interior Minister Rudolf Oeser were all present for the handover. The building was to be maintained by a newly established Walter Rathenau Foundation. Accepting the gift, Oeser stated that it would be a duty of honor for the Reich to care for and maintain the Rathenau house. Rathenau and Schlageter now came to symbolize two different kinds of German martyr. One was a hero for the Democratic Republic, the other was a hero for nationalist and anti-republican Germany. For the remainder of the Republic's existence, the forces that opposed it were more successful in keeping the memory of Schlageter alive than the pro-republican forces that wanted Germans to celebrate Rathenau's life and maintain the Republic in his honor. Their success is a reminder that the anti-democratic forces in the Republic were more comfortable with the glorification of violence than the pro-republican forces were at remembering its victims. Chapter 8. The Occupier's Revenge. On the 7th of May, 1923, in the town of Lütgendortmund, to the west of Dortmund, the school caretaker, Gustav Jeroch, was up to no good. He was heading off to see a younger woman he had met through an advertisement in the Lonely Hearts column of a local newspaper. She later claimed that he had promised to marry her, but Jeroch's assignation ended badly. Straying near to the railway tracks, French soldiers mistook him for a member of a clandestine group of resistance fighters. They didn't take the time to ask him questions about what he was doing there. They simply shot him dead. The soldiers were nervous. The campaign of active resistance didn't result in a large loss of life on the part of occupying troops, but the threat that they might fall to a bullet in the back or a bomb hidden on a train left them fearful and aggressive towards the civilian population. And in these circumstances, besides shooting civilians like Jeroch, some of the occupying soldiers took out their frustration on the female population of the Ruhr. As we have seen, incidents of rape and sexual violence were already occurring at the very start of the occupation in January 1923. But even allowing for the likelihood that many victims chose not to report their assaults, the available evidence shows that the incidence of rape and sexual violence was most frequent from March to June 1922. The increase was part of the wider radicalization of the political and military conflict in the Ruhr. For some soldiers, sexual violence and rape must also have been about taking revenge on the civilian population whom the occupying soldiers accused of hiding the perpetrators of violence against them. Rape and all forms of sexual violence are uncomfortable subjects. Even today, the words used by the victims to express the pain and terror they endured makes for viscerally striking reading. But however uncomfortable their words might make us feel, if we want to understand the escalation of violence and political anger that occurred as a consequence of the Ruhr occupation, we must read of the victims' experiences so that we can properly assess the reactions of the male officers and political leaders who were in charge of the occupation. As we will see, some of them behaved admirably, putting their own soldiers behind bars for their crimes, while others protected their own men without any consideration for German civilians. We also need to learn about the language being used to speak about rape and sexual violence, so that we can understand how it was amplified and used by German propaganda to mobilize the population to support the campaign of active resistance. If we do not do so, we cannot understand how the fear of being raped or abused, or the fear that a wife or girlfriend or daughter might be taken away at a checkpoint by occupying soldiers, was a consistent part of female and male experience of the Ruhr occupation. Given that more German women and girls were raped in 1923 than French soldiers lost their lives in the Ruhr occupation, any account that ignores the subject will be wholly incomplete. Cases of rape often occurred when soldiers entered the victims' homes, or else when they targeted women and girls as they made their way through public spaces. In at least one documented case, a French railway worker attempted to rape a German girl on a train. The rapists could be groups of men or single soldiers on their own. In one case, as many as 10 French soldiers and railwaymen assaulted a 17-year-old German female after they arrested her and beat the man she was with. Most of the victims were chosen arbitrarily. They were picked out in public spaces, arrested, and raped nearby. Some cases also occurred in formal settings, such as prisons. Maids and cleaners were also victims. Sometimes the soldiers cited a woman's appearance or behavior as justification for their choice of victim. In the vast majority of documented cases, once the rape was over, women and girls were allowed to go. But in at least one case, a young girl was forced to stay in a French railwayman's accommodation overnight. There were also some instances of deliberately seeking out women based on the identity of their husbands. For instance, at the end of February in Recklinghausen, just as the occupying forces were preparing to disband the German police force, the wives of German police officers became targets. The ages of victims ranged in the main from girls in their early teens to women in their early 40s, with a small number of cases outside this age range. In Unterrath in Düsseldorf, an 8-year-old girl was sexually assaulted on the 15th of October 1923. In Castrop, to the southeast of Recklinghausen, on the 7th of June, a French soldier attempted to rape a 10-year-old girl. Men and boys were also victims. On the 12th of March, French soldiers raped a minor in Recklinghausen. In the same town, on the 10th of June, a 17-year-old apprentice locksmith was sexually assaulted by a French soldier. In April 1924, a 12-year-old boy was raped by a French sentry. A few days later, 3 French soldiers raped a 15-year-old boy in Steimel. For the rape of the 12-year-old, the culprit was sentenced by the French military to 10 years forced labor. In the Steimel case, the soldiers were sentenced by a French military court to 4 months' imprisonment. They received such a mild sentence because they managed to convince the court that the boy had consented to having sex with them. The victim did not testify. There are several examples of German civilians coming to the aid of victims of attempted rape and sexual assault. When 3 French soldiers grabbed Frau M. on a street in Recklinghausen on the 6th of April, she started screaming. As soon as she heard her pleas for help, another woman rushed out of a nearby canteen, charging at the soldiers, forcing them off Frau M. and helping her to escape. In other cases, neighbors rushed to help women when they heard their screaming. Other women and girls escaped by themselves. On the 4th of February, 2 Belgian soldiers stopped a German couple in Bottrop and then led the woman away. After one of the soldiers had removed her clothing and forced her to lie on the ground, the girl S. hit him in the face as hard as she could, causing him to lose balance momentarily and taking the chance to get up and run away. When one of the French soldiers who were about to rape the teenager Emma F. in an upstairs room let go of her for a split second, she ran to the window and jumped. She sprained her ankle when she landed, but managed to run to a nearby house. Wearing only her tights and shoes, the distraught girl banged on the door, calling for help. The family who lived there took her in, gave her clothes, and later took her back to her parents. As with all incidents of sexual violence, the victims experienced these events as individual traumas. But rape and the fear of rape were part of a wider German national trauma during the occupation. German men were supposed to fight to protect their women from the invaders' brutality. They were not supposed to resist passively while the occupying soldiers raped German women and girls. But with no realistic military alternative to passive resistance, The only option for the German side was to instrumentalize rape and sexual violence as a means of mobilizing the German population to continue to resist the occupation, while using the same subject as a means of gaining international support for Germany. The political responses were not entirely new. During the First World War, Allied propaganda had depicted the Germans as Huns. It identified them as barbarians who murdered and raped women and children during the occupation of Belgium and northern France. Some of these accusations were based on real events. German soldiers did execute civilians and commit atrocities during the First World War, particularly during the war's opening phase when million-strong armies smashed into each other and confusion reigned as urban towns with large civilian populations became battlefields. During the occupation, German soldiers had also raped French and Belgian women. In 1923, German opinion leaders now reversed the propaganda that had been directed against them during the war. But it wasn't just German propagandists who reversed the role of perpetrator and victim, as it had been during the First World War. The French and Belgians reversed their roles, too. For them, the occupation of Germany was a chance to take revenge for the rape of their women between 1914 and 1918. Tellingly, even before the invasion, French soldiers' letters show that many of them fantasized that they would one day occupy Germany and rape German women. In one example, from October 1916, a French sergeant recorded listening to another soldier speak openly of his desire to invade Germany, to indulge in rape, so as to satisfy his excessive temperament and his just desire for reprisals. As the French military position improved, such fantasies appear to have become more common. In a letter from November 1918, a soldier wrote, "We are en route to the land of the Boche. Be sure that we are on our way there with strong hearts. We must fuck the German Boche animals. They have sullied ours enough. It's our turn." Another soldier promised, "If we ever go to Boschland, we will make them see a few things, these fuckers. Show them what we are made of. They have raped our girls and dishonored our women. We will do the same." In another example, a soldier wrote, "For my part, I have a stockpile of condoms, because I would have too much fear of soiling myself in contact with these superb Gretchens. It looks as if they all have a sick colour, are fat and greasy, and that they all smell sour. Vive our little French women, so gracious, so pretty. Only they are capable of inspiring real passion in us." Once the first cases occurred in 1923, the German government began to catalogue every accusation that they received and sent formal complaints via the German Foreign Office to the French government. They also published detailed and graphic accounts of French and Belgian rapes of German women in Germany with the intention of mobilizing the German population to continue to oppose the occupation and to support the campaign of passive resistance. The Reichstag even added details to the formal records of the German parliament, making the women's voices available to all who wanted to listen to them. The issue of race loomed large over the sexual violence, real and fictionalized, that accompanied occupation. Under the Treaty of Versailles, which came into effect in January 1920, the Rhineland was militarily occupied. The numbers of French troops in the occupied zone varied during the course of the occupation, but in the early 1920s, around one-third of them, some 25,000 men, were French colonial soldiers, often recruits from Algeria, Morocco, Senegal, and Madagascar. The reasons for stationing colonial soldiers in the Rhineland have never been entirely explained. Some historians argue that it was a reward to them for their role in France's victory in the war. a way of telling them that they were truly French. Others have suggested that it was also a means of keeping non-white soldiers out of France. But in early 20th century Europe, when the racial superiority of white Europeans was part of the fabric of most people's social thought, it is almost certain that it was deliberately intended to insult the Germans. After soldiers occupied Frankfurt as punishment for German military units entering the demilitarized zone following the Kapp Putsch, on the 7th of April 1920, a group of Moroccan soldiers at a Frankfurt machine gun checkpoint opened fire on a crowd of protesting civilians. The impact of the firing was awful. The first reports suggested that 7 Germans were killed, including 1 child, and at least 30 injured. German accounts allege that the Moroccan soldiers used a machine gun to fire upon the crowd, many of whom had gathered there because of a rumor that the French were about to withdraw. The allegation may be true, but it may also be the case that rifle fire was mistaken for machine gun fire by traumatized witnesses. The Frankfurt atrocity became the starting point for an orchestrated German propaganda campaign against the so-called Black Shame on the Rhine. The campaigners, including state officials in the German Foreign Office and private citizens alike, accused France of breaking the unwritten rules of European civilization by putting white Europeans at the mercy of North African soldiers. French colonial soldiers were accused of raping German women and children, and of committing murder and cannibalism. To be sure, there were real cases, confirmed by French records, of French colonial soldiers raping German women in the Rhineland. But the proportion of cases carried out by North African soldiers, largely from Algeria and Morocco, was lower than that carried out by white French soldiers from France. That kind of nuance mattered little, however. The Black Shame campaign put the issue of rape in the forefront of the Germans' image of occupation. Posters and magazine covers depicted savage blacks with ape-like features raping and kidnapping innocent German girls. This powerful propaganda also played a crucial part in German hatred of the Versailles Treaty. The presence of colonial soldiers on the territory of a country that still considered itself a great power humiliated Germans and reinforced the claims made by German politicians and opinion leaders that the victorious Allies were treating Germany like a colony. During the Ruhr occupation in 1923, Jean-Marie de Gucht, who had been in charge of the Moroccans at Frankfurt, decided not to use regiments from France's colonies in the operation. He did not want to gift Germany another propaganda victory. Hence, the soldiers occupying the Ruhr were almost all white Europeans. But this did not stop Germans from continuing to use the colonial motif. The image of the black soldier raping German women, which had been so effective in mobilizing Germans against the occupation of the Rhineland, remained sufficiently powerful in 1923 for German propaganda against the occupation to still draw upon the same imagery, even if there were few North African soldiers actually stationed in the Ruhr. There were also concrete cases of colonial soldiers raping or attempting to rape German women and girls in the occupied Rhineland in 1923. Fears of rape and miscegenation were an important part of the German resistance against the Ruhr occupation. Poincaré knew this was an issue he could not ignore. He was fully aware that cases of rape and sexual violence against German civilians were a fundamental part of the Franco-German contest to convince public opinion in Britain and the United States, as well as in France and Germany, that right was on their side. For that reason, every case of rape or sexual violence mattered. Poincaré made it clear to de Gucht that he wanted every single German complaint about French military conduct investigated. In one letter on this subject, sent on the 10th of April 1923, Poincaré complained that so far some of the investigations that had taken place had not been sufficiently thorough, and the accompanying reports lacked detail. He reminded de Gucht that, for every incident that has led to a complaint, a dossier with a carefully compiled and documented counter-argument must be available. When French investigators found that the accusations made by the German side were untrue or contestable, they were to publish substantial denials as widely as possible. In cases where French soldiers were found to have committed crimes against the population of the Ruhr, the official French policy was that their soldiers were to be brought before a court-martial and should face harsh punishment. However, regardless of what the official policy was, the responses of French officers and commanders in the occupied Ruhr and the nature of sentencing before French military courts varied considerably. This is particularly clear in the cases of Frau F. and Frau Böhme. Frau F. was raped in her home in Harbinghorst at around 2 a.m. during the night of the 30th of April to the 1st of May, 1923. The French patrol was led by Sergeant Lapuy, who commanded 6 men. When they knocked on her door, they had their pistols drawn, and Lapuy demanded that she should let them in. He and 3 of his men then followed her upstairs and raped her in her bedroom. Of Lapuy, she later said, "He beat me so wildly until he was finally ready to force himself on me." Lapuy then called in the next soldier. Frau F. tried to stand up and defend herself, but, as she later testified, "My nerves were now so deadened that I could no longer defend myself, so that the second Frenchman, and the third, and fourth, no longer caused me any pain." Altogether, the 4 men raped and sexually assaulted her for around 30 minutes. When she stood up, she described awful physical and mental pain. A week later, during the night of the 6th to the 7th of May, 3 French soldiers from the French Infantry Regiment 106, Dromiche, Cortier, and Lambert, raped Frau Böhme during a drunken rampage in Welpe, about 25 kilometers to the south of Harbinghorst. The rampage started between 11 p.m. and midnight, when they started attacking Germans on the street. First, they hit a worker on the head with a drawn sidearm, tearing his hat in 2 and leaving him with a bloody wound that required stitches. Soon after, they assaulted and robbed 4 German men at gunpoint, hitting one of them on the head, causing him to lose consciousness briefly. They then attacked another 2 Germans, brothers-in-law who were on their way home from the local bar. They had been engaged in violent attacks for about an hour when the local vicar heard them making a noise outside his home shortly after midnight. He first thought that drunken youths were responsible for the disturbance, and opened his window and shouted at them, threatening that he would call the police if they were not quiet. As soon as he realized that it was French soldiers, he closed the window and turned out the lights. But it was too late. As he hid in the darkness, the 3 soldiers walked around his house, smashing in windows. When they got to the front door, they began to kick it in. To the vicar's relief, the door held, and after a few more agonizing moments, he heard them walking away towards a nearby building. For the Böhme family, the night's ordeal was only just beginning. After they left the vicar's home, the soldiers forced their way into the home of Frau S., trashing it like savages, shouting, "Destroy! Destroy!" Inside, one of them aimed his rifle at Frau S.'s chest before they went into the bedroom of her 22-year-old daughter. At gunpoint, they forced her to kiss one of them, but they did not do anything more to her. In his nearby apartment, a crane operator, Böhme, had heard them. He thought that they were carrying out house searches. When they banged on his door, he opened it, and Romisch and Cortier entered while Lambert waited outside. Neither Dromisch nor Courtier said anything as Dromisch struck Burma on the head with his sidearm, knocking him unconscious. The noise woke up his wife. She was in their bedroom with the door closed. At first she listened as the soldiers made their way through the living room, breaking items of furniture. Then they came into the bedroom. She begged them to leave her alone, but her pleas were in vain. Courtier raped her while Dromisch stood guard over her husband. He later testified that, when he regained consciousness, he saw that Courtier was in their bedroom raping his wife, but he could do nothing as he was held at bay by the smaller one with the bayonet. As Courtier raped Frau Burma, she fainted. When she regained consciousness, in her words, she noticed from the wetness that the soldier had entered me completely. Courtier and Dromisch then swapped places. As she told German court investigators, the horrors endured and left her almost powerless. This soldier broke my resistance with violence. Once Dromisch finished, Courtier returned and raped her for a second time. This time it was even more painful. He turned furious when she tried to resist him. He cursed her, grabbing and throwing her onto the bed. As she remembered, the soldier unbuckled his belt and caused me a lot of pain as a result. Herr Bohmer made a sworn statement to German authorities the following day. His wife had to receive medical attention for several weeks after the rape. She first gave her testimony under oath on the 25th of May, when a German judge and a court clerk visited her at her home. She recounted her ordeal to them in the bedroom where the crime had taken place. She was still physically unable to walk. Her psychological injuries may never have healed. In the cases of Frau F. in Habingshorst and Frau Burma in Welpe, the French military authorities immediately launched investigations and quickly discovered the identities of the perpetrators. But this is where the similarities stopped. In Habinghorst, General Duchy, the head of the 3rd Division, made a report for his commander in Dortmund that stated that it was impossible to prove that any violence had been committed towards Frau F. He claimed that an injury to her abdomen was not a result of the alleged rape. He added that there was no evidence of bruising and that rape could not have occurred because she did not defend herself. The chief accused, Sergeant Lapuy, also produced an alibi. Another soldier stated that he had been with Lapuy the entire evening and did not witness him rape anyone. This was enough for Duchy. He concluded that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute Lapuy and his men for rape. Instead, he gave Lapuy a 20-day suspended sentence for drunken behavior, though tellingly he also suggested that Lapuy take early retirement. In the case of Frau Burma in Welpe, the French military commander, General Néral de Bourgon, was far more aggressive in his punishment of the perpetrators. Even before Frau Burma had given her sworn testimony to the German authorities, he had put Dromisch, Lambert, and Courtier, whom he later called genuine Apaches, who left their watch to ransack a city, before a military court on the 11th of May 1923. Together, the 3 soldiers faced 6 charges: abandoning their posts, aggravated assault, aggravated theft, aggravated trespass, damage to private property, and rape. For the crime of rape, Dromisch and Courtier were sentenced to 20 years forced labor, and a further 2 months' imprisonment for their other crimes. The 3rd soldier, Lambert, who stayed outside while the rape took place, was sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment. Néral de Bourgon described the rapists as heinous. The sentences handed down to them were among the harshest administered by the French military to French soldiers during the occupation of the Ruhr. It is not known if they served them in full. Another example of some French officers behaving responsibly occurred in Essen in March, when 2 German teenagers, one of whom was a 15-year-old girl, were stopped by 2 French soldiers. The soldiers threatened the girl at knife point and forced her into a nearby field where they raped her. While they did this, the boy accompanying her went looking for help. When he came across a French patrol of 6 soldiers, the French captain rushed to the girl's aid. He immediately had the assailants arrested and informed his superiors that they were dealing with a case of rape. The soldiers faced an immediate punishment of 15 days' confinement, 8 of which were to be spent in a cell. However, despite this evidence, the French military court that investigated the case found the soldiers not guilty. It sided with the soldiers, who argued that they had not threatened the girl and that she had behaved in a way that enticed the soldiers. This case was a typical example of how the military justice system often ended up taking the side of the rapist. The French military often accused women of bringing forward rape accusations under pressure from their parents or husbands, or of having consensual sex with French soldiers. For example, after a German woman claimed that she had been raped in a railway hut in Sterkrade, in the north of Oberhausen, on the 26th of February, the ensuing French investigation ruled that her father had forced her to press charges and that there had been no rape. All that had happened was that a French soldier had tried to kiss her. This ruling was made despite the fact that at least one French officer wanted to see the men placed before a court-martial. While German archives contain hundreds of accusations of rape, historian Stanislas Janasson has shown that the French occupying authorities investigated fewer than 100 cases, of which only around 1/3 ended in a sentence. The sentences that were handed down appear to have been quite arbitrary. Some rapists received between 2 and 5 years in prison. In the case of the alleged rape of an 8-year-old girl, General Simon, commander in Düsseldorf, argued that he was unable to find any information about the incident, and subsequently listed a series of German rape accusations that he believed were untrue, including the alleged rape of a 16-year-old girl. In the case of the 10-year-old girl in Castrop on the 7th of June, the accused claimed that the girl had provocative looks. He told military investigators that he felt worse for having left his watch than for what he did to the girl. His captain claimed that medical analysis revealed that no rape had occurred. Tellingly, however, as the accused soldier had committed previous misdemeanors, the court-martial convicted him and sentenced him to 3 years' imprisonment. The percentage of soldiers found guilty of rape was about twice as high as that found guilty of causing the death or serious injury of German civilians, which was 15%. Examples of the range of sentences in these cases include one of only 3 years' imprisonment for a drunken soldier who killed a German police officer, 5 years' imprisonment for 2 soldiers who beat a man to death in a public place, and lifelong forced labor for a French soldier who opened fire on a cafe and killed 3 people. The French were aware of these problems. In August, a German man and his wife were in a cafe in Herne when a French soldier, Henri Pech, approached them. When the man tried to protect his wife, Pech stabbed him in the right shoulder with his bayonet. The man's injuries were so bad that he later died. Pech was found guilty and sentenced to just 2 years on probation. Even Poincaré was angry about the lenience of this sentence. As he wrote, "The victims were harmless civilians. The soldiers' actions are inexcusable, and the grave consequences of those actions have had a damaging effect on public opinion and blackened the good name and reputation of our soldiers." He added, If incidents of such regrettable proportions should occur, it seems to me that a vigorous response is inevitable. Any unduly lenient measure runs the risk of being used against us by German propaganda. Poincaré might have been annoyed at the death of a civilian and the mild punishment handed down to his killer, but as this reaction shows, his priority was the reputation of France's military, not the protection and safety of German civilians. German women and girls were not only victims of violence from the occupying forces. From February 1922 onwards, groups of German men, including organized groups known as scissors clubs, targeted women and girls whom they accused of betraying the national cause by fraternizing with French and Belgian soldiers. The scissors clubs' violence included cutting the hair of those they accused of being the darlings of the French. This kind of public violence drew on traditions of public shaming that had deep historical roots. In one case, after they cut off a girl's plaits, the perpetrators hung her hair in the town's marketplace. In Bottrop, 2 women were made to stand at the outer door of a church where they were insulted for their behavior. In Harbinghorst-Icken, a woman was tied to an advertising pillar, her hair covered in dye and a placard with a humiliating satirical poem hung around her neck. The act of hair-cutting was also accompanied by other forms of physical violence. Some women and girls were punched, at least one woman was thrown into a canal, and others had the windows of their homes smashed in. In one case, 2 teenage girls from Remscheid, which was in the zone occupied by the British, who had spent time with French soldiers in Lennep, close to the border of the occupied Ruhr, were escorted by the French military to the train at Lennep to prevent an angry mob from attacking them. But once the girls got back to Remscheid, the Scissors Club men caught up with them, cut their hair, and force-marched them through the streets of the town. Other punishments included naming women in German newspapers and pamphlets that were published to oppose the occupation. Some even included sections with the title, "At the Stake," "In the Stocks," or "Pillory of Whores," in which those who had forgotten German honor were named. In some cases, these sections included the names and addresses of women with the accusation that they had had dealings with or relationships with members of the foreign troops. Other local newspapers included advertisements threatening women and girls. One read as follows: "We hereby warn the ladies of the district of Hattingen not to get involved in intimate relationships with foreigners. Otherwise we will proceed with severity. The Scissors Club." The publishing of women's names was not just a private hobby. The state lent support to the practice. The staff of a censorship office in Münster were tasked with examining the truthfulness of accusations against German women in the occupied zone that it received by post, before taking a decision about which names to publish. The records of its activities are not complete, but in a few weeks in the spring of 1923, it published over 5,000 names. The Scissors Clubs usually consisted of young men who were sexually jealous of the French and Belgian soldiers. Rivalries with the French soldiers, whom local women and girls found attractive, would have happened even if the German government had invited them into the Ruhr. But there was more to the reaction. The Scissors Clubs were an expression of the way in which the occupation created a crisis of German masculine power. In late January 1923, following the French and Belgian invasion, across Germany there was a stream of male volunteers to the Reichswehr, many of whom were from the Ruhr. These men wanted to be mobilized by the state to fight back against the French and Belgian invasion. but the policy of passive resistance left them with little scope for enacting the kind of violent, masculine resistance they craved. For a section of the male population in the Ruhr, this led them to take out their sense of masculine power loss on German women and girls. Just as French and Belgian soldiers used women's bodies to demonstrate their control of the Ruhr and to humiliate German men, in the most extreme cases by raping German women in front of their husbands, the males in the scissors clubs used female bodies to send a message about the national rejection of the French and Belgian presence in the Ruhr. The men who did this had the backing of the wider population, including other women, and those in positions of moral responsibility, including teachers and priests. The supporters and members of the scissors clubs in 1923 behaved in a way that was all too similar to other military occupiers during the 20th century. Occupation is typically a moment when the men of one nation celebrate their military subjugation of another nation by sexually conquering the enemy's women. The male populations of occupied territories always respond by policing the female population in order to punish collaborators, real and imagined. For the men who do this, it is a way of coming to terms with the heavy blow to their masculinity that accompanies defeat and occupation. In most cases, this powerful emotional response fuels hatreds that last longer than the occupation itself. For the Weimar Republic, the consequences of rape and sexual violence during the occupation of the Ruhr were particularly pernicious. In November 1918, at the moment of its foundation, the equality of women with men had been declared one of the Republic's key goals. In January 1919, women voted in the elections for the National Assembly that created the Weimar Constitution. On the 19th of February 1919, the Social Democrat Marie Jukatz made German parliamentary history by becoming the first ever elected woman to speak in the German parliament. The Republic's founders expected that, for giving women the vote and the promise of equality, they would be rewarded with female loyalty to the new state. But the occupation in 1923 advertised the Republic's failure. Not only was the Republic incapable of protecting the bodies of its female citizens against a hostile occupier, it also sought support for the campaign of passive resistance by advertising that failure in its propaganda against the occupation. That may have made political sense, but it nonetheless contributed to the Republic's loss of legitimacy, and helped to create a platform for ultra-nationalists and anti-democrats to claim that they would do a better job of protecting German women. For right-wing populists and ultra-nationalists determined to destroy German democracy, it provided powerful evidence for their claim that the Republic and democracy itself was somehow weak and feminine, and that Germany would be better protected by a political system that placed a strongman in charge. Chapter 9. Hitler's First Defeat. On the 20th of April 1923, just a week after Albert Leo Schlageter was arrested by the French in the Ruhr, Adolf Hitler turned 34 years old in Munich. 4 years earlier, when Anton Drexler had founded the German Workers' Party in January 1919, which was then renamed the Nazi Party in February 1920, Hitler had been on his own, trying to find something to replace the wartime camaraderie of the trenches. That year, on his 30th birthday, it is unknown if he had anyone at all, let alone any close friends or family with whom he could celebrate the start of his third decade. In 1923, his situation was entirely different. That year, the Nazi Party, his new community of comrades, didn't just gather around him to celebrate their leader's birthday, they publicly celebrated it as a great breakthrough moment in German national history, the day that the savior of the German race was born. Later, during the Third Reich, it would become one of the most important national festivals in the Nazi calendar, a day when everything was supposed to stop to allow all Germans to celebrate the genius of their leader. In 1923, the idea that Hitler was the savior of the German people was still in the making. To help to create what historian Ian Kershaw has aptly described as the Hitler myth, the main headline in the Völkischer Beobachter on Hitler's birthday praised him as Germany's leader, alongside a piece that compared him to Otto von Bismarck and Friedrich the Great, two of the most celebrated figures in German national history at that time. The Völkischer Beobachter promised that once Hitler had destroyed the Weimar Republic, his leadership would restore Germany to greatness. Published alongside these articles was a poem by Dietrich Eckart, a racist, ultranationalist journalist and artist that called upon Nazi followers to open their hearts to Hitler, promising them that his strength would scare away the night. In the same edition of the paper, Alfred Rosenberg, who would later be hanged at Nuremberg, claimed that thanks to Hitler, ever greater numbers of desperate people had found strength in their lives again. As bombastic as such material may sound, it was working. Since the Völkischer Beobachter editor, Hermann Esser, had proclaimed Hitler the German Mussolini back in November 1922, the Nazi movement had continued to grow. On the night of his birthday, the Circus Krone, one of Munich's largest indoor venues, was overflowing, as 8,000 to 9,000 people gathered inside with thousands more outside unable to enter. Inside the hall, the atmosphere resembled a rock concert. Esser was the first warm-up speaker, followed by Anton Drexler. At 8 p.m., when Hitler took to the stage, he was greeted with wild cheering. The newspaper of German Jews, the TV Zeitung, sent Arthur Schweriner to report on Hitler's birthday celebrations. The Jewish journalist came away from the event filled with terror. It was obvious to him that the Nazis wanted to use violence against Germany's Jews. He even warned that they might be planning a pogrom, and called on readers of the TV Zeitung to get ready to protect themselves. What stands out in particular is Schweriner's warning that the Nazis' will to annihilate posed a threat to the existence of Germany's Jews. Historians have often pointed out that the verb annihilate, vernichten, was one of Hitler's favorite words, leading to debates about when Hitler's almost constant references to the annihilation of the Jews turned from something that he said into something that he demanded that his regime did. Most of these debates focus upon Hitler's decision-making from the late 1930s up until late 1941. But as Schweriner's report emphasizes, Hitler was already publicly using this language in 1923. Hitler was allowed to say whatever he wanted, and few conservatives thought twice about it. After Hitler's birthday, the German nationalist Deutsche Zeitung, the newspaper of the established anti-Republican conservative organization, the Pan-German League, told its readers that the celebration of Hitler was a high point in the avalanche-like swelling of the National Socialist movement that was taking place in Munich. Arthur Schweriner had good reason to be fearful. The title of Hitler's birthday speech was Politics and Race. Why are we anti-Semitic? It contained Hitler's usual hate-filled claims that the German race would only be free when the Versailles Treaty was done away with, and the internal enemy killed. Hitler warned that there was no such thing as decent or indecent Jews. He told his supporters that this idea was just another example of the way that the Jews were the great master of lies, and that ultimately all Jews were Germany's mortal enemy. In making this point, Hitler explicitly wanted to reject the idea that integrated German Jews like Rathenau did not pose the same threat to German culture as newly arrived Jewish emigrants from Eastern Europe, who had come to Weimar Germany in increasing numbers since 1918 to flee the anti-Semitic violence of the Russian Civil War. Hitler was adamant that no Jew could ever really belong in Germany. By the time of his 34th birthday, Hitler was no longer a minority figure in Bavarian politics. Even though he was not yet the leader of a major force, the rate at which his movement was attracting new members was gaining critical attention in its own right. Like many populist leaders, Hitler thrived on the condemnation he received. He paid attention to what was said about him and his movement, and used his opponents as a source of content for his speeches. In his birthday speech, he told his followers that they should be proud that their critics tried to insult them by calling them loudmouths and anti-Semites. He lamented that too many Germans were pacifists, before threatening, "We only know one race that we fight for, and that is our race. We may be inhumane, but when we save Germany, we will have done the greatest deed in the world." Hitler himself admitted that his promise to use violence to remove all Jews from Germany put the Nazis on extreme ground. Yet even these words were greeted with wild cheering and applause. It wasn't just Hitler's words that gripped his audience's attention, it was the way he delivered them too. His critics described Hitler's public performances as possessing an atmosphere of terror. But for those inside his community, the events were a positive experience. His supporters interrupted his speeches by cheering, clapping, and stamping their feet. When this happened, Hitler would mark the acclaim by raising his beer mug and taking a good swig. But he was also often interrupted by laughter. Nor were his speeches exclusively devoted to shouting and raving. Hitler could also speak quietly when he wanted. He chose to raise his voice primarily to emphasize the misdeeds of his opponents, reserving his highest decibel level for his most hated enemies, Jews and Social Democrats. Hitler's political opponents were fully aware of what he was doing. At the start of February 1923, the Ziehau Zeitung recognized that his success was due to his ability to bring disparate and usually disunited right-wing groups together under his banner. It called him a man with a pronounced talent for leadership and the ability to captivate with his speeches. A few weeks earlier, Vorwärts' analysis was more straightforward. It simply called Hitler an apostle of hatred. Hetzapostel. Another observer thought that it was the combination of his talent as a speaker, the violence of his shock troops, his hatred of German democracy, and his excessive agitation against foreigners that drew people to him. After observing his speeches and interaction with the crowds, a reporter for the Social Democratic Münchner Post, which firmly opposed Hitler and the Nazis, thought that whenever Hitler said something simple and obvious, he slowed his words so as to suggest that he had just revealed something of great sophistication. The writer added that as he spoke, Hitler often only used short phrases, repeatedly using the same keywords to attack his opponents. International finance, Marxists, Jewry, and the November criminals, a term that he first used in September 1922 and deployed continuously thereafter, having discovered that the crowd responded to the word's utterance with wild cheering that lasted for several minutes. The rapidity with which November criminals was adopted as a term that he repeated continuously offers a reminder that At this time in his political career, Hitler wasn't just leading the crowds as he spoke, he was learning from them. The performances were interactive, the crowd's cheers helping him to decide which phrases to use thereafter and which to drop. This mixture of interaction, intoxication, and hatred was what made his performances so powerful. He convinced his supporters that he was just like them, filled with hatred and certain that nothing could be solved until his movement created a new Germany. With words that were intended to insult Hitler, the reporter for the Munich Post thought that Hitler resembled an entertainer, conférencier, or beer hall speaker. A few days after his birthday speech, the Munich Post once again analyzed his success and his party's attempt to portray him as some kind of messiah or Übermensch. The newspaper warned that Hitler's constant rhetorical invitation to murder, manslaughter, and criminality of all kinds was insufficient to keep his supporters together in the longer term. That is why, the newspaper argued, the Nazi movement constantly focused on the genius of its leader. The cult that was being made around Hitler, it warned, was the glue that was keeping an otherwise disparate movement together. In an early example of the belief that Germany was too educated to fall for his racist politics, it added that the people who supported Hitler were largely drawn from the less well-educated sections of society. Hitler was aware his movement was considered low-class by the Bavarian establishment. That is why, in the spring of 1923, he craved the support and acknowledgement of his social superiors. He enjoyed developing relations with upper-class benefactors, privately playing the role of socially awkward but politically astute rising star to their delight. But above all, he enjoyed appearing on stage alongside his social betters, who were mesmerized by his command of his audience. Just under 2 months before his birthday, on the 26th of February 1923, Hitler spoke at a packed beer hall. Before he started, Hermann Göring warmed the audience up with a speech of his own. A 29-year-old upper-class veteran fighter pilot who had been awarded the highest military decoration, the Pour le Mérite, Göring stood out among Hitler's entourage. He had first heard Hitler speak in October or November 1922. Later, he would write that he instantly fell for Hitler's political message, quickly becoming a regular attendee at the Café Neumann, where Hitler held weekly meetings of supporters on Monday nights. In March 1923, Hitler made Göring the head of the SA. His task was to deal with its rapidly growing membership and to strengthen its military structures. This was the starting point for Göring's Nazi career. It would later make him the second most powerful man in the Third Reich. Just weeks before Hitler made Göring head of the SA, the Reichswehr officer Ernst Röhm founded the working group of the Patriotic Fighting Associations. It brought together the SA, the Bund Oberland, the Imperial Flag Bund, the Viking League, and the Fighting Association of Lower Bavaria. The group's military leader was Hermann Kriebel, a veteran of the First World War. Röhm ensured that Hitler was appointed as its political leader. Vorwärts called it a cartel. Training was provided by the Reichswehr. Crucially, the SA was not the largest force within the new umbrella organization. It needed its street violence to make it stand out. Göring's appointment as leader occurred at the same time as the SA began its spring campaign of violence, much of which was directed at the German left, and which was very similar in style to the fascist violence that had helped bring Mussolini to power. On the 1st of March, the SA led an attack on the offices of the Social Democratic Munich Post. The offices were protected by a 2-meter-high iron door designed to keep unwanted thugs out. but it offered little protection when the assault came. The attack was led by around 200 lads, including some so-called refugees from the Ruhr, who broke into the newspaper offices and vandalized several rooms. The destruction only stopped after the police arrived and arrested participants. According to reports in the Social Democratic Vorwärts, a female accountant was knocked to the ground after being hit with a heavy piece of wood. The stormtroopers continued their campaign of mayhem on Saturday the 10th of March, when around 700 of them travelled from Munich by train and trucks to Ingolstadt, a city 85 kilometres to the north of Munich. Their activities mimicked the Italian fascists' city occupations, when truckloads of fascists would travel from all over northern Italy to congregate in a town where their sudden numerical advantage meant that they could bully and violently intimidate their opponents. After they arrived in Ingolstadt, the SA smashed up the trade union building's windows and physically destroyed parts of it. As the rampage continued, shots were fired, probably by the Nazis, and 2 Social Democratic Party SPD supporters were injured. The rioting came to an end only with the arrival of the police. When the SA men returned to Munich, they paraded without permission to the Marienplatz, where their day of violence finally came to an end when police reinforcements obliged them to disband. Some of the police even drew their pistols to threaten the SA men and make them disperse. According to the account in Vorwärts, even though they did this, there was no serious attempt on the part of the police to arrest the SA leaders. The SPD in Bavaria swiftly sought to strike back politically. On the 20th of March, Johannes Timm, chairman of the SPD parliamentary group, brought a motion to the Constitutional Committee of the Bavarian Parliament. It referred directly to the events in Ingolstadt and the attack on the Möncher Post, and called on the Bavarian government to ban the SA and introduce stronger measures to guarantee the right to freedom of assembly, which the stormtroopers threatened by using violence against their opponents across Bavaria. As he spoke in favour of the motion, the SPD leader, Alvin Sanger, accused the government of being in the hands of reactionary civil servants who are related to this movement and deeply involved with it. He accused some of the police of helping to arm the SA and predicted that if there was no ban, Bavaria would end up in a civil war. The SPD motion was supported by the German Democratic Party, Rathenau's party. That party's speaker, Pius Dier, warned that the stormtroopers were not just planning to attack prominent social democrats like Erhard Auer, but that they would also one day come for conservatives, like Interior Minister Franz Xaver-Schweier, who was a member of the Bavarian People's Party. But it was not enough. Timm's motion was rejected by 15 to 12 votes. In its place, a counter-motion put forward by the Bavarian People's Party was passed. It called on the government to monitor the paramilitary organizations closely and suppress them, if their aims are violence, threatening state power, or endangering public order. Just over a month later, only days after Hitler's 34th birthday, Bavaria's Social Democrats tried to have the SA banned a second time. In the debates in the parliament, Sanger repeated his warning that the SA would bring civil war to Germany and explained that rising SA violence had made it necessary for the SPD to create a self-defense organization, whose volunteers would protect their meetings from attacks by the SA's stormtroopers. The German Democratic Party also supported an SA ban. Like the SPD, its party events had come under threat from the same source. At least one meeting of the middle-class party had requested and received protection from the SPD's self-defense organization. In the Bavarian parliament, the German Democratic Party's Ernst Müller-Meiningen argued that it would be a disgrace for democracy if the Bavarian government did not move forcefully against the SA. "Is the government really blind, or just pretending to be blind?" he exclaimed. But the Democratic Party's proposal was defeated. Schweier was among those who opposed it. He rejected the idea that a ban was necessary, and openly expressed his admiration for the nationalist movements in Bavaria. He called them a flame that was reawakening nationalist feelings, and argued that no one present could condemn them. Their central core, he claimed, was making a healthy, natural, and therefore welcome appearance. Schweier's sympathy towards Nazism was partially based on the claim that the Nazis had to be armed to protect themselves from attacks launched by left-wing radicals, a popular conservative defense of fascist violence in Italy before Mussolini was appointed Prime Minister and in the Weimar Republic. He even said that the Nazis had to have the right to defend themselves. When it came to reports of police officers attending Nazi rallies, he saw no need for concern because they did so as private individuals. For Schweier, the real problem was the liberal press in Berlin, which was spreading lies about Bavaria. At this time, when a strict application of the law for the protection of the Republic in Bavaria would have stopped the Nazi threat to German democracy in its tracks, Schweier chose to blame that particular piece of legislation, which he hated, for worsening the situation. He went so far as to claim that the monarchies that Germany's Republicans had destroyed in November 1918 had had no need for such a law because of the popularity of the old political system. This was not true. The imperial regime had a strict system for policing dissent and strong laws against even insulting the reputation of the monarch. Schweier condemned the court for the protection of the Republic as a political court, and demanded that it should be done away with. But even though he did not support the SPD motion, Schweier admitted that Hitler's movement posed some threats. He warned that their program was dangerous for Bavaria, and that their men carried out acts of terror and acts of violence, and that the paramilitaries were guilty of barbarity and brutality. He also warned that the Nazi Party's hateful and extreme racial anti-Semitism was in irreconcilable contradiction to Christian morality. But even though he acknowledged this, he did not believe that the state should suppress the Nazis. He argued that the state forces under his command had done enough. His speech was another victory for Hitler. For Bavaria's Jews, the motion's defeat was a major blow. The invasion of the Ruhr and increasing nationalism amplified the anti-Semitic tide that had already been on the rise. Whatever the outcome of the Ruhr crisis, one German Jewish observer predicted, German Jews would be blamed and be first in the firing line if it came to violence. In the occupied Ruhr, this was already taking place. In several locations, especially in Essen, placards were placed at street corners and on buildings close to Jewish homes and businesses, accusing the people living there of betraying the Germans by cooperating with the French. They promised the accused that they would one day face vengeance, and were signed in the name of die Fime, a medieval court term derived from a word meaning punishment, and adopted by the Organisation Konsul to provide legitimacy for the execution of people it considered traitors. In Bavaria, Jews faced equally terrifying threats. On the 9th of March 1923, the Völkische Beobachter editor, Hermann Esse, gave a speech in which he claimed that the Nazis were preparing for a day of settlement. He even suggested that the threat of the mass murder of Jews could solve the Ruhr crisis. Specifically, he said that to solve the Ruhr crisis, all Jews in Germany should be given 24 hours' notice to register at a camp to which they should bring supplies of food for 8 days, as well as a blanket. Any Jews who did not arrive within the given time limit were to be shot. Once all the Jews were held in camps, Hesse's plan proposed sending a message to Paris. If the French did not cross back over the Rhine, we would be forced to transfer 50,000 hostages to a higher power, by which he meant murdering them. He promised that if his plan became reality, international capital would demand that the French army withdraw. This solution, he argued, would be as bloodless and humane as anything. It was only one of many anti-Semitic suggestions he made that the Jews were the real power behind the occupation of the Ruhr. When he threatened this act of mass violence, Hesse was greeted with thunderous applause. According to one sympathetic press report, Hesse's plan was the most original point in his speech. Hesse's threat wasn't just something that was said at a Nazi rally or a beer hall. It was recorded. This allowed the Bavarian Jewish religious communities to bring it to the attention of the Bavarian Prime Minister, Eugen von Knilling. On the 11th of March, Knilling met with 3 Jewish leaders, and the Ziffau Zeitung claimed Knilling listened with interest and sympathy. The Bavarian Jews expressed their anxiety about increasing anti-Semitism. They warned against the growing number of attacks on Jewish persons and synagogues, as well as the increase in threats to Jews in political assemblies and the press. Calling for the protection of Jews' rights, the delegation demanded that Knilling take action. But no action was taken. The Nazis planned that the high point of their campaign of violence would come on the 1st of May 1923. The day was both the traditional Workers' Day and also the 4th anniversary of the city's liberation from the Bavarian Soviet Republic, the brief period in April 1918 when communists took control of Munich. Only a few days earlier, on the 26th of April, a shootout between communists and Nazis had left 4 wounded. Now, Munich's Social Democrats and trade unions were planning a major show of strength. They received permission from the police to march through the city in large numbers. For Hitler, their parade was a target. 3 months had passed since the Nazi Party convention. Having called for violence since the start of the year, Hitler was fully aware that without a new event to keep the momentum going, he risked being thought guilty of too much talk and not enough action. Fearful of violence and under pressure from the working group, which sent an ultimatum to the Prime Minister Knilling demanding that the SPD and trade union parade be banned, the government withdrew the left's permission to parade. In its place, the SPD and trade unions received permission to hold a large outdoor assembly on the Theresienwiese. But even this was too much. Hitler wanted nothing less than a May Day massacre. At a meeting with other members of the working group of the Patriotic Fighting Units on the 30th of April, together with Göring and the leadership of the Bund Oberland, he told everyone present that his followers were too excited to stop now. He wanted aggressive action and the use of armed force. The government were to know that they were not the target, and that Hitler and his followers would only be after the Reds. There were rumours that the left-wing demonstration was to be the starting point for a left-wing putsch, rumours that were probably circulated by the right to justify their own actions. But on the 30th of April, Lossow, concerned about a putsch from the right, refused to accede to Hitler's demands. Hitler was only granted permission to hold a small demonstration on the Oberwiesenfeld. This served as a show of strength, but it was not the event that Hitler wanted. While 25,000 workers demonstrated on the Theresienwiese, Hitler and his men were stranded far away from the action at the Oberwiesenfeld, surrounded by police. Around 2,000 of them were gathered there in military formation. Every single one bore a modern infantry rifle as well as cartridge pouches and belts. There were separate units in which all members had 3 hand grenades tucked under their coats and pistols. Other units had heavy and light machine guns. Behind a tree, a 12-centimeter artillery field gun stood out. It was pointed in the direction of the SPD assembly on the Theresienwiese. The Nazis also had a stockpile of handcuffs, as if preparing to take large numbers of prisoners. Goering, his pour le mérite pinned to his chest, was in charge. The weapons belonged to the Reichswehr, which had also provided some of them with secret training. But the Nazi demonstrators were only allowed to have them for the morning. At noon on the 1st of May, while Kriebel wanted to fight rather than hand back the weapons, Hitler had to tell his men that no man should hang his head when they returned the weapons to the Reichswehr. At around 2 p.m., the SA men returned the weapons they had borrowed that morning to the Reichswehr. They had spent the entire morning surrounded by the police. Hoping to deploy masses of men in a show of force, all that Hitler achieved was to expose his movement's total dependence on the mercy of the Reichswehr. At the end of January, the Reichswehr had come down in their favor, leaning on the Bavarian government to get the state of emergency lifted. 3 months later, Lossow refused to accept Hitler's plans for violence and murder, and he was left with a damp squib. That evening, Hitler put on a brave face at the Circus Krone as he lashed out in another speech against his usual opponents. But privately, he was devastated. Even years later, he would describe it as one of his most significant political defeats. Some of his followers even went home before the event at the Oberwiesenfeld was over. After all, what was the point of getting into a state of hypertension, excited by the prospect of killing someone or terrified of being killed, if the man who continuously promised them a glorious future could only deliver them a chance to stand in the cold several kilometers from the enemy? In the aftermath of his first serious defeat as Nazi leader, Hitler retreated to a remote village in Obersalzberg near Berchtesgaden, where he spent the following weeks in a state of depression. Later, he claimed that this was when he fell in love with the region. It would remain an important place for him